It's apparently because of this crackdown on junk food advertising. Have you ever seen an advert for your local chippy? I've not. I've never seen an advert for local... You never see any adverts in the newspapers. They go, come and get your chips tonight at Fred's Fish and Chip Shop. You don't get anything like that at all. The Queen masks her sorrow at Westminster Abbey's grave of the unknown warrior. I think the first time we've actually seen her in a mask. In a mask. The Portuguese jail where 146 of the 169 old lags have tested positive for COVID. And who's the TV legend slowing down at 85? It's Parky. Yeah, Parky. Michael Parkinson, 85. He's interviewed them all. Used to be with LBC. And his after-dinner speech was, we all went to... where did we go to? We went to the Ritz, I think. It was for the presenters. I sat myself next to Fred Housego, working on these, because we invited some of our best advertisers, and we were all there, and the manager had said to me, you must come, Steve, because Parky's doing one of his famous after-dinner speeches. And I went, well, I'm going to that, definitely. So I plonked myself next to Fred Housego, who is an entertainment in himself. You know, a complete entertainment. He sort of was able to say that he'd been a cab driver, and it still is a cab driver, as far as I know. And then he won Mastermind. Then he joined LBC, and he was what they call salt of the earth. But I thought, if I sit next to Fred Housego, it's going to be fantastic, and he's going to be great. And Michael Parkinson's speech consists of, I've interviewed everybody. Every single person you can think of, you know, all the world leaders and all the rest of it, they all appeared on Parky's show. He said, and what am I best remembered for? Being wrestled to the ground by that bloody emu. He hated it. He had that one thing that completely destroyed Michael Parkinson was Rod Hullen Emu. When Emu sat there, and you know that the moment the face screws up, he's going to go for you, and he went for Parky. I say he because it was operated quite clearly by Rod Hull, and it went for Parky, and they're wrestling on the floor. Of course, the audience thought it was hilarious. Parky hated it. He hated it because what it did, it destroyed his calm exterior, the man who was in control. But it was very interesting. So I very much enjoyed his last appearances, I think. Little Julie says, thank God it's over. Hopefully Trump will come to his senses. Well, I'm told, once they've actually been and they've sort of said, listen, there is no... I mean, what did they come up with when Clive was talking to some man in America, and he said, oh, well, they've already found evidence of 2 people who died. Well, that's not going to change anything, is it, really? I mean, it's clutching at straws. It's clutching at straws. It's a case of, listen, why can't Trump just be gracious and go, listen, you won, it was good. And that was a dreadful impression, so I shan't be doing any more impression. I've suddenly realised I can't do an impression of Donald Trump, but it doesn't make any difference. But it's certainly managed to grip people, didn't it? I don't think LBC's taken any more calls than we could have done about Donald Trump. And some of the hatred, I mean, the hatred was sort of, it seemed to be directed at everybody. You know, you're not portraying him in the right light. He's this, he's that. Listen, he lost. OK, get over yourselves. It doesn't make any difference. Listen, he's not going to come back again. That's it. He's finished. He doesn't like Who likes losing? Nobody likes losing. It's like somebody saying to me, you know, how would it be if you were in a race with James O'Brien and you won? I said, well, of course, if I was in a race with James O'Brien, I would win. There's no 2 ways about it. Running race. We could probably do egg and spoon or three-legged. One of my favourites at school, I have to tell you. And a bit of a past champion at things like that. But I remember sitting at home thinking to myself, I'm sure I should be on air. And it's only been 2 days. And I sort of got to that stage where I was sort of thinking, I'm watching the television, because I was totally convinced first time round I was going to get the result. I really was. I was thinking it's going to come through on Mike. We were all going, can you imagine Steve Allen, light ent, you know, the man who can quote Gemma Collins verbatim, all of a sudden announces the next president of the United States. And so it was 279 to 214. So Biden won. And he's done his speech. And for those people waking up slowly but surely, I'll play a bit of that to you a little bit, probably about after 6 o'clock this morning. Give you a chance. Because I should imagine some of you must be absolutely... You imagine what they must be like in America, where they're still beeping their horns and doing all the rest of it. We just hope that Biden... sort of manages to hang on to his health. He's a bit forgetful, but then when I heard that, I thought, well, wait a minute, I'm a bit forgetful. We're all a bit forgetful. Sometimes I forget, you know, I could be standing in front of somebody and I'm thinking, who are you? Who are you? I know I'm supposed to know you. And he goes, I'm Luke, I'm the producer. I go, oh, right, okay, fine, thank you. Because you forget things. Can't help it, can you? It's just the way it goes. Jackie says, is Parky well? Well, he's 85, isn't he? 85 now. But, I mean, listen, he's still going. He was always good value for money, was old Parky. Parky. Steve, thank God it's all over. I didn't actually sort of worry about that. Steve, the talentless Rod Hull used that head and neck of the emu to more or less assault people. Nothing funny about it. It was fantastic, Dave. It was fantastic. The audience absolutely died laughing. Every show he was on. Rod Hull and Emu were huge. And of course it attacked people. It was a puppet, dear. Just in case you thought it was maybe real. It was a puppet. The arm that went round the emu was the fake bit. His hand was inside operating it. And you knew that you'd be chatting away to it. And if all of a sudden the emu turned its head and screwed its beak up, you were going to be attacked. It was as simple as that. That was the funny thing about it. It was only made out of, it was a rubber kind of thing. I don't even know where it is at the moment, actually. I've got no idea whatever happened to Emu. We shall probably never discover. Little Judy says, so what have you been up to then? Well, I've been listening to this. Been listening to the output of LBC. Thinking, I mean, how long's it going to go? I mean, I seriously thought it could actually run for about another 3 or 4 weeks. And especially after I heard somebody talking to Clive Bull, and I remember thinking, so they think it could run for a few more weeks, because what they're going to do is they're going to try and prove, but I think they're wasting their time. It's a bit like In the Wind. It's a case of how are they going to prove that there's been fraud? There isn't. All right, so there's a couple of people might have slipped through the net because they died, and they discovered they died. Well, that would happen in this country. Rod Hull's emu finds home with Orville the duck and Rainbow's George. After that, they've sold them. This is in 2018. They sold them in 2018. There's a guy called Mr. Fletcher. He's a puppeteer, actually. And he bid over the phone. He paid $8,680, including buyer's premium, when it went under the hammer. The puppet was originally forecast to sell between $750 and £1,000. Mr. Fletcher, who makes and collects puppets, says, I'm 41, so I vividly remember seeing Emu. Rod Hull was one of the best puppeteers, and people forget that Rod was operating, so the puppet will sit on the couch at his home in Wigan with George. Oh, I don't know, Zippy. I thought that was quite good, actually. It's almost uncanny, really. And that was from Rainbow. George was the pink hippo. Mr. Fletcher's been operating Hacker the dog since 2009, and he's a professional puppeteer. I used to have puppets. My father made me a puppet theatre. I used to do marionettes, and used to put on puppet shows. Basil Brush wasn't a marionette. He was a puppet, yes. Yeah, you liked Basil. Boom, boom! Yeah, he was very good. And did I ever meet him? He's a puppet. What do you mean, did I ever meet him? What do you think? He popped round for a cup of tea or something. Are you mad? He's a puppet. That's what Brian Conley used to say. It's a puppet. I mean, some of them, though, you would always think could come along. I got squirted by Sooty once. Sooty came in the studio. I know, I'm playing the game. And the person who had... it might have been Matthew Corbett. I can't remember, actually, because he's now owned by somebody else. And he said, Sooty wants to say hello. Oh, God. Does he really? Play along with it, Steve. Oh, let's meet Sooty then. So he produces this box from under the table. And obviously there's a hole in the box. And he said, here comes Sooty to say hello to you, Steve. Oh, I'll break your wrist first. And all of a sudden the lip flips open and there's Sooty with a water pistol. And he proceeds to squirt me. In the studio, exactly. I could have been electrocuted. But I wasn't. And that was really funny. Sooty's my favourite. And then ever since, I've been made an honorary member of the Magic Circle, I've seen the original Sooty. I can't begin to tell you some of the things I've wanted to do to him. But this way, he wouldn't be walking anytime soon. Little Judy says, hopefully Trump will come to his senses. Do you think? I mean, I do ask that because I'm not sure whether he's that hateful of other people. I mean, so far he hasn't even contacted Biden. He's not. You'd have thought he'd have said something to him like, congratulations, well done. It was a good battle. It cost us about. I mean, I'd love to know what it cost. I'd love to see the end result of 200-300 million. What would it cost for something like that? Very embarrassing, isn't it? But that's the way they work it in America. And of course, we have to sit here and see because we didn't know which way it was going to go. People were hoping it wasn't going to be Trump, but in fact, when it came down to the line, it wasn't a huge margin. There was a little bit of margin there. Now they obviously must have sat down before this and said, okay, what if we lose? And Trump goes, what do you mean, what if we lose? Yeah, he didn't talk like that. It was just me. I'm trying to do an impression of me getting angry. And they go, well, why don't you put it into a disputes procedure? It's like dealing with the tax man. If you don't agree with his findings, you put it into a disputes procedure. And so he obviously said, okay, let's put it into a dispute. Saying what? Saying basically we think there's fraud. I mean, there were 100 million entries by post. 100 million. There's bound to be some sort of error of judgment there. But at the end of the day, the American public voted, and they obviously wanted Biden. They obviously wanted something different from Trump, who, I mean, frankly, he's mad as a fruit bar. He really is. I mean, I don't know what you can say about him. He doesn't seem to agree with anything. He doesn't like it if people tell him off, which is, that's kind of par for the course if you're a businessman and you've been very successful, and he's got casinos and stuff like that. So he's obviously very rich. Money doesn't bother him. It's the power. It's the power. The power is the big thing. You don't have to have loads of money. You just have to give the impression that you've got loads and loads of money. And, look at him, poor soul, with his funny little hair, and the Melania, who might or might not be an actress. We don't know. We've got no idea. Whatever it is, he's going to have to get out of the White House January. Because there's another man waiting outside with a Pickford's lorry and his little overnight bag, got his teeth in there in his pyjamas, and he's all ready to move in, and Teddy, and he's all ready to move in. And Trump's going to be going, you'll have to drag me out. Yeah, well, we'll drag you out then, mate. We don't really care, but you are leaving the White House. To go where? I've got no idea. I mean, he did say only a short while ago, but you can't believe anything that he ever said. He said he would leave the country. Please God, he doesn't come here. Can you imagine? Who's he going to talk to here? Oh, Steve, of course, Emu was real. Nookie the bear was a puppet. Absolutely outrageous. Outrageous. Seriously, Nookie Bear, Roger de Courcy. He could be listening to this programme this morning. I do hope not. Spit the dog, I remember, because I worked with Spit the dog and Bob Carolgees. The dog that was sort of like that. Do you remember that one? No, okay, just me again. Probably a bit before your time, actually, Spit the dog. He used to be on... Did you ever see Tiswas? No. Okay, let's sort of forget that conversation, because we're obviously going nowhere, are we? There's no point in dealing with somebody who's 3 years old when I'm going back about 5 years. And you say something, they go, oh, I've never heard of that, Steve. They don't know anything. Pop stars, totally useless. Do you remember Diana Ross and the Supremes? And you get a blank look on their face, and they go, yeah, might have heard of them. What was their first hit single? Can you remember Diana Ross and the Supremes? First hit single? Moving Up. No, I don't think so. Moving Up. Moving in. No, that wasn't the Supremes at all. It doesn't matter. No, Baby Love would have been the first hit over here, 1964. Ooh, Baby Love. I interviewed Diana Ross once. She spent most of the time playing with her hair. It was one of those terrible interviews where you sit there and they've got the celebrity. It was at the Hilton, I think it was, on Park Lane. And she sat there in a chair, and all the journos stand behind you, and all the people doing the recordings. You had 3 minutes. And she sat there playing with this. It wasn't even her hair, but she spent all this time playing. And I remember thinking, leave your hair. My mother would have gone mad. Leave your hair alone. And so you ask all the questions, and all the journalists at the back, they're writing down all your questions and answers. I'm basically giving them my Diana Ross interview. But I got my 3 minutes. And I've never done an interview so short in my entire life. When somebody says 3 minutes, is that how long? I remember saying to somebody once when In Conversation used to be an hour. And I remember a particular person coming in and said, how long is this interview? And I said, it's an hour. And he went, an hour? What are we going to talk about for an hour? I said, well, don't worry about that. I can fill for an hour quite easily. And he said, well, I can't do an hour. Can't do an hour. I said, oh, well, you have to. That's how long the programme is. And that's when we decided to bring it down to 30 minutes. and it's resting at the moment. It's in celebrity heaven. It's resting. You can listen to all the old ones. They're all up there. There's a great cast list. There really is. Plus, what else have we got? Megan Barton Hanson signed up for another dating show, and poor Gemma Collins. I'm sorry to mention Gemma Collins so early in the proceedings, but she said if a man, she talks like that, if a man wants to go out with me, he's got to sort of woo me with perfume and flowers and a Bentley. And she said, and the Bentley's got a smell of perfume. And I thought, you've quite clearly never been in a Bentley. The only thing you smell in a Bentley is leather. You don't smell anything else. That's the whole idea about it, you know. But she didn't know that. And that's why she's never been out with anybody with a Bentley. And she's single again. But she might be going back out with Arj, because he needs to go out with somebody quickly because he's brassic. He's got no money left. Not that he ever earned very much money at all. Most of it sort of went, you know, in the place which we don't talk about, because he's been into rehab. And it costs money if you go into... They don't do it for free. You've got to pay for these sort of things. So poor old Arj, who at one point called poor Gemma a hippopotamus, which is really a gross insult to hippopotamuses. You know, you don't want to be insulted, do you? Somebody going, you're like a hippopotamus. You go, well, I think that's really hurtful. You know, nothing to do with her size or anything like that. But they're still trying to flog the fact she's a diva. And it's just falling on deaf ears now. Falling on deaf ears. I hear a rumour that Little Mix's programme on the BBC, which is where Little Mix try and find a group which they can... is only going to go the one series. I don't think they're going to go anybody else. And Jessie Nelson has gone off ill. With what? We don't know. Says, I saw a billboard at Vauxhall bus station saying, Biden wins, have your say on LBC. Gave me a big smile on my face. Even LBC is winning. Yes, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, it's, I didn't, seriously, I mean, I'll be quite honest with you. I didn't think we were going to get loads and loads of calls. I began to think to myself, you know, why would many people in this country be remotely interested in who wins the American presidential election? Well, how wrong can you be? Because we were flooded out with calls of people wanting to say. Admittedly, some of them were a little bit bitter. Some of them were a little bit sort of antagonistic. Some of them were a bit naive. Some of them were a bit sad. Some of them were a bit, need to get your facts right. You know, some people were just sort of obviously reading stuff. I was watching one of these programmes on the television, and I think it was that one that's got Bruce Heller in. You remember Bruce Heller from whichever airport it is in Ireland, and he has serious attitude problems. Anyway, on this particular case, the police, customs go out and you've got to register your car. You have to pay so much in... It's like a VAT, but it's not called VAT. It's called something similar. Anyway, this young woman's got a car. It's a BMW, and they've come round because from the moment she bought the car, she hasn't registered it. So she's driving around an illegal car. So they've come round to repossess it. She's going up the wall. She's basically, you know, using every bit of language. You're not taking my car. We're taking your car. You're not taking my car. We're taking your car. Because she's a crook. She hasn't bothered to pay this money which she owes. So they end up having to call the police and all the rest of it. And it all became a little bit... She was just repeating the same thing. Because what she'd done, she'd gone online and said, listen, I've got this car and... how do I get away with it? So people started quoting her. You know what people are like on the internet. Sometimes they're mad as fruit bats. And they started quoting all this stuff that she had to... And she went, no, this is infringing my civil liberties and all the rest of it. They said, no, it's not. It's got nothing to do with that. This is money that you should have paid. Anyway, she was having nothing to do with it until the police turned up and then said, listen, if you don't calm down, we're going to be taking you away. And so in the end, she had to watch it go, and then she burst. She did the usual drama queen bit on the pavement. And I haven't got the money. How much money do you want? Well, you have to pay 10% of the price of the car. So I think she had to cough up £1,800 or €1,800, whatever it was. I don't have that. Anyway, surprisingly, when they took the car away, she managed to find the money. So there you go. Chrissy says, I worked at Butlins in the early 80s. Stephen got chased by Bernie Clifton and the ostrich. How lovely. Bernie Clifton. Different from Rod Hull. Bernie Clifton was the feet of the ostrich. Do you remember that one? No, you don't remember that one either. Let's hope, seriously. It's no idea, really. And Matthew says, incidentally, it's Towie night tonight. Is it? Well, I mean, I don't know what they're going to be talking about at the moment. They're sort of struggling to find stories to run on the programme because it's made up. What they do is they have situations and then they sort of film the situation. I want to film the situation where they start talking about the American elections. But it's not going to be very likely. I want to sort of ask Gemma Collins if she knows anything about the American elections. She wouldn't know anything like that at all. But it would be quite funny, wouldn't it? Also, we got another killer whale trapped in a tiny tank, performing tricks for tourists. Her name is Lolita. To be honest with you, I mean, I thought in this day and age we'd stop stuff like that. So there's a campaign in one of the papers to free Lolita. To free Lolita. If you have just woken up, Donald Trump was playing golf as Joe Biden was declared president of the United States. Trump just doesn't want to accept it. I mean, it's going to get to that stage where they're going to say, listen, you know, you're going to have to agree with this. He's won. And you can't just come up with a couple of things and say, oh, I mean, at one point I heard him saying that he'd found loads of ballot papers with his name on in a river. And you think, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. You just tell lies to make sort of your idea. But unfortunately, if you're a Trump supporter, you believe any old guff that he brings you. Literally, I mean, the man could sit there and tell you that he was related to Moses and people would have believed him. Still to come, I'll tell you the story of the unknown warrior and how they selected the person who is buried in Westminster Abbey. And it was quite a complicated thing because they were determined never, ever to let out who the unknown warrior is. He represents all those millions of soldiers that were killed at all the wars and all the battles. And he is every mother's son. So his body was chosen from a group of unknown British servicemen exhumed from 4 battle areas. Some sources say 6 people, but confirmed accounts say it was 4. And there was only one person who went in to actually select the person who was going to be the unknown warrior. And that person got a state funeral in London back in, I think, about the 1950s. And so you can see that tomb. It's there at the entrance to Westminster Abbey, just inside. It's always covered in poppies at this particular moment, which reminds me, today is Remembrance Sunday. The public are not invited. It'll be held down at the Cenotaph. There will be representatives of some of the armed forces. The royal family will be there, but no members of the public. So it's no good going down there. The police will just turn you away. You're better off listening to it on the radio or watching it on the television because you cannot go down there. They're keeping people well away. So I'll tell you the story of the unknown warrior, plus the temperature, which at the moment is sort of hovering somewhere between and really, really cold. It's going to go to 18 degrees. It's going to 18 degrees. So soon, 66 degrees, which is a bit better than it has been. I don't know when. I'm not a meteorologist person. What is it? It could be the Mediterranean. I don't know. Perhaps I'm just making it up. Also, the other thing is you're not allowed to go and visit people, are you? Even if it's your family, you can't go and visit them in another place. But I've thought of an idea around it. If you can have deliveries from Ocado and the post office and just about everybody else who makes deliveries, why can't you make a delivery? Why can't you make a delivery to somebody? Is that going to make any difference? You know? Who knows? Very nice to have your company. It's 26 minutes to 5. Yes, they have finally found somebody to replace Trump in America. It wasn't too difficult. There was only one other choice, and his name was Biden. And when you look at what he's had in his life, you know, the tragedy of losing his wife and child, and then his son died as well, he seems ideal. He said that, you know, he will be president for everybody. It doesn't matter who it is, even people who didn't vote for him. He's going to be the one person. I mean, he could be absolutely brilliant, but he's very well briefed in foreign affairs. As far as I know, he's not met our man, but I'm sure he will. I'm sure he will. They've already I think we've already sent congratulations over to him, and still waiting on Trump. I don't know what we're waiting for on him. I mean, he thinks that his group of people... I seriously believe that he thinks that they're going to go, yep, they've actually found a number of inaccuracies, and so we're declaring a miscast, and we're doing it all over again. And we're all going, oh, please don't. Please don't. But today is Remembrance Sunday. Normally it would be a day of bands, marching bands, the royal family, the government and everybody else down at the Cenotaph in Whitehall. But today it's not going to be like that. It's going to be very much a low-key affair, but you will not be allowed to go. If you're one of those members of the public who enjoys going to things like that, you can't go. So the story of the unknown warrior, if you go to Westminster Abbey, you can see his grave. It's right in the middle. And I think it actually came, first of all, to a chaplain at the front. This is David Railton. When he noticed in 1916, in a back garden, a grave with a rough cross on which were penciled the words, "An unknown British soldier." In 1920, he wrote to the Dean of Westminster, Herbert Ryle, through whose energies this memorial was carried into effect. And they chose the body from 4 battle areas. They went to 4 different areas and they just selected a body. They didn't know who they were. Some sources, as I say, said it was 6 people, but the proper account said it was 4. And so they brought the remains to the chapel at St. Paul on the night of the 7th of November 1920. The general officer in charge of troops in France and Flanders, Brigadier General L.J. Wyatt, with Colonel Giel, went into the chapel alone, where the bodies on stretchers were covered by Union flags. Now, they've got no idea from which area the bodies had come. General Wyatt selected one, and the 2 officers placed it in a plain coffin and sealed it. And that was it. They didn't know anything else. They didn't take the Union flag off. The other 3 bodies were reburied. They were reburied, I think, by the side of a road, to be discovered there by parties searching for bodies in the area. They then held a service. Church of England, Roman Catholic Church and non-conformist churches, and the body was then escorted to Boulogne to rest overnight. The next day, the coffin was placed inside another, which had been sent over especially from England, which was 2-inch thick oak from a tree which had grown in Hampton Court Palace garden, lined with zinc, covered with the flag that David Railton had used as an altar cloth during the war, known as the Padres flag, which now hangs in St. George's Chapel. Yes, it still exists. Within the wrought iron bands of this coffin had been placed a 16th century Crusader sword from the Tower of London collection. The inner coffin shell was made by Walter Jackson, from the firm of Ingle, Parsons and Clifford at Harrow, North London, and the larger coffin supplied by the undertakers in charge of the arrangement, who were Nodes and Son. And the coffin plate said quite simply, "A British warrior who fell in the Great War, 1914-1918, for king and country." And they then brought the coffin over to Dover, then taken by train to Victoria Station, and on the morning of the 11th of November, the coffin was placed by the bearer party from the 3rd Battalion, Coldstream Guards, on a gun carriage drawn by 6 black horses of the Royal Horse Artillery. It then went all the way through the crowd-lined streets, stopped in Whitehall, where the cenotaph was unveiled by King George V. He then placed his wreath of red roses and bay leaves on the coffin. His card read, "In proud memory of those warriors who died unknown in the Great War, unknown and yet well known as dying, and behold, they live. George R.I., November the 11th, 1920. And they then made their way to the north door of Westminster Abbey. There was a 2-minute silence at 11, and they did the Cantacian of the Faithful Departed was then sung, and they then met the coffin. They did the verses, "I am the resurrection and the life," and then "Purcell's Thou Knowest, Lord." There's about 1,000 mourners and a guard of honour of 100 holders of the VC. And they then buried this person who is completely unknown. They know nothing at all. Special permission had been given to make a recording of the service, but only the 2 hymns were of good enough quality to be included. The first electrical recordings ever to be sold to the public. Profits going to the Abbey's Restoration Fund. The grave was filled in using 100 sandbags of earth from the battlefields on the 18th of November, then covered by a temporary stone with a gilded inscription on it. And the inscription reads, "A British warrior who fell in the Great War, 1914-1918, for king and country. Greater love hath no man than this." And people still go to Westminster Abbey to go and see the tomb of the unknown warrior. But that's the story of how they actually selected the person. And nobody, as far as I know, has any idea who it is. They didn't remove the flags on the bodies. It was just a case of they didn't tell the two people who were in there where the bodies had come from, so they could do it. And I always find it a fascinating story because I was always interested as to how they actually managed to select the person. How many people allowed at the cenotaph? 26 veterans. So this year, first time the public will not be able to gather. No march past. So please don't go anywhere near the area. You will be turned away. And I'm just looking at the pictures now, actually, of the unknown warrior, Field Marshal Haig. In 1920. It's amazing, isn't it, really? And on the tomb, beneath this stone, rests the body of a British warrior, unknown by name or rank, brought from France to lie among the most illustrious of the land. And in fact, I don't know if you've ever been to Westminster Abbey. I'd only been once when I was little. It's chock-a-block with graves. You've never been. You have to pay to go in there now. You can't go in for free. You've got to pay to go, I know, even to a church, even if you wanted to go in and say your prayers, Luke, which I know you'd probably want to. Do you remember when you were little, you used to do your prayers? And even if you weren't religion, you'd always go, God bless Mummy and Daddy, God bless Auntie so-and-so, and you bless, light a candle. What, in my bedroom? No, I never did that. No, we weren't allowed candles. You could light a candle in church. Is that what you did? Oh, no. I think that's mainly Catholic, isn't it, that light candles? I don't think everybody else lights candles. No, you're an atheist. That's why you wouldn't be doing it. I think it's quite nice to light a candle. If I'm abroad, I sometimes quite like to light a candle in a church because they're very spiritual places, you know. I was saying, here's a candle for the producer, you know, and, turn around and it's been blown out, you know, kind of sums it up, really. But no, I mean, you don't have to do a candle, but I think some people like to do it. They're very big into it in other countries, and I suppose in this country, certain people do it as well. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Hope you're well. Just put up the Christmas lights to light up the trees, says Mart, on our green. Little surprise for the neighbours. Actually, I think this is the weekend that people are putting Christmas trees up. I think so. I don't know when we're going to be turning ours on in Twickenham. They are up. They are wrapped around the lampposts and stuff like that. It's not early. They've already got them up in Oxford Street. Oh, you're just bar humbug, aren't you? Why don't you want to enjoy You're a bit like Trump, only in Christmas form, aren't you? It's because everybody else is going Merry Christmas, Happy Christmas, playing Christmas music, and you're bar humbug. Who wants to celebrate Christmas? And I'm going, we do. We do. You know, I think it's just nice. Gary says, I agree. So glad all the US elections are over. Well, they're not over. That's the trouble. I wish it was as simple as that. But we're a long way down the line. I mean, put it this way. There is no doubt in my mind that Biden is the winner and he's going to be the new president of the United States. He's probably listening to this programme now, finding out what we're talking about in the United Kingdom. And Trump is just sitting there raging, trying to go, well, I think you need to sort this out quickly because I am not leaving the White House. What, Trump tunes in? He loves my programme. Loves it. It's the only place where he feels some sort of crumb of comfort. Where I don't know if he bought glasses, actually. Actually, my friend Stuart from Sandy's, the fish shop, he bought a tote bag and he bought some glasses as well. I better buy some, actually. I've forgotten to buy the glasses. I was going to buy them. Have you bought any yet, Luke? You haven't. You have? How many did you buy? You bought 2, yeah. Yeah. Corey only bought 1. Did he? Yes, well, he hasn't got my particular glass. These are I'll tell you about the glasses a bit later on if you're a new listener to LBC. We have some glasses that we're selling for charity, and they're Steve Allen Groovy Gang Prosecco glasses. Actually, interestingly enough, our little lad who does the technology stuff, Will, he actually sent me a picture of him filling them up, but it's not with Prosecco. I have to be honest, it does look slightly like a sample, but it's not. And he did very politely tell me that it wasn't a sample as well. So and most people have got their glasses at the moment. If you haven't got a pair of glasses or a single glass, I should tell you how you get them later on. That's why, of course, Corey has only got the one glass, because he thinks he's keeping the other one. Think again. Only gave it to him to look after, not to keep forever. Ridiculous. Will the royal family and the government be at the cenotaph, says Jane? I'm not sure. I thought that members of the royal family were going to be there. That's what I thought. I mean, it's going to be much different than it has been in previous years. So we'll find out. Normally you get the whole government there because they've got lots of wreaths to put in. I mean, the royal family will pay tribute in this scaled-back service because they've got... So members of the royal family, the government and the armed forces will be there. At 11 o'clock, there'll be a 2-minute silence, which we will observe on LBC. And I think this year about 150 personnel from the Navy, the Army and the Royal Air Force. Should have said the Royal Navy, shouldn't I? Plus, there's stories in the papers today of how we kept the poppy factory running during lockdown. And also the doorstep silence planned for Remembrance Sunday. It's 14 minutes to 5. Alan's early breakfast. This Remembrance Sunday will have the 2 minutes of silence at 11 o'clock this morning, and it will be a scaled-down presentation. Members of the royal family, members of the government, and about 150 members of the armed forces. When you think about the thousands of people that go down there and the marching bands, amazing. And the papers this morning. Time to heal, Biden's message of unity as he becomes the 46th president. I think he's got a nice smile. You know, that's what people have commented on. They all said he's got such a nice smile. It's like, you know, the last pope, not the pope we've got at the moment, but the last pope. I thought he had a lovely smile. Lovely smile. Whereas this pope looks a little bit sort of tough and in your face. But, you know, got to sort it all out. Stressed MPs are to be given mindfulness classes at the taxpayers' expenses. Good Lord above. How can they be stressed out? I mean, how complicated can it be being an MP? You turn up, they pay you for turning up. You know, you've got a nice discounted bar, you've got a discounted restaurant, but let's hope that Mr. Biden enjoys his term in office. He's got 4 years, and then he might go for another 4 after that, but he is now the 46th president of the USA. Well, he will be when all this goes through. If, of course, we manage to get Trump out of the White House. He's not going to go voluntarily, I bet. The story that I gave you last week before we disappeared off was about the Diana interview on Panorama with Martin Bashir and the amazing story which has now emerged, which has been revealed by Earl Spencer, saying this is absolutely outrageous. It turns out, so they say, that Martin Bashir lied about things and basically sort of bullied her. And the BBC never took my statement, says Earl Spencer. And he says, I want the truth to be told. And Peter Blexley, the former Scotland Yard investigator, says Earl Spencer should make a complaint. There needs to be a police investigation. So in other words, she was there under false pretences. She was there because she thought she was going to sort something out, this explosive interview. Whereas it's been revealed by the man who said he forged the documents that reeled her in. I mean, there were all sorts of things that they were saying, including one of them, which was so far-fetched, I mean, you almost couldn't believe it, that Prince William had a watch that recorded his mother. I mean, I've never heard of such a thing in my entire life. Steve, you mentioned Jessie Nelson, says Matthew. She had COVID-19 when it was being filmed. They've just said she's ill. That's all. That's what the official line is. She's ill at the moment. They're also, I mean, on that was on one half of the thing, and then the next thing was they probably don't think they're going to go for another series. It's not garnered the audience that they were hoping it was going to. So I suppose that sort of realises, you know, the way forward. Steve, thank you for adding, says Comrade. More details to the unknown soldier. I went to Westminster Abbey a few times. Proud to see his grave. Yes, I mean, it's you can't miss it, can you? But I do question the entrance fee. I know. I think if you're British, you shouldn't have to pay to go to Westminster Abbey. If you're going in to pray on a Sunday, you can go in, but I don't think you can just go in there and under the excuse of, I'll just pray, because there's a separate area for the praying. Separate area for praying. Now, I've noticed in a lot of these big churches, these big cathedrals, they have a separate... Because a lot of people thought, slip in here, kids, slip in here. OK, just go down. OK, and then just slip out and go and join all the crowd. You can't do that. Can't do that. They've made sure. Tracy from Sheppey says, morning, Steve, got my glasses. Very nice. I put my Christmas tree up 2 weeks ago. Grandkids love it, so why not? Well, I'm with you. Why not? Unless you're Luke, in which case you're Mr. Misery. There's no happiness there. There's no sort of, deck the halls with boughs of holly. I was talking about it the other day. And somebody wrote in and went, oh, it's far too early to talk about Christmas. You think, well, it probably is in your household because you probably don't celebrate Christmas. There's loads of people. Am I decorating the studio? I won't be decorating the studio. I'll probably just have a small tree with lights on. 10 foot. And sort of revolving Father Christmas and all the rest of it. Ho, ho, ho. And then blowing bubbles and stuff like that. It'd be lovely. Steve Allison says, I can't wait for the inauguration ceremony, when Trump has to do the handover. Yes. Well, he might not turn up. I mean, there is that option, isn't there? If he's feeling that bad about the whole thing. Do you think he's sitting there at home with a drink and Melania's going, don't worry, it'll be okay. And he's going, what do you mean, don't worry? I'm not the president anymore. No more flying in that plane. No more with the helicopter. No more with anything at all. We're just ordinary people. We're the Trumps. Shane says, I was at the local cenotaph earlier for Remembrance Sunday. It was well patronised. Yes. I think it should be around the world. I've been to quite a few, actually, and I quite like it. A load of other people getting their glasses, which is very good. And somebody says, I read that the cenotaph was constructed because the powers at the time realised if all the war casualties were brought home, there'd literally be a constant stream of dead soldiers coming home, which would be very demoralising for morale and could cause a revolution. Well, there were certainly enough people, weren't there? Certainly enough people. Also, behind the scenes at Liverpool, the testing operation. They're testing people. They're trying to get as many people tested as possible. Here's the picture of the Queen. The first time I've ever seen the Queen, I think it's the first time she's ever done it, wearing a face mask during a lone pilgrimage to the grave of the unknown warrior. She's very good with things like that, but she has a bouquet which was placed on it. She didn't place it on it. Somebody has to bring her bouquet in. And today, the Mirror are asking you to stand at your doorsteps at 11 a.m. in silence for 2 minutes on a Remembrance Day in which traditionally British Legion parades are cancelled. So they're going to be cancelled today. So you can still stand on your doorstep and do 2 minutes. So I think Prince of Wales and Duchess of Cornwall would join the congregation. And there's all sorts of people are going to be turning up, political leaders and everybody else. But it will be much scaled down from the way that we're used to it being. What else we got? Mark Steele's column in the Sunday Mirror today. He said, incidentally, how long does it take to count votes in places like Arizona? There must be 2 old men with beards in rocking chairs going, that's 1. Now pass me another one. Here we go. Fetch another one. 2. Fold them up nice and neat. Now I'm going to go and sit in my hammock for a minute, as my mum always told me not to get too stressed about nothing. It's a slow process, isn't it? You'd think by now they've sort of come up with something better, but apparently I thought you could get a machine, and they said, yeah, but it kept breaking down, so they had to sort of revert to that. I hope they don't go for a recount all over the place. Drive us all mad, wouldn't it? And the Americans, I mean, they're still jumping around in the street, which is very nice. They all seem to be fairly sort of happy at that. I mean, even the people who are voting for Trump, I'm hoping they're just going to be nice, because there's so many places boarded up in America. We don't want to see, people rioting and stuff like that. It's unnecessary. Very unnecessary. The sons of tragic football ace, that's Gary Speed, have told for the first time they're still haunted by the memory of finding their beloved father dead. 9 years after Gary was found hanged, Ed and Tommy Speed admit they're still plagued with questions about his death. And that will live with them for a long, long time. In fact, it will live with them for forever and a day. We still don't know the answer, do we? But some people are saying he may not have intended to kill himself, but a tragedy for a family, whichever way you look at it. Men Behaving Badly star Leslie Ash has revealed she lost 13 years of her life hooked on painkillers. It's amazing how many people get hooked on painkillers. I mean, when they say painkillers, do they mean tablets? I'm assuming that's what they mean, isn't it, really? I suppose, people who take them for headaches or toothache or backache or something like that. And I'm assuming you can get hooked on these things. But luckily, I'm not. I'm not. Plus, the boxing champion on conquering his demons. This is Tyson Fury. I don't know, I'm just a bit bored with people. I really couldn't care less about boxers or anything else. However, I am particularly interested in Al Murray, who says we should all keep calm and drink red wine. That's apparently his answer to everything, but as I'm not drinking at the moment, it's quite interesting. And Sarah Beanie, what she's watching, Messiah was amazing. Do you know, I've started watching Sky Arts. It's very good, you know. They've got some very good programmes, very good, well-made quality things. So, I mean, really, really lovely. So I occasionally flip through and go, oh, that's an interesting. And before I know where I am, I'm sort of halfway engrossed into a programme, which is very entertaining. And also, it's not done any of their stuff in a patronising way. Stephen says, missed you Friday night. Hope you're well. I am, actually. Just felt a bit sort of lost sitting at home, staring at the walls. Well, I mean, I don't. I watch television and have something to eat, which is always quite nice. So I've noticed, actually, Al Murray features again in the newspaper today. Why? Because he's going to lead a campaign to help struggling military veterans by encouraging people to take a sponsored walk to their local. Wasn't even aware there were any locals. I mean, I know now that you can order booze, can't you, from your local, and they will deliver it. But I don't think... I'm sorry? Takeaway pints. Takeaway pint. What are they going to do? Pop it in an envelope or something? Or hand it through a hatch or something like that? Very odd, isn't it? We have a nice old pub called the George in the middle of Twickenham. I don't think it's been open since March. The 8th of November, it's Remembrance Sunday. In fact, this day is quite historic. Not only does America have a new 46th president, and that's Joe Biden, but we have Remembrance Sunday today. But please do not come into London for it. It is not open to the public at all. You'll probably catch it on the radio, or you'll catch it on the television, but they're not welcome. The police will just stop you going down to the cenotaph, much as though people think, oh, I'll go and have a wander down there. They will move you on. It's as simple as that, because they have to do it, and we have to socially distance, which, I mean, I thought we were doing okay, but then somebody told me in Manchester they've got even more cases of COVID, which is not particularly... So in other words, I mean, this sort of lockdown appears not to be doing what we thought it was meant to be doing. Because there's also... Explain to me, because this is the bit that I couldn't quite get right. Can I go and see my godchildren? OK, the answer is no, because we're in lockdown. Can I go and deliver things to my godchildren? Apparently, no. And yet, Ocado is still delivering. The postman is still delivering. They're essential items. Well, say I'm delivering essential items to my godchildren, just supposing I've got Christmas lights for them, because there might be the chance that I might not be seeing them at Christmas, because we might still be in some sort of lockdown period. So would that be classed as essential? Well, I could send them. Well, why couldn't I just drive down there? I don't have to see them and just leave them at the bottom of their drive, and they can then come and collect them. Would that be acceptable, do you think? You don't think that would be acceptable either? No, because I'm not a post... Well, I could be a postman. I'm delivering post, so I could be a postman, couldn't I? Hey, I'm an independent courier. I'm just going to put a sign in the back of the car going, independent courier deliveries. You know, and then I could probably go and do it. Because otherwise, Alan's delivery service. You know, Alan's delivery. I see no reason why that shouldn't work. Not exactly going in there sort of, you know, hugging people and stuff like that. Because for some people, it must be really difficult. Because I suddenly thought to myself the other day, I'll nip out and I'll go and buy some pants. And then I suddenly realised you can't go out and buy clothes at the moment, including pants. There's some lady in the paper today, her 3-year-old son needed some pants, although I don't believe anybody ever needs pants. And she wasn't allowed to buy them. They've been sort of curtained off in Marks and Spencer's. You can buy food. There's no problem with, but you know, dressing yourself up in some satsumas or something like that, or sticking a baguette on it. But I mean, apart from that, you can't actually do anything at all. So you can't buy clothes because they're not essential. I thought clothes were absolutely essential. They are, for if you're sitting where I'm sitting, believe you me. Clothes are very, very essential. God bless America. There's something about his smile, but the other thing that worries me about Joe Biden is the fact that he's 77. And 77, you know, I mean, do you think he's going to go 4 years? Is that entirely possible? I don't know what his health has been like. I mean, he's had all sorts of problems in his life, but he has a nice smile. And I think we can trust him. I mean, to be honest with you, I suppose if it comes down to it, just to really upset all the Trump supporters, who, as I've explained before at the beginning of the programme, Trump could tell them anything. I mean, you heard some clips on the news there. One woman, I don't like Biden, he's a fraud and all this kind of thing, because they've been fed this diet of rubbish. They've been fed this diet by people. They've read it on the internet, and so they automatically believe it, which is a shame. I keep seeing adverts on the television for Argos. In fact, I see quite a lot of adverts on the television for Argos. There's quite a lot of lovely ones. And yet, Sainsbury's have announced that they're going to close 420 Argos outlets. They're going to have some shops opened within their shops. They're also shutting all their meat, fish and deli counters in Sainsbury's, which is, I mean, I think that's what people thrive on, isn't it? You go along to the deli counter and I'll have 4 slices of that. So it's going to be all pre-packaged stuff, which I find very disappointing. I have bought pre-packaged meats to put in sandwiches. Read the back of the package and discovered if it's formed by, putting things together, I don't buy it. And I've suddenly realised there's loads of stuff I can't buy because it's all pre-formed. They sort of take all this stuff. It's like chicken, unless it's absolutely slices of chicken. The rest of it, in the round bits or the square bits, it's all reformed. In other words, they blasted the chicken to within an inch of its life and then put all the stuff together. Well done, Captain Sir Tom Moore. He's launched another campaign. Is there no stopping this man? This is to get people walking to help support those who feel lonely and frightened. And I heard somebody talking to Nick Ferrari the other day, and she was frightened. She was frightened. He said, listen, you are not alone. There are thousands, if not millions of people in this country who are frightened by another lockdown. All you've got to go is a month. That's all it is. I think come the 2nd of December, I think we will be okay. I think they will let us have Christmas. Whether or not you can have Christmas with other people apart from your family, I don't know. I can't read a crystal ball. And to be honest with you, based on previous experiences, I don't think the government have got the faintest idea what they're going to be doing either. It all depends on how many people. Manchester, they're having to cancel all sorts of things to cope with the amount of COVID people who are going in there. And it does seem to me, more so this time round, there are more people coming down and self-isolating because they think they might have COVID or they've tested negative and then a few days later they test positive for it and people get frightened. Patricia says, I bought clothing yesterday and oven dishes. So I can see an oven dish being an essential. But clothing, I mean, I personally would think clothing is an essential, but I do have clothing, so it's not like none of us have got any clothing, is it? We've all got clothes that we can wear. You can buy clothes online. That's a stupid thing. You can buy it online. You can buy everything online. Did you buy that online? Lovely. What is it? Nice shirt. Show me. Stand up. Stand up. Okay. And so obviously they didn't have it in your size, so you bought the size down. And how much was that? £10. Well, that's very reasonable for £10. Heavens above. I mean, that is for £10. That's very good value. Where was that from? It's like a what? A charity. Well, that's somebody else's shirt. You're wearing somebody else's shirt. Some poor person is walking around without a shirt on their back because you're wearing it. And you've washed it. Actually, have you had it disinfected? You put it in the wash. That's somebody else's shirt. Well, I find that horrendous. I can't believe that you would wear other people's clothing. I know you put it in the wash. You keep telling me that. You see, I thought you'd bought a brand new shirt. I didn't realise you'd bought somebody else's shirt that was second-hand. You don't have the money for brand new? Oh, pop it. I'll buy you a shirt for Christmas. Just go, you pick out what you want and I'll buy it for you. I can't bear to see you having to go down this route of the charity shops. I mean, heavens above. God forbid, ladies and gentlemen, somebody goes in there and goes, I'm Steve Allen's producer. I haven't got any money. How bad am I going to feel about that? Oh, dear, honestly. I was going to give you a box of chocolate things today, but I know you're still fasting. But they are particularly nice. Yeah, Jake had... Oh, you want to know what they are? I'll tell you what they are. I went into a garden centre the other day because garden centres, thank the Lord, are still open. And some of them round my way are very big, so you can buy all your Christmas presents, your Christmas trees, and they've got all the chocolates out and everything else. So I went out, excuse me. Talk among yourselves. Put my headphones on. And I saw these things, and I bought them in here before. I'm sure you've had these before. And I bought a load 2 days ago, and I went back the other day and bought some more. I seriously went out of my way. These are strawberries in sparkling wine, but they've got marzipan in, and I seem to remember you can't have marzipan. Oh, you can? Okay, well, here it is. This is, they're really delicious. I don't know whether or not you're being, because he's vegan, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm not sure whether or not you can have marzipan. Oh, it appears you can, so that's all right. Well, you can have these. These are, you'll like these. You'll like these a lot. They're not posh, but you'll probably think they're posh. If you're buying shirts from charity shops, you'll definitely think they're posh. And also, look, fresh, pure butter shortbread Walker's little stars for the festive season. Isn't that nice? And then the other thing I bought for you is chocolate Father Christmases. I know. Am I spoiling you? You have, to be honest with you, I think you need to stop the fast immediately because they're selling all these little things, and I think, listen, I don't want to see you having to shop online, so I'll save those 3 items for you there. Well, you are wasting away. To be honest with you, I don't quite understand how this fasting malarkey works. Are all vegans fasting at any one time? Is it just you? Oh, it's just, but can you explain to me and the millions of people listening why you're fasting? Is there some... All right. Yeah, but you've been fasting since I've been working with you, so that must be well over a year, isn't it? And it's still the same jawline. It hasn't changed at all. Are you cheating? Are you going home and sort of go, I'm definitely fasting, then you have sausage, egg and chips? You don't do fasting on the weekends? Oh, right. It's a little bit flexitorial, isn't it, this thing here? So you basically fast when you feel like fasting. Well, I'm going to save these things for you here, and so you can... that's a little bit of a treat there. A little bit of a treat. And so that can be dinner. Well, you could eat at one of the Chocolate Father Christmases on the bus. Admittedly, there'd be other people looking at you with envy, which would be very, very difficult. Steve, you can order online and collect your goods at Argos in Sainsbury's, Romford, but all the terminals in the outlet were covered over. Yes, I think what they're going to do is they can do the Argos shops inside the Sainsbury's, but they're actually closing the stand. I didn't even know there were standalone shops. I seriously didn't. Do you remember years and years ago, there used to be an Argos in Richmond, and for one Christmas, the one toy that you couldn't get were Furbies. You couldn't get Furbies for love nor money. They were the latest. Have you ever seen a Furby? I bought... Well, anyway, I go into Argos, this little one in Richmond, years ago, and I see on the shelf at the back three Furbies. So there's nobody else in the shop. There's just me. So I go, oh, can I have 3 Furbies? So she sells me 3 Furbies. And she takes them, she puts them in the bag, and I'm just walking out, and the manager walks out, and he says to her, where are the Furbies gone? And so she goes, I've just sold them. Well, I picked up my skirts and ran. I'm out that shop, so he said, you're not supposed to, what, to one person? So she said, yeah. Oh, I got them. I got the 3 Furbies. Unfortunately, Furby, they were most peculiar. 2 of mine developed flu. Seriously, they would go to sleep, Furbies. When you woke them up, my one would wake up with like that. And I remember when it first happened, I thought, hello, where's that coming from? And it was the Furby. And then the second one picked up the flu that the first one had as well. So now I've got 2 of them going like that. I've still got them, yes. I'm frightened to wake them up because their flu must have developed into something dreadful at the moment. Imagine a Furby with COVID. I couldn't cope with that. That would drive me absolutely barmy bonkers. But I did end up with 3 Furbies. So I've got quite a few Furbies, which I've left in the packaging, except these 2 have developed the flu virus. I must have had a few sneezes, because I do sneeze quite a few times. It's not worrying, except for my driver the other morning. The moment I sneezed, he opened the car windows. Just one of those things. Anyway, I feel such a weight has been lifted off my shoulder. Such a weight. Steve, I got to speak to the legendary Simon Marks in the early hours of the morning the other day. That was the only thing that got me through you getting a day off and missing the show. Yes, I was listening. I was listening to him. Keeping the seat warm, he said. I'd be slightly worried if the seat was still warm from Simon Marks. But, in between him, Ian Dale, and Tom Swarbrick, it was practically 24-hour LBC, Tom Swarbrick, Ian Dale, Simon Marks. I've never heard so many people, or so few people doing so many hours. This evening, last evening, Ian Dale did 6 hours. 6 hours! I don't think in my wildest... I tell a lie, I have done 6 hours. Only the once... I had a 5-hour show and then the clocks went and I had to go, an extra hour. I remember the producers sitting there going, Steve, I don't feel very well. I said, listen, we just have to get through it, okay? 6 hours is okay. It is. Many standalone Argos stores will stay open, Steve. Others become store-in-stores. It's a shame as some great colleagues will leave. Yes, I can well imagine. W Company, 5:20. So they're going to close the Argoses and then open them in stores, which I'm sure I went to a B&Q a short while ago or something. It might have been Sainsbury's home base and there was an Argos in there. But I keep seeing the adverts on the television. So Jessie Nelson has pulled out of 2 huge shows sparking fears for her health. She's unwell and will not be appearing. Pardon me, her representative said tonight. Why don't they just tell you what it is? If it's COVID, it'd be quite nice to know about that. But... So they've, they're all there. They all seemed a little bit fed up. The programme's not working as well as it could do. Seriously, it's not working. In fact, all right, it's not working at all well. It's a bit like watching Steph McGovern's programme. There's too many people on it. It's ceased to become Steph McGovern's packed lunch. It now turned into Steph McGovern's complete and utter mess. It's almost as bad as that Keith Lemon shopping programme. It really is ghastly. Talk about cheap, tatty television. Whoa, dreadful. So Jessie has pulled out 2 huge shows. So I'm assuming if they sing, they can manage without her. They don't need that. Also, the I'm a Celeb fans are used to a bit of creepy crawly, but they're not going to get it this year. The show crew tested their pyrotechnical wizardry before the launch next Sunday. 10 ghostly figures made of shimmering fire were shot 100 feet up in the air, drawing gasps from the onlookers. It's rubbish. The whole programme is supposed to be, about the people. We're not sure whether or not AJ's going to be in it, because there was a bit of a problem. They weren't sure if he'd come down with COVID. Plus, they've got the 10 people to start... And then there's 2 more joining later. The full list will be Shane Ritchie and Jessica Plummer of EastEnders, Corrie actress Beverly Callard, somebody called Jordan North, who nobody's ever heard of. Have you ever heard of Jordan North? You've heard of him? I'd never even heard of him. They said, he's known as, what do they call him? They call him sort of like the lady in waiting on Radio 1 or something, where he sort of covers for other people. In other words, he's nobody. He doesn't even feature. Poor soul. Olympic legend Mo Farah. That must have cost him a bit. Strictly Pro AJ. We're not sure whether he's well. Vernon Kay. Ruthie Henschel. Russell Watson. Victoria Derbyshire. I can't understand it. Is the I'm a Celeb show run by the BBC? Is it a BBC show? Why do they take... It's ITV, is it? Oh, it must be. It's Hampton Day. Why do they take... Who's interested in Victoria Derbyshire? She was so unwanted, the BBC dropped her from her show, and then some poor bloke called Jordan North. He's not going to register at all, is he? Plus, they've got para-Olympian Holly Arnold and Mum's podcast host Giovanna Fletcher. Who? Who are these people? Dear me. Apparently, unlike the resident spectres, none of the celebs have been seen by the locals. Well, of course they haven't. They're not there yet, are they? They'll only be going there when they start getting paid. But, dreadful. Also, Steve, and sad to hear whilst you were off, we lost Jeffrey Palmer, 93. I tweeted about it. Larry Lamb tweeted back and said he was such a nice man, we also lost Len Barry. Did we? Len Barry, the singer, had 1, 2, 3, da, 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 1, 2, 3, da, 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 da. And also the former Chief Rabbi, Lord Jonathan Sacks, as well. Len Barry. There we go. Yeah, 5th of November. Mind you, a good time to go. Bonfire night, isn't it? He was born Leonard Borisov, 1952, an American vocalist, but raised in Philadelphia. So he had all sorts of hit singles. Oh, that's a shame, isn't it, really? I bet you anything Noreen's seen him. Should have seen everybody, absolutely. Somebody says here, if you had your time again, would you still do Fives Company, says Amanda? Yeah, absolutely. Why not? Why not? I was absolutely exhausted doing it. It was very, very tiring. Very tiring. Matthew says, mentioning sweets, I'm addicted to Haribo's Tang Fastic Savoury Wise Twiglets. Oh, Savoury Wise, or Twiglets. Are they the same thing or different? I don't know. Twiglets I love. Very bad for you. Very bad. Steve, pants on Friday for my grandson this Friday, gone. I mean, so what can you buy at the moment? Apart from the fact I get my dry cleaning done and washing and ironing, that's still going ahead because they're allowed to keep those open. I think you can get your car serviced, but you can't buy a car, it gets very confusing, doesn't it? Also, everything else is open. Newsagents, the food places, spectacles. You can go and get your eyes tested. You can go to in fact, garden centres, hardware stores. Yeah, because I went to, what's the big hardware store everybody goes to? Robert Dyas. I went there. That was very good. Also, there's car repair and MOT services. You can get your car repaired, because that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Pharmacies are staying open, vets and pet shops, agricultural supply shops. Also, storage facilities, funeral directors, launderettes, dry cleaners and car parks, public toilets and motorway service stations are also on the list. Haven't got any public toilets anymore. The shops that are shutting are clothing shops, homeware and furniture stores, electronic goods and mobile phone shops. Well, I saw one open the other day in Twickenham. I saw a vaping shop that was open. I didn't think they were supposed to be. They are closed. Betting shops, tailors, tobacco and vape shops. Come to Twickenham. They were open the other day. In fact, somebody phoned up to see if the other ones were open. When told they were, this person opened their vape shop. Bit naughty, isn't it? Plus, hair, beauty, tanning and nail salons. Well, that affects all of us in here. We're all into that. You ever been to a tanning shop? No. Oh, I think you should. Yeah. I think you should go there, yeah. You can get them... Now, I used to go on one called Tropical Beach, which was... you could tan in one session, which, of course, you're not really supposed to. You're supposed to do it bit by bit by bit. But you could tan in one session. You had to turn yourself over, and it was lovely. I quite liked it. It's like being basically lying in the sun toasting. But... do you tan naturally? You don't. Look at your little pale wanton body, honestly. Tan look. Did it not what? Hurt? No. What would be... They're not hitting me under it. They're just I'm just sort of lying there with paper pants on. You have to keep paper pants on. Well, you don't have to, but I do, you know. And so he's interviewed all of them. He's slowing down at 85. Old Parky. Parky. He's done everybody. George Best, Muhammad Ali, George Michael, Sir Paul McCartney, and of course he doesn't mention here he did Posh and Becks, but she did all the talking. Dave just sits there going, he doesn't say anything at all, honestly. He's a most boring person. But 2005, he had a chat. Muhammad Ali was a fairly big regular with Michael Parkinson. 85, honestly. 85. He says, I feel guilty about the great life I've had set against my father's, and there's a lovely picture of him with his dad Jack in 1945. He said, I keep thinking to myself, why the hell aren't I retired? The one thing he does love is cricket. He loves his cricket. Does he ever? But he's interviewed Fred Astaire. I watched the Fred Astaire one. That was very interesting. Very shy man, Fred Astaire. Very, very shy man. Betty Davis, Gloria Swanson, David Bowie, Rod Stewart. But it was Muhammad Ali. He just came on with loads and loads of stories, which was excellent. He also got John Lennon, but his chats didn't all go smoothly. You remember, actually, in 1975, Helen Mirren accused him of sexism for introducing her as a sex queen and asking about her big bosoms. And in 2003, a very frosty Meg Ryan sat with her arms and legs crossed and replied to questions in monosyllables. But she came off worst at the time, was labelled arrogant by the viewers. Because everybody liked Parky. Everybody liked Michael Parkinson, bless his heart. What have we got here? The engine from a Spitfire lost in a World War II dogfight has been melted down and turned into 80 watches. It's nice, isn't it? They sell for £2,500, so not obviously for many of us. That's quite a lot of money for a watch. And Rachel Bletchley talking about today, escaping claws. She says, in other Christmas news, parents could be spared the horror of the annual trip to Santa's grotto. Instead of queuing for hours in a stifling shopping centre before your fractious toddler bursts into tears at the sight of a beardy weirdy, you can now book a Zoom session with the real Father Christmas through Santa's Grotto Live. It means Nan, Grandad and other relatives can all join in the fun if they've been good boys and girls. Much better for your mental elf. Okay. Play on words. And How to Lose a Stone for Christmas on Channel 5 on Thursday had Ruth Langsford asking which diets get us into our party wear the fastest. I'd ask your old man about that one, darling, because it's obviously not working. And they should have put him on a diet ages ago. He's only 60. Only 60. Here's Ruth on the front of Love Sunday magazine. I'm 60, I'm still on TV and I love it. I'm very lucky. Yep. Well, she is very lucky. Anybody's lucky to have a job in this day and age. Also, what else? Do you know a lot of football clubs are selling Christmas jumpers? Have you heard of such? I didn't know that they sold things like that. There's a lovely recipe here for maple baked figs. I love what? What's the matter? You're taking the mickey out of me. I love maple baked figs. Now. I didn't like them before, but I like them now. I like figs. I've had fresh figs loads of times. Figs with mascarpone? No. Don't try and eclipse me. I've just told you about what I'm into, okay? Maple. That's obviously maple syrup, isn't it? Which is quite good. Very bad for you, but I mean, listen, you've got to have a little treat occasionally, haven't you? And the treat you've got at the moment is the news. Really nice to have your company. Dave says, I'm 81 and Parky's been interviewing for years. He's 200 years old if he's a day. I mean, he was the only one doing it, wasn't he? He was the only one doing it. I mean, I think we had Russell Harty and a few other people, but I suppose in his day, I mean, now it's Graham Norton. Graham Norton gets all the big stars, whereas poor old Jonathan Ross just gets the ne'er-do-wells and the people who turn up for the opening of a fridge. Whereas Graham Norton gets the big names. I think because I don't know why that is, because I think half the Americans go on it. I've got no idea how outrageous it's going to be. He's very personable, yes, he's very personable as a well, I think if you're a chat show host, you have to be personable. Can't do it if you're a miserable devil, you know, who doesn't celebrate Christmas. You know, you have to go out there, you have to be sort of personable, which is good. A lot of Sean Connery fans want to see Edinburgh Airport renamed in his honour. They've done it in Liverpool, haven't they, with John Lennon, so I don't know whether or not... I mean, Sean Connery was a grumpy old man, wasn't he? Very grumpy. I mean, I don't know, I just heard that from people. They just said, oh, he's grumpy. And I went, yeah, but it's nice if you get an airport named after you, isn't it? Or sort of toilet duck or something like that. Well, you could Domestos, brought to you by Bond. Brooke Bond. I don't know, actually. I bet they will do that. That sounds quite good. Steve, we missed you a lot this week, but I was only away for 2 days. It's not exactly a whole week. Simon Marks was very humble filling in for you. I know. I instructed him to do that. I said, play humble, okay? Do not overdo it. And so that's exactly what he did, which I thought was very good, actually. You can buy clothes in Sainsbury's. I bought pyjamas for my grandson this Thursday in Godalming. Really? Oh, well, the Dagenham roofers have just finished a night shift. How come the fireworks shop is still open? Well, you have all year round fireworks shops, don't you? But actually, last night, we did have fireworks going off. The night before, we didn't have anything on the Friday at all, or Thursday. Is a fireworks shop essential? I don't know. Yes, of course. If you're coming out to bonfire night, of course it's essential. Not going to go to the bagel shop, are you, and say, you haven't got any rockets and maybe a firecracker or two? It's not going to happen, is it? Honestly. Where did you get your hair cut? Give me the name and address them. They'll be out of business by tomorrow. Outrageous. Oh, in Egham. Not exactly the millionaire's playground, is it? Go to Egham, get your hair cut. Honestly. I used to go to Egham all the time, actually, because I used to think it was quite nice to drive through and not stop. It's only piddly little place. It's very near Runnymede. You know, got a little booth where they signed the Magna Carta, which was lovely. I'm not sure if they had... how do they know that? I often think that. I've been up to it and had a look at it. And they bought a special little pagoda thing, and it says the Magna Carta was signed here. Well, how do they know? There's no photographs. Yeah, I mean, it could be made up, couldn't it? It could have been another mile the other direction. Because nobody says anything. They haven't said, oh, this is where we did the Magna Carta, and we know this because it's just a field. And then you cross over, you walk through a hedge, I think, or something, and there is the thing where they sign the Magna Carta. Yeah, I don't believe it. I think it's made up. It's like if you go up to Marble Arch, that's where the hanging tree was, where people used to get hanged. But apparently the plaque for it, or the round thing, is in the middle of the road. Get yourself killed if you try and get out there and try and take a picture of it. But, you know, that's just the way it goes, isn't it, really? Donald Trump played golf as jubilant Joe Biden was declared. Difficult to tell with Joe Biden if he really was jubilant or if he was just he just puts on the smile. I think he's got a great smile. Biden's election victory was sealed as the final votes in Pennsylvania were counted yesterday afternoon, winning the state's 20 Electoral College votes, took him over the 270 total needed to grab the keys to the White House. Do you think there is somebody who's actually got the keys to the White House? You go, listen, I've got them. Donald's got a set of keys as well, but you'll have to wrestle them off him. Try and get those back again. But sore loser Trump declared the race was not over and vowed to contest the results in court. Oh, don't, please. Honestly, it makes you look so silly. Seriously. Noel Fitzpatrick is the super vet. He says pets are not just for lockdown. He shared his concerns about them becoming used to the attention they received while we're all at home. Because a lot of pets like that. I mean, I dreamt the other night that I bought a dog. I don't know why. I have the oddest dreams. And I thought, not a very big dog. It was like one of those French dogs with the big sticky out ears that makes them look as they've got really cute faces. My friend Andy's got the frame shop in Twickenham. He has 2, and they're so cute. I mean, they're absolutely cute, and they love it. But they're very sturdy and strong on their legs. Definitely. Steve, we're having a takeaway for dinner later because the restaurant we booked was cancelled, and it's my birthday, said Alison in Peterborough. Wow. Yeah, are you socially distancing in restaurants? Yes, you are. That's what everybody's supposed to be doing. Oh, of course, yes. We're having a takeaway. Oh, that's right. That's why they're having a takeaway for dinner, because you can't. You can only get a take. Oh dear, that's not the same, is it? They were hawking pizza around in the studios earlier on. Actually, did you have a slice? I know a few other people had slices of pizza as well. I didn't. I haven't had pizza for ages. I've really not had pizza for a long, long time. Also, the tropical blast on its way. That's what I mentioned earlier on. The lockdown boost comes from a 700-mile-wide subtropical burst, which will push the mercury towards 20 degrees centigrade this month. So you'll get 18 degrees centigrade today. Today, you'll get 18 degrees centigrade, and tomorrow as well, making it warmer than the French port of Marseille, which is going to be 17 degrees. How lovely. How lovely. Be basking in that one. Heat from the Azores. Oh, don't tell me. I mean, yesterday, people were sitting on the beach in Hove, in East Sussex. I mean, what for? We don't sit on the beach. I mean, you know, if you sit on the beach fully dressed, you look silly. Okay? You don't... If you're going to sit there, put your Speedos on, you know, your bikini or something like that, then you can sit on the beach. And then you sort of... It looks all right. But if you're sitting there, you know, with your winter coat on, the collar turned up, a hat and a scarf and your dark glass on, it's ridiculous. Yeah, it's warmer in the sea. Although I bet it's not when you first just paddle around. You go, oh, I hate it. That's that first thing. You go on holiday, isn't it? And you sort of, you put your little Speedos on and you sort of walk around the swimming pool, trying to look as butch as possible. And then you sort of and every so often you just sort of put a little foot in the water. It's not that you're going swimming, it's just that you want to test how blooming cold it is before you freeze to death. And I've been known to walk around about 10 times, putting a foot in, you know, still cold. And then you go, I'll get in the water now. Well, the only way to get in the water of a swimming pool is to jump in. That's the only way. If you get to, Oh, it's awful. As the water gets higher and higher up your little chest. It's ghastly. It really is. It's the most awful thing. So Al Murray's encouraging people to do a sponsored stroll to their local boozer. It's called Walking with the Wounded, Walking Home for Christmas campaign. Sounds nice, doesn't it? I'm sure he'll do very well. You know, he's not at all like the character that he portrays, Al Murray. He's actually quite posh. Quite posh. Nick Ferrari telling it like it is. He's talking about Selina Scott, former newsreader, who appeared to seize the news of the death of her former co-presenter Frank Boff as a chance to tell the world about how smutty and mean-spirited he was. Which, of course, is a bit unnecessary. We don't need stuff like that. Not from Selina Scott. After her television career ended, writes Nick, Miss Scott, 69, turned to making socks. It's a shame she didn't have one to hand to gag her tasteless trashing of the very recently dead. That's what I said. Why did she wait till he died? Because she's nasty. You don't do things like that. You know, do it while he's alive. But, of course, she didn't do it when he was alive. She did it while he'd gone, I'm afraid. The Ibiza party blocked by COVID. So that's Ibiza Weekender. Thank God for that. I hope you don't have to have that big fat bloke who seems to run it. Also, The Apprentice dropped this year. And Love Island. We can live without them. But Ibiza Weekend is the biggest pile of rubbish I've ever seen on the television. Another one here says, are there any plans to resuming conversation? I don't know at the moment. I'm honestly telling you that, you know, from the heart. I'm not too sure. I think we'd give it a few more months where it is at the moment. So apart from the Dagenham roofers worrying about firework shops, I'm also surprised that they're open. Or their particular fireworks shop is open. Because this must be the first year in probably about 4 or 5 years I've not had fireworks. But I could hear them when I sort of woke up last night. Bang, bang, bang. And of course they sound like they're right on top of you, don't they? It's only because they sort of bounce off the houses. And obviously as people sort of let them go off all over the place. And also presumably you can't have a group of people to go and let your fireworks off. What a miserable thing. A friend of mine said, I'll be so glad when this is all over. I said, you and me together. I said, I'll be glad when we can go back out. We can go out and, you know, the groovy gang can go out for lunch, sort of. And all my other friends that we go out all the time with, which is quite a nice thing to do. But we haven't had that for, ages and ages. Ages and ages. Gypsy King, Tyson Fury. Oh, he's obviously doing some sort of diet, isn't he, here? Because they've got a picture of him when he was fat. And then a picture of him now when he's sort of mean and moody. Premier League clubs are flogging cut-priced jumpers. This is Merry Kitmas. There's all sorts of people. So some of them are down from, 40% down. It means you get a Christmas jumper for about 15 quid. Which is nice. I haven't checked the Aston Villa catalogue yet. But they look quite nice. But you only ever wear them for the 1 year, don't you? You don't sort of wear the Christmas jumper next year. I think if it's the Aston, I mean, you wear all. You go to sleep in it. You have a shower in the Aston one, definitely. But I think I need to go and buy a Christmas jumper. I feel like I should buy one just to get into the spirit of it. You know, just to annoy the producer. Oh, you're wearing a Christmas jumper? Yeah, I am. Merry, Merry Christmas. Anything that annoys him. Gary Bushell on the box talking today about hard-hitting dramas and the funniest bits of Coronation Street's soapy slip-ups, with the intentionally filthy double meanings that the scriptwriters salt stealthily into the scripts. So people have come up with all sorts of... They do it all the time, see if they can get away with rude words on the television. Megan Barton Hanson, poor soul, honestly, what a career, love, has signed up for another dating show, The Model. She's not a model. She just gets her boobies out, that's all it is. That's not a model, that's an exhibitionist. She's poised to star in X in the City. It's a spin-off from X on the Beach. And a show insider said, it'll be the producer trying to big it up, Megan is going to be great. She's feisty, gorgeous, and always makes great telly. No, she doesn't. She's dull, dreary, boring, and she's always made rubbish telly. Honestly, what have you been watching? She'll be set up with a potential partner on a date. They'll then send in one of her former lovers, of which there are quite a few. And she's had failed relationships with just about everybody. Demi Sims, Harry Fenner, and Wes Nelson. But she says finding a partner was no longer one of her top priorities. What are you going on the programme for? Oh, sorry, I forgot. You need the money. Need the money. I mean, you need to join the Gemma Collins sitting on the shelf in the Caller covered in cobwebs club because she can't find anybody to go out with. You'd think somebody as popular as her and with a great command of the English language would be absolute... Donald Trump. That would be ideal. That would perk him up a little bit, wouldn't it? Oh, Donald, this is... What did she say the other day she wanted to do? There was something she wanted to do, and I remember thinking, listen, I think you need to walk before you can run. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast on LBC. Steve, the local hand car wash was open yesterday with people not socially distancing, standing around, getting the inside of the car cleaned. Is that a breach of the COVID rules, says Del? Well, in fact, my car wash was open, but not doing the interior of the car. They were just doing what they call the basic wash. So mine needed a basic wash, so they just do the outside of it and then dry it off. And I paid through the window of the car, just doing contactless. So that was fine. I've never heard of anybody cleaning the inside of the car, because I don't think car washes are supposed to be opening for things like that. But, the trouble is people wanted their car, because it's been so filthy dirty out there, that people wanted the cars cleaned. Now, let me just tell you about Remembrance Sunday, for it is that day again. So, parades and memorials may still take place with the final decision up to councils. Now, many are already cancelled. The public are being urged to do their bit from home, either by watching events on television or taking part in a 2-minute silence from their doorsteps at 11 o'clock. The cenotaph will be closed off to the thousands who usually line the streets there. Only a limited number of people will be allowed to attend a closed service at 11, including armed forces veterans, members of the royal family and international leaders. The Royal British Legion has said it's asking people to take part in remote and socially distanced remembrance activity, whether that be watching the service on television or pausing for the 2-minute silence in their home or on their doorstep. So they've got a statement on their website which basically says, owing to the COVID-19 pandemic and in light of the risks posed, the annual Remembrance Sunday March past the Cenotaph will not take place this year. Deeply disappointing for all who were due to take part. So they're encouraging people across the nations to ensure that Remembrance Sunday is still marked appropriately by taking part in remote and socially distanced remembrance activity, whether that be watching the service on television or pausing for the 2-minute silence in their homes or on their doorsteps. So the remembrance service at the Cenotaph will go ahead as a closed ceremony. So please don't go down there. Please don't go down there, because you won't get very far. You'll probably get about as far as the Whitehall Theatre at the top, and you won't go any further. So the police will be stopping you. But they will have a small number. About 150 soldiers and airmen are taking part, but not for the public. Not for the public. First time in years, I think. First time ever. The Sun on Sunday, on the eve of the show launch, I'm a Celeb Star's AJ Pritchard has tested positive for COVID days before the new series. Oh, Lord. The dancer, 26, is isolating with his girlfriend, who's Abby Quinnan, the North Wales castle, where the filming starts on Friday. A source said it could put the whole show in jeopardy. Well, if one person doesn't make it, it's not going to put the whole show in jeopardy. They're just bringing in one of the substitutes. I wouldn't want to do it. I mean, stuck in Welsh Wales for 2 weeks or 3 weeks or whatever it is. It's not great, is it, really? But they were sort of saying, AJ, who's staying near the castle, kept quiet about the positive test on social media as he promoted his podcast with his brother and Love Island heartthrob, Curtis. I don't know who Curtis is, but he's another Love Island heartthrob. They're all heartthrobs, aren't they? That's why none of us have been invited. We've never been invited to Love Island. Nobody's ever said, do you want to be on Love Island? They don't even consider us. Would you do it? Would you do it? No, you're not a heartthrob. You're quite right, actually. And, so you wouldn't go, would you, Luke, to Love Island? No. Probably wise, I think. Would you? You do it? Well, you'd have to lose about 2 stone before they take you on there. Have you seen what these... 3, but you want to see what these people look like. I mean, they all do look like Body Beautiful, don't they? That's it. I mean, it's no good turning up being Mr. Blobby, and then... You might endear... No, you won't endear yourself to the nation. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Trump's lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, yesterday insisted the president would not accept defeat and disputed the legitimacy of the election. This is why you're getting all these people on our news saying, oh, you can't trust Biden, he's a fraud, he's this, he's that. And you think, no. Definitely not. Also, that these chippies, who are these chippies who are being advertised? The government says the move could save 120,000 children from weight problems, but chip shop owner Andrew Crooks said local businesses do not have multi-million pound campaigns. Social media is their shop window, especially in lockdown. I've never seen a fish and chip shop advertised in my entire life. Although I dreamt about a fish and chip shop the other night. I'm dreaming about the oddest things at the moment. This is seriously odd. Fancy dreaming about a fish and chip shop. It's not, I mean, actually, because I went past our fish and chip shop earlier on yesterday, and the door was open and the lights were, I thought, oh, perhaps I could nip in for a portion of chips. I could have just eaten a portion of chips, but I didn't. I didn't, because I'm fasting. And, what's funny about that? Oh, did you see the other day? Who's the boy and his sister who appear on Gogglebox? I can't remember his name, but he turns up the other day on Gogglebox. They seem to be very personable. And I think he might or might not work in a building society. And we like Gogglebox. We like the people. We like Mary. We like Mary. Mary likes us as well. And so is it Pete? That's right. Pete and Sophie. They've won over the viewers thanks to their close relationship and witty remarks. He's 25. She's 23. He turns up the other day in Basque and stockings and suspenders, you know, and everybody thought it was sort of very funny. Except people who wrote and complained to Ofcom. They thought it was homophobic. I thought, don't go and see the Rocky Horror Show, you'll hate it. At the end, they all put on this stuff. But he was just doing it because it was something... I didn't see anything the matter with it. How it could have been misconstrued as homophobic, I've got no idea. I mean, would it offend you, Luke, if you were watching Gogglebox and somebody turned up in Basque and you don't think so? Oh, dear, there we go. He's obviously undecided. You don't think so? That's it. Well, you know what a Basque looks like. You know what stockings look like. And he had he was wearing... You'll probably find a picture of him online. He looks okay. But it's meant to be a bit of fun. You know, I'm sure that they do dress up on things like that. But you're not sure if you would be offended by that. No, it doesn't matter. Don't worry yourself. You sit on the fence. I'll tell you, you're happier sitting on the fence while I push you from the other side. You can go over the same time as Humpty Dumpty. Allergy alert over Twix ices. This is being sold in Iceland. Boxes of 18. How brilliant. But apparently there could be a danger here with these Twix ice creams to allergy sufferers because they've got milk, wheat and soya, but the ingredients are not listed in English on the label. The bars sold in boxes of 18 in Iceland may also contain almonds, hazelnuts and peanuts. So you have been warned, because if you are one of those people who is easily affected, you don't want to be affected by them at all, do you really? Here's a lingerie model thought to have sparked the row between Ryan Giggs and his girlfriend, which led to his arrest. The footy boss was accused of getting close to Zara Charles after flirty phone messages were found. What is it with people who want that? I think I want to be a lingerie model. What is it? It really is most bizarre. What is it about Giggs and these sort of girls? You know, he does tend to go for this sort of the glamour type, doesn't he, really? And a juror has avoided going to jail for Googling blood clots during a murder trial. Andrew Smith should have gone straight to prison, but was being let off because of his health and the pandemic, his judge told him. He was apparently repeatedly warned not to do internet research about the case, but he did and shared his findings. He's got to pay, oh dear, £3,500 to 150 hours social work and a 4-month sentence, suspended for 16 months. That's not good, is it? Don't do that in court. We've had that in court before. I've said to you, when you're in court, don't start messing about with your telephone. Oh, they'll have you straight away. You know, he could have... He's very lucky, actually. He could have gone straight to prison, which is not so good. The close friend of Princess Diana claims Martin Bashir forged a letter from them. He's unavailable for comment because he's very ill at the moment. Seems to be doing the rounds, doesn't it, really? And Yorkshire Ripper Peter Sutcliffe believes he'll go to heaven if he dies of COVID-19 because he's a Jehovah's Witness. When did that happen? When did that happen? Stranger things, as they say, have actually happened. So he's now a Jehovah's Witness. Not that it makes any difference where he is at all. Plus, Top Gear's £1 million wall of death has been scrapped after being used for just 16 minutes. It means that the BBC shelled out £62,500 per minute of airtime, or £1,041 a second. Good Lord above. Andrew Flintoff Paddy McGuinness and Chris Harris all drove round the near-vertical track at 50 miles, defying gravity and held in place by friction. Well, that's the old wall of death, which used to get at the fun fairs years ago. Anybody listening over the age of 40 will remember those, because they used to have them on the motorbikes. Don't you remember going round? After the news, Steve, unfortunately being offended by anything and everything is now a pastime, says Roger, for many people who have no life. Oh, people love to be offended, don't they? You're right, about everything. People are offended, you know. I mean, you only got to watch the Karens on YouTube. I mean, they're offended by just about everything. They're hilarious. And especially my favourites at the moment are the ones who will not wear a mask when they go shopping. And they produce a piece of paper, which of course is fake. It's a fake piece of paper. It says, "These are my human rights. I am not wearing a mask. Are you telling me you're not going to serve me?" And the shop assistant goes, "No, I'm not going to serve you." Fantastic. You'll love it, seriously. Just type in Karen America. Type in nasty Karen. Oh, you'll get some horrible people. Also, shoplifters confronted by the people who work in the shops you've just nicked. Do you always go shoplifting with your child with you? And the woman who was so shocked she was on camera as well. No, can I pay for it? No, because you're a thief, aren't you? We're just waiting on the police. Just waiting on the police. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Sunday, Remembrance Sunday. Please do not go down the Whitehall. It's all going to be closed off to members of the public. The royal family are going to be there, and a few members of parliament, and about 150 soldiers, sailors and airmen. But it's not open to the public today. We'll take a short break. I haven't worked that out. That was his first speech after being announced as the 46th president of the United States. So now we're waiting to see what Trump is going to do next. He's got an army of lawyers. They're complaining. I mean, how far they're going to get, I don't think they're going to get that far with it. It's going to be thrown out by different people by them not having any evidence of fraud. I mean, why would you bother? So far, all they've come up with is 2 people who are dead but still appeared on the ballot papers. Well, I should imagine you can probably find that in this country. When we go to the election, they'll go, this one shouldn't have been on there. But in America, of course, they have to make a big deal about it. Then we discovered that Trump hadn't said anything to Biden at all, congratulated him, as indeed we were expecting. We weren't really thinking he was going to say anything to him. And now it turns out that after they've been through this process, which could take a few more weeks of nipping backwards and forwards into courts, then and only then will Trump finally concede. But at the moment, he's not getting, because he thinks it's fraud. So consequently, he is spreading this rumour on his Twitter and over everything else, and coming up with some very doubtful episodes of fraud. And of course, the supporters of Trump, who buy into just about everything, are also saying exactly the same thing. So let's wait and see. The only thing we don't want to happen, we don't want any riots, we don't want any looting, we don't want any rioting. All we want is something nice and peaceful, a nice transition, and for Mr. Trump to be gracious at least once in his life. I don't think the word God comes into it, although they did put on LBC yesterday. I can't remember who was talking to Trump's pastor in America. And he didn't seem to be singing from the same hymn sheet at all. In fact, there were odd bits of his conversation. He has prayed with Trump, and obviously it hasn't had any effect at all, because you think Trump could be a bit more gracious. But at the moment, he's a very sore, bitter old man. Well, in fact, there's 2 very old men there. One pushing 78. I mean, let's hope his health is good, because he's slowing down a bit and he can't remember everything. But as I pointed out before, I've been exactly the same. 24 minutes past 6. Andrew Castle will be with you as usual this morning at 7 with the Weekend Breakfast Show. Today, the latest from America, as Joe Biden's declared the next president of the United States. It's all there, bar the shouting. They have to go through due process, and then come January, I should imagine Trump will be leaving by the back door. His little bag and suitcase, Melania with another 1,500 suitcases, and they will disappear to, who knows? Who knows where they will go? Who knows what he will do? Who cares? Well, obviously the Trump supporters care. Andrew will be joined by the former political director of Hillary Clinton's 2016 campaign, as well as the former head of the Republican Party in Nevada, which was a key battleground state during this election. He'll also be speaking to the head of the Armed Forces engagement at the Royal British Legion as we mark Remembrance Sunday. And that's all coming up at 7. Weekend Breakfast with Andrew Castle this morning on LBC. Do you know they reckon that half of Britain's independent retailers will be lost within a year of the coronavirus pandemic hitting. The shocking figure amounts to 200,000 independent shops, which are often run by families as the heartbeat of the town centres. Earlier this year, it's estimated there were around 400,000 independent retailers. That's according to research carried out for the British Independent Retailers Association. Which is not good, is it? The trouble is, it's people not sort of shopping on the high street, and also a lot of places that are closed. We have places that are open on our high street in Twickenham, and we have places that are closed and are probably never likely to open ever again, which is very, very depressing. Very depressing. Steve, and I've just passed Brunswick Centre. The Christmas tree's all lit up, says Colin, which is quite nice, isn't it? And, Steve, I speak to my friend in America every day on the phone. He said that their constitution states that the new term of office begins on the 20th of January at noon. So, unfortunately, Trump has time to muddy the waters. Well, that's when he'll move out. It's like, one van out, one van in. And Biden will then be sitting there. I mean, to be honest with you, he seems decent. He seems decent. We don't know much about him. He doesn't know anything about us, I shouldn't imagine. But because he knows about trade and industry and things like that, he'll be sort of picking up on it. And then he will no doubt make some appearance over in this country and he'll meet Boris and meet the cabinet. And then we'll wait and see what we're going to get out of it, which is good. Steve, I've just woken up to hear the Biden speech. Perfect timing, exactly what I wanted. Well, I worked on the assumption that probably a lot of people would have been asleep when we first heard it overnight on LBC. So I thought if you hear it now you can hear. I did think he shouted quite a lot, actually. There was a lot of shouting, but he's in a big place. Also, Danish visitors are now banned from the UK. This is after they had a scare with COVID mink. I think they're going to be destroying... I think 15 million mink. That's what they've said. Because it's a little bit dangerous, actually. This mutated coronavirus is on mink farm. I had no idea that Denmark would be the place that had mink farms, but yes, it did. It did. Whether they start destroying these animals, I've got no idea. But I suppose they go one way or the other, don't they? And they get. I didn't even know. Are they for the fur coat industry? I'm assuming they must be. I didn't even know we still bothered about things like that. Princess Diana's brother, Earl Spencer, over all the papers. We did this last week on the programme, and I said to you this thing was burning quite nicely. Well, it's now ignited. And Earl Spencer has upped the pressure in his war with the BBC when he shared a touching childhood picture of him and his sister. This came as the head of the Westminster media watchdog, Julian Knight MP, said claims about how Diana had been convinced to be interviewed from the corporation's Panorama show in 1995 were deeply disturbing. He called for an independent investigation. And this was all to do with methods used by the reporter Martin Bashir to convince Diana to take part. Martin Bashir, of course, has said nothing. So they can't. They're hampered at the moment because he's seriously ill and seriously unwell, and they don't really know what to do. So I mean, you can't really believe it. The methods that Bashir went to. Earl Spencer's released details of 32 smears contained in his detailed dossier on his contacts with the Panorama reporter. A BBC spokesman said in a statement, the BBC has apologised. We're happy to repeat that apology, and while this was a quarter of a century ago, we absolutely will investigate robustly and fairly. You see, I don't think it matters how long ago it was. It's because it involved Diana. You know, had she known that this was a load of old hogwash, would she have done the interview with Martin Bashir? And if she hadn't done the interview with Martin Bashir, I'm assuming then that the interview that Charles then gave would also not have run. But at the moment, they're hampered by the fact that they can't discuss anything with Martin Bashir. Can't he pick up a telephone? Is it possible that somebody could pick up a telephone? Because at the moment, you've got a very angry Earl Spencer. And I shouldn't imagine if Diana was still here, she'd have been too happy about it at all. Nick Ferrari's column today, talking about... sometimes he says, I read a news story that's so shocking, I immediately think of the line by the TV newsman Howard Beale in the movie Network. I don't have to tell you things are bad. Everyone knows things are bad. I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore. And this is the story that Nick ran this week of a woman in her 70s was arrested and handcuffed by the police because she'd taken her 97-year-old mother from her care home to a garden centre. Now, of course, you cannot just start removing people from care homes. Whichever way you look at it, it was a case of you can't do that. This is a retired nurse, wheeled her mother out of the care home to which she'd been transferred following her treatment in hospital, neither seen nor hugged her mother for 9 months, and acted on the spur of the moment. Regrettably, she's been in dispute with the home for months, as she's keen to get her mother home so she can care for her there, and she's a nurse. So, you know, if anybody was going to be qualified, she'd be the one. But unfortunately, she broke the rules, which was not the best thing to do. Right. I know a place where the stars and stripes have been fluttering all week. In the west of Ireland, it's the town called Ballina. Ballina has just 10,000 people, but it is where US President-elect Joe Biden's Irish ancestors hail from. 10 of the former Vice President's 16 great-great-grandparents were born in Ireland, according to the Irish for Biden campaign, with Edward Blewett, Biden's great-great-great-grandfather, providing the Ballina connection. So that's nice, isn't it? On Saturday, as CNN projected Biden's White House win, Ballina residents came out to celebrate their distant kin's success. Smiler Mitchell, a local publican, told CNN, I think Ballina has saved the world tonight, because without Ballina, there'd be no Joe Biden. Balloons were tied to cars. The crowd sang The Green and Red of Mayo, a famous ballad about the county where Ballina's situated. One car with a cardboard cutout of Biden in the front seat had a license plate which read Pennsylvania Biden, #1. In the lead up to the election, the community held a Ridin' for Biden event around the bridges crossing the River Moy, with a carousel of cars passing the town's iconic cathedral and finishing in front of a mural of the man himself erected in the town's main square. How lovely. Good for them. Good for them. There's always a connection somewhere, isn't there? You can always list your ancestors back to Ireland. Lord Ashcroft has written a piece for the Express today, The Unknown Warrior, representing all that's best about the military. I think he was wrong. He talks about 6 people, 6 bodies that they exhumed to find one. I thought it was 4. In fact, I'm pretty certain it was 4. But there was only one person at the time who would know who the person is. But most people, I mean, royal brides married at the Abbey now have their bouquets laid on the tomb following the wedding. And after all the official wedding photographs have been taken today, people look back on it. Even the Queen Mother expressed the wish for her wreath to be placed on the tomb of the unknown warrior. And the Queen carried out these wishes the day after her funeral. They can't reveal where the body came from, or the body selected. The soldier lying in Westminster Abbey is British and unknown. He may have come from some little village or some city in this land, and he may be the son of a working man or of a rich man, unknown to man but known to God. Lord Ashcroft says, I visited the grave of the unknown warrior many years ago, and it's impossible not to be moved by this unique memorial. To me, he says, it represents everything that's best about military tradition, our determination to champion courage and to honour those who paid the ultimate sacrifice for their war service. I feel sure that we as a nation will continue to pay our respects to the unknown warrior for many centuries to come. I absolutely agree. Absolutely agree with him. No two ways about it. And as I say, nobody will ever know. Nobody will. When, according to the 2 sons, David and Tim Kendall, this is Reverend George Kendall, the army chaplain, his 2 sons, he'd come under pressure to reveal the true identity of the unknown warrior, but they insisted that when their father died in 1964, he took his secret to the grave. Indeed, the chaplain wrote in his unpublished autobiography, all I can say was that he was chosen from the countless unnamed dead in France and Flanders, that the nation might honour him, and this without distinction of rank, birth or service. So he wasn't going to tell you which cemetery they came from. So nobody will ever know. Why is it every time I see a picture of Greg Wallace, that smile looks more fake each and every time? Dreadful. Dreadful, it really is. Parky back again. Says, I'd hate to be a journalist today. Strangely enough, I learnt something new, and I learnt it on LBC, that he says that he stopped drinking because of George Best. He said that was the thing. He said he suddenly realised that he was mainly drinking a lot. He said George wasn't the only example. I grew up on Fleet Street in a time when heavy drinking was not frowned upon. Well, it was frowned upon, but it was there all the time. Several of my friends in both print journalism and television were heavy drinkers. But it was Mary, his wife, who said, "You know what happens to you? The worst thing when you drink." And I said, "No." She said, "You become ugly." So he stopped drinking. Because he became ugly. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? I wonder how much he was drinking. I'd be quite curious, actually. But we used to have one of his sons working at LBC, including his dad. Michael Parkinson joined LBC to do the morning programme. Sarah Ferguson, not a big fan. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be, but I can't be. Says she's chosen her tribe, the Super A tribe, an elite group of people who are biologically younger than their actual years. She reckons her life's only just beginning, and she's 61. She's an old 61. Very old. The fitness regime aims to make exercise an internalised behavioural expectation, like brushing your teeth. But Anne Diamond, in her column in the Sunday Express, says it's designed by Wayne Liel and Josh Saltzman, trainers to the stars, and I'm sure it's fabulous, but still somehow just a bit nauseating, or perhaps that's how you lose weight. I don't think Sarah Ferguson's looked after herself at all well. An embarrassment to the royal family. In fact, actually, that whole side of the family are not particularly brilliant, are they? Which is a shame. And there's somebody here, it's a TV star called Nadia Essex. Anybody on that one? Nadia Essex? No, I don't know who she was either. But she risks jail if she breaches undertakings given to her former Celebs Go Dating co-presenter not to harass him. She's agreed not to publish inappropriate comments about Eden Blackman, with whom she had an ongoing row. Oh, that's where she's from. Have you ever seen that programme, Celebs Go Dating? It's the saddest programme I've ever seen. Very tragic. But she's got to remove social media posts, because people nowadays, you know, you can't go writing. But he says, I'm relieved she agreed to stop. Yeah, otherwise she'd be in big trouble. Doesn't want to do that one again, does she? And also, here's the man. I think it's the same man, actually. He's called Stuart Trotter. Do you know who he is? You don't know who Stuart Trotter is? You should know who he is, because if you're a certain age, he's the man who is the illustrator of the Rupert Annuals. None the wiser are you at all? I'm getting blank looks. Have you ever heard of Rupert? Rupert Bear lives in Nutwood. You've heard of Rupert? Oh, thank God for that. I thought it was just me. I thought I was going mad. But, yeah. There was a song that came out, actually, about there's a little bear that you never seen before. He's a number one. I forget who sang it, but Rupert Bear was very, very popular. He lived in this place called Nutwood with his friends, talking animals. You know, nobody thought it was peculiar or anything, or that Rupert maybe had eaten a few of those dodgy mushrooms that he had in the forest. But the annuals have been going for years and years, and he's the latest man who does all the illustrations for them, which I thought was really good. I think that's quite a cool thing. Hello, Joe, by Don. They're saying in the papers. You're going to get more of this tomorrow. More. That Donald Trump's defeat marks the end of a political nightmare for his domestic opponents, but also for America's allies around the world. Quite a few of his party bigwigs won't be sorry to see him leave. I mean, he just seemed to... It's this arrogance which I think goes with certain people when you get to that level of business. I suppose if you become president of the United States, you know, you start believing the publicity. Everybody takes your picture, more so than usual. And, you know, I mean, he was a showman with an oversized ego, which unfortunately always got the better. I think he thought he was, you know, remember that song? So, if you are the Christ, you're the great Jesus Christ, prove to me that you're no fool, walk across my swimming pool. I think that Donald Trump thought he could walk on water. And I think the fact that he's been sort of booted quietly sideways must really hurt him quite a lot. There wasn't an awful lot in it, but it was enough for him to leave the White House. He's going to try everything to make sure he stays there, which is not going to happen. David in Beckenham says, I've never heard of her, Nadia Essex. Well, you won't. I don't think you'll see her again, actually. I think she's sort of different. Connie says, I'm very happy for Joe Biden. I wish Trump would get out of the White House. And good riddance. I never liked it. Well, he can't go until January. January is when they leave, and that's it. And Steve, on this Remembrance Sunday, says, Colin, I can highly recommend Peter Jackson's colorised war film, They Shall Never Grow Old, on BBC Two tonight. Very educating and emotional. Yes, I can imagine, actually. And Andy says, do not have any more days off. Oh, well, I shall try not to. Paul in Cheshire says, happy birthday to me. 56, few takeaway Irish coffees today in Dublin, working, and then day off today, which is very nice. Well, the weather's going to be get better. Where will Trump live when he leaves the White House, says Julie? Well, he's got a huge apartment in Trump Tower. Have you not seen it? Oh, God, it's just, you open the doors, it's gold everywhere. The doors, everything. I'm sure if you go to Google and type in Trump's apartment, you'll be going, oh, right. So he lives there. Steve, thank goodness you're back. The past few days I've been suffering terribly with SAD, which is not seasonal affective disorder, but Steve Allen deficiency. Well, there you go. But, fear not. We are back to as normal as it can be. But the next thing is, depending on, we're still waiting to see what's going to happen with sort of Trump. I mean, he could take this in any direction, depending on who you believe. Let's pray that somebody has a little word with him and says, listen, just play it down. Make it so much easier. Jackie Lee sung Rupert the Bear. Thank you, says Dale in Birmingham. And loads of other people as well. So Jackie sung Rupert the Bear. And very good it was too. 4:45. Amazing, isn't it? So over in America, they're not sure whether to celebrate. I mean, the Trump supporters are not sure whether they're celebrating, whether or not they're taking guidance from him, or whether or not they've just sort of gone, oh, well, there you go. But the new one, Biden, has said, listen, he's for everybody. If only the same could be said for Mr. Trump. Anthony says, just seen all the ex-presidents get a lifetime pension of $219,000 a year in security for the rest of their lives. Well, they all open up foundations. Every single one of them has a foundation. Bill Clinton has a foundation. Ronald Reagan has a foundation. Nancy Reagan has a foundation. And libraries, they seem to like. I seem to remember, actually, Nancy Reagan, when she had her foundation, when she was alive, and of course we never forgave Nancy Reagan for coming to this country, met the Queen and didn't curtsy. Nancy Reagan thought she was a little bit special. She was just a stick insect who wore sort of quite nice clothes, but had her own official photographer at the White House who just takes pictures of them all day. So then you get a complete record at the end of 4 years, which is something nice to look back on. But she had a foundation which at some point was proven in the American courts. It was basically for her amusement. You know, it sort of bought flowers for the offices. They rented flowers. They had everything. She went round the world on private jets and all the rest of it, until all of a sudden the American press became interested. Immediately she started giving money away, because that's the whole idea. You take money into a foundation. It's supposed to be for charity. Loads of people have got them in this country. Generally people who've got lots and lots of money, you put it into a foundation. You know, if I had lots and lots of money, I'd have a foundation. But I haven't. So I don't have a foundation. But, you know, We've managed to dispense some food and bonhomie, the team this morning. I mean, you'd think, actually, that Luke's never seen food before in his life. Admittedly, not the luxury food that I supply, but, you know, he did his best. Seriously, I think he thought it was going to evaporate. He opened the packet, that Walker's thing, those little shortbread bits. He couldn't get them. They're nice, weren't they? Very nice, I know. Down in what I could tell. 4 in the mouth at the same time. 2 of the most iconic women to set foot on the Corrie Cobbles have been voted the soap's best characters ever. Who would you think would be, probably before your time, boys? No point in asking you about anybody from Coronation Street, because you won't have heard of them. I mean, put it this way, had you ever heard of Alf Roberts? No. Well, he actually died in 1999, and he was married to, can't remember who it was. She's got the hairdressing salon at the moment. Audrey, he was married to Audrey. David Nielsen, you know who he is, don't you? He's Roy Cropper. You've seen Roy? He runs a little cafe thing at the corner. Although I've never seen him cook anything or make a bap at all. Jack Howarth was Albert Tatlock. Okay, you don't remember him? I think you'll find that Albert Tatlock was somebody's father, and I can't remember who he was actually. Ken's dad was Albert. He used to live with him. Elsie Tanner was the good time girl of the street. She was Pat Phoenix. She went in 84. Roy Barraclough was Alec Gilroy. He was very good. Liz Dawn. I interviewed Liz Dawn. I met her at a show. She was coming to do an interview. She was paid by a particular company for going onto their stand, I think at the Ideal Home exhibition at Earl's Court some years ago. But she kept going onto other people's stands. They didn't like it at all. But she came to do an interview with me. She was no different off as she was on. Bill Tarmay, he played Jack Duckworth. They were said to be the most popular couple on there. Violet Carson was Ena Sharple, very posh lady, but I'll tell you, Minnie Caldwell, it was all like that. It was all sort of northern, salt of the earth kind of people, and they'd sit there drinking. But who were the most iconic people? Well, according to the Daily Star today, Ed Gleave, the TV editor, has come up with number 2 is Bette Lynch, Julie Goodyear. She was on the show from 1966 to 2003. Corrie, incidentally, is the longest-running soap in the world. It'll hit 60 on December the 9th, and the top character, lovable busybody, is Hilda Ogden, played by Jean Alexander. And there's still some good people on there, but Jean Alexander was she was it was such a great character. And the whole thing, I remember watching Hilda Ogden. I think she's still going. Is she still going? I can't remember. There's all sorts of people. Is she still? Wait a minute. Jean Alexander, quickly. Let's have a quick. Oh, no, she died in Southport. But she'd been in so many. I loved her. I never got the chance to talk to her. Her years active, 1949 to 2010. She died in 2016, aged 90. It's always that worrying thing, isn't it? How old are you? 90. Start panicking a little bit. But she was in loads of things. Everything, Coronation Street was her longest running. She'd lasted The Summer Wine, which I thought she was brilliant in. She did Heartbeat, Barbara, The Afternoon Play. She did loads of things. And, of course, prior to Corrie, she did Z-Cars, Emergency Ward 10, and all those programmes that will all be going, oh, I remember those, Steve. They were all good stuff. Minnie Caldwell was sort of another one of those great characters. She was good friends with Ena Sharple. Oh, I don't know Ena. They were all characters. Minnie Caldwell. Another one, Karen says, have you seen the programme about how they chose the original cast? Well, I think the only person who's still in there from the original cast is Ken Barlow. I think he must be the original surviving... he's had an affair with everybody in the street. I don't think there was anybody he didn't have an affair with. But he's got an adoptive daughter, Tracy, but the significant others would be Rita, Valerie Barlow, Deirdre Barlow, Denise Osborne, Alma Halliwell and Janet Barlow. He was off around that street like a ferret out of a trap. It was unbelievable. But yet it still represents... I'm not sure if it's lost its way a little bit. It took them ages to find the right person to get the corner shop, but we still used to watch it down, 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 and you go, Mum, it's on. You'd have to quickly all rush into the city. It's like the Queen's speech at Christmas. We used to eat our lunch sometimes to the point of indigestion, so that you could get the Queen's speech. My mother would say, "The Queen's speech is on now." And she'd sit there being very sort of regal about the whole thing. And we get the Queen's speech until she had that annus horribilis, which was not one of her better times. Well, are we going to get that this year? Are we going to get a speech from the Queen this year? I would like to think so. I bet we're going to get some sort of mouthing from Trump in America. What? I've got no idea. But no, a lot of people have now seen The Apartment. It's nice, isn't it? Very nice. Annie Walker. Oh, she was so posh. She used to run a little corner pub in Coronation Street, and yet she was so terribly, terribly posh. It was lovely. A lovely drawing room at the Rovers. You only went in to see her if you were on the carpet, says David in Beckenham. She lived in sort of a different sort of world, didn't she? But that's what made it fun. Steve, the Queen wore a face mask in public for the first time during an official visit to the grave of the unknown warrior. Yes, first time we've ever seen her. First time. But gradually now, all the reporters who are over in America are making their way slowly back to this country. And what have they got to do? They've got to isolate for 2 weeks. So they'll be staying in, won't be doing anything. I don't quite understand how it works. So you come back on a plane with a load of other people and then you've got to socially isolate. Oh, well. And 2 weeks of that, 2 weeks of not going out, 2 weeks of just sitting at home, staring at the wallpaper, listening to my show. Well, of course, listening to this show. That's the best way to get you through COVID. Because, to be honest with you, the amount of people I've heard going, I can't cope with this. I really can't cope with it. And some people are having a terrible, terrible time. And I just want to say to all those people, you've got us. We're here every single day. Every single day. Unless we take a day off because they're doing something else. But no, every single day I'm here. In fact, actually, I think that's the most holiday I've had in my entire lifetime. I don't think I've ever been off for 2 days before. I didn't go anywhere nice at all, actually, no. I just sort of sat there. I went to do shopping and stuff like that. No, I didn't go to Magaluf, no. I sort of, to be honest with you, I'm trying to wean myself off asparagus. I'm quietly disturbed by the fact that I'm sort of eating more asparagus than is good for me. I mean, I'm eating tons of the blooming stuff. And somebody said, oh, it's really good for you. I said, yeah, sure, not the amount I'm eating. I can do 3 bunches of asparagus with a meal. Although I'm good, I just cut the tops off and then sort of a little bit down. I don't sort of eat all of it. But I'm sure it's good for me. I'm trying to convince myself it's good for it. It might not be, actually. But just remember again, because it's Remembrance Sunday, there is no event for the public at all, so there is no point in you coming into London if you're out of town thinking you can see anything. There won't be anything to see. The police will stop you. Jean Alexander went into last some of the wine. She ran the antique shop, I remember. Bet Lynch apparently was on Celebrity Big Brother but didn't come across well. The public turned against her. I remember Richard and Judy did a programme on Corrie ages and ages ago, and she came down a staircase with a cigarette in a holder. She was terribly grand, and a sort of a silver. She looked like something out of Hollywood from the 1940s and 50s. That's it for this morning. Apparently the weather's going to turn. It's going to be quite nice. See, new president in America soon. We'll wait. We're still watching. We've got no idea what Trump's going to do. He's not said anything yet. It's all his lawyers that have spoken. So apparently put on loads of weight. You know why? People keep feeding them. Now, everybody knows that if you put food in a dog's bowl, it keeps eating it. They don't know when to stop. Cats will look at it and go, I'm not touching that. And you go, eat it. I'm not eating it. Can leave it out there all day. I'm not going to eat it. Dogs will go, oh, I'll eat that. And there's more. Oh, I'll eat that as well. Why do you think elephants are as big as they are? Because people keep feeding them. You know, ridiculous. Ridiculous. Also, millions of mink being destroyed. Feel a bit sorry for mink. Their lives are all too short as they're fashioned. I'm assuming people were sort of getting them for their coats. I can't think of any other reason why you'd want to kill mink. Can you? I mean, are they still making fur coats? I don't like that idea, actually. Yeah, find out. I mean, if they've got millions of them, they're not going to be used for food, are they? Not exactly much food on a mink that you'd be wanting to eat. Oh, well, I didn't think so anyway. Plus, the BBC probe after the insider's allegations about his Diana interview. Martin Bashir, of course, the much-lauded presenter. My God, it's come back to hit him in the face, hasn't it? He's apparently so ill he can't help with the inquiry. He's so ill he couldn't go out till yesterday when he went out to pick up a takeaway. Something stinks around that particular programme, and it's not looking good. Also, time to get rough. They're taking sniffer dogs into prison to combat drugs and mobile phones. Because you've seen the mobile phones, haven't you? You know, the little tiny phones. I don't know, did I show you mine? My teeny tiny. I mean, little, like so small, like. Well, you just push buttons and you go hello, and it works like that. Well, just because it's small doesn't mean to say you can't use it. Of course they can hear you. It's a telephone. It's a telephone. What would be the point of hearing a one-sided conversation? Yeah, I'm great today. How are you? Nothing. Yeah, I'm having a really good day, thank you. Of course I can hear you. It's a telephone. They're just very, very tiny. Very tiny. What else have we got for you today? Well, I mean, it's Monday. It's nice. It's lovely to have your company. I know many of you are getting just a wee bit fed up. I was talking to my driver this morning, and he had one job yesterday in about a 10-hour shift. I was his second job. You know, and people are going, oh, MPs. What Tom Swarbrick said was he thinks that MPs should get 100,000 a year and get rid of the expenses. You know, 100,000 a year, you can live on that, can't you? I'm assuming they can live on that. They don't exactly have to do too much for it. He didn't say anything else at all. But as I say, people taking their kids into casualty to be fed. Load of old rubbish. I've never heard of so much twaddling in my entire life. And so in other words, people who work in hospitals are now making sandwiches of people. What a load of old hogwash. What a load of hogwash. Also, there's a new mobility chair. This is for a little boy. He's only 4. He lost his legs. And so they've made him this chair, which I think it's seriously, your life kind of pales into insignificance, doesn't it? When you realise that there's a little chap out there who has not got the use of his legs. Now, because of this chair that they've made for him, he can sort of at least feel as though he's part of it. I think that's fantastic. Honestly, I never moan about anything. Never moan about anything. You know, might moan about sort of driving and stuff like that. But I had a lovely time yesterday because I was so worried about parking in London. because of the Remembrance Day. Then I realised, of course, it wasn't open to the public, but the police were out there and they closed a lot of parking bays off. So where I would normally park on a Sunday, I couldn't. So I parked in another place and I get a bus from there, which I think is quite good, actually. I mean, I'm quite good on buses. I don't have to pay for it. So I just sort of I was the only one on the bus. I mean, I couldn't believe how empty the bus was yesterday coming into work, and then I went back. I missed the bus completely on the way back. I completely missed it because I'd forgotten. I have to get used to numbers. I'm getting better, but some of the bus stops don't have the, where are you going to? And then it says this is the bus that you get. And so I'm getting better. I always sit at the front on the disabled seats. I'm not going to go and sit at the back with all the rough people. I'm sitting, at the front with the driver. I was little. Do you sit at the back? Yeah, you would do. You just heckle people, don't you, Luke? That's all it is. You just go, boo, boo. What are you doing sitting down there? I don't know. I'm just so far nobody's come and sat next to me. I'm still waiting for people to come and sort of sit next to me. Excuse me, move. I've told people to move away from me. I said something the other day. I didn't say anything. I didn't need to. I just looked at this kid who was with his father, and obviously the father said to him, he said, stay away. You can't get near to people. You just can't. Except in East London and Bournemouth the other day, just two places out of many where the British public thought that they would sort of go out there and have a day. No, nobody wearing masks. Nobody wearing masks. I mean, apparently, Babs says mink fur is often used to make eyelashes. Ooh. But anyway, because of this COVID-19, they're going to destroy 1 million mink. So they will presumably gas them. I can't think of any other way that they're going to get rid of 1 million mink. I didn't realise that. To be honest with you, that would be the last place I'd be thinking there'd be mink farms. I mean, did you ever think? I never thought about it. I never did. But I did get a little bit worried about the weekend. I did remember thinking, maybe on the Friday and on the Saturday morning, thinking to myself, how much longer is this thing going to go on in America for? Is Trump going to be the arrogant little so-and-so that we all think he is in the first place? Although you can imagine, can't you? He's a bit like the royal family. Certain members of the royal family, mentioning no names, Andrew, Harry, think that they're above the rest of us. They think that we're all peasants and that they can do whatever they want because they're members of the royal family. I know people who are fans of Harry. I used to be. He was the fun boy in the family. He was the fun. Harry got drunk, dressed up, stripped off, did it all. And then it turns out that he's as petulant as little Andrew. Andrew could not be more petulant if he tried. But I'm slightly disturbed about Martin Bashir. He was hailed as, he's marvellous, he got this interview. Now it turns out he might have got it using underhand techniques, which I don't like. Oh, Harry, incidentally, just going back briefly to him, wanted to lay a wreath at the cenotaph, and they said, no, thank you. So they didn't have him putting his wreath down there because he's nothing to do with the royal family and he's nothing to do with the armed forces. So he put his little medals on so they can have a picture taken as they exploit the media again. Ridiculous. Happy birthday to Gareth Malone, star of the choir. We love Gareth Malone. We love the choir. We just love everything about things like that. And Melania Trump, I'm told, is counting down the days that they're out the White House, January, and get your little suitcases out. Because they say she wants to leave the White House and divorce Donald. Now, that would be interesting. I mean, how much money would she get out of it? She'd be getting a load of money. Different, isn't it? 1 minute you're the wife of the president. Now, the moment he's not the president, why do you want to hang around with him? Divorce him, get a bit of money. I mean, I don't know what he's worth. Must be a fair amount. Caprice, talk about dreary nobody. Is apparently now a top model and an actress. Of course you are, dear. And Steve Thompson. Now, you might not remember Steve Thompson, but we liked him. He was a builder, and he won some money on Euro Millions. He won 105 million. And he's been giving the money away. He's built a cricket pavilion. He's given the money away to a hospital. He's really good. He doesn't have to do anything like that. He doesn't have to give money away in the same way that you didn't have to buy my Prosecco glasses to help us raise a lot of money for charity, but you did, and thank the Lord you did, because that's made an awful lot of difference. I had a win on the lottery the other day. I had a win. I couldn't believe it. I only got one. I bought me a little set of tickets, and then it said, "Oh, congratulations, Steve." It's very personal, isn't it? You won a prize on the lottery. How much do you think I won? How much do you think I won? Go on. A couple of million? No, I would. If I'd won a couple of million, do you think I'd be sitting here going, how much do you think I won? I'd be going, whoopee! And jumping up and down like Tigger. No. I won £168. I thought that was brilliant. I was very excited. Are we splitting it? Yeah, was putting it between me and the bank. Oh, lovely. Oh, you meant you. Oh, good heavens above. No. I was going to give you some toffees today. But you'd rather take the money, I know. You're so mercenary. That's the trouble on this programme. And I got a hat, Thomas, my ex-member of the Groovy Gang. He sent me a text yesterday saying, thank you for 3.5 years of sheer misery. And he said, I'm the only person that can make him laugh at 4 a.m. So there you go, which is good. I'm sure there must be other people, like his girlfriend. But he's moved on because his ultimate aim is to go and work in America. That's what he wants to do. Although why, still not here, I don't know. But that's neither here nor there. And he bought me a cap, and it's got the Groovy Gang founder member. That's what he's had embroidered on it. It took him ages to do that. There's blood all over the place. But that's what it... And he said, I promise... You know, when all this is over, he said, I'm going to take you and Corey out for afternoon tea. So don't hold your breath, Corey, because that ain't going to be happening anytime soon. When do you think we're going to be able to go back and have afternoon teas? And I do like my afternoon teas. I don't ask for a lot in life. Ridiculous. Matthew says, talking of tiny phones, I've got a Nokia as well as my iPhone, but I keep losing it. Touch of hide and seek. But this one is tiny. It's less than an inch tall by less than half an inch wide. It's the smallest little phone. I bought 3 of them because I'm fascinated by things in miniature. You know, if you can get sort of... What now? Oh, that's funny, is it? Would you like to explain to the boys and girls listening and the adults why you thought that was funny? Luke's sense of humour is completely different to everybody else's. Steve, if children were going into casualty to be fed, social services would be called. Absolutely. I've never heard so much rubbish in my entire life. So, again, and I've just made sandwiches. Another big lie, honestly. But made sandwiches. I mean, somebody not question what you're doing. Making sandwiches for people. Rubbish, honestly. Really is ridiculous. Steve, I've just come out of hospital to play catch-up. I used to go work with a guy called Cloudless Christmas. Cloudless Christmas. What a lovely name. I quite like that, actually. Nobody's in hospital for Christmas, are they? They try and get rid of people unless it's absolutely required that they stay there. Because I told you my great Christmas story was when I dressed up as Father Christmas and my producer dressed up as my Santa's fairy helper. And very fetching she looked too, with her little skirt on and her wand. And we contacted one of the toy companies, M&B Games, and we said, listen, we're going to be doing a thing to give toys away to children in hospital over Christmas. And they said, yeah, we can do that. So they said, where would you like us to deliver them to? And so we gave them the name of a hospital, which turned out to be the Charing Cross Hospital, which is ironic because it's in Hammersmith. And they phoned us up and they said, Steve, yeah, we've had some toys delivered. I said, oh, good, I ordered those with M&B Games. Yes. How many did you order? I said, well, I didn't actually have a set number. They sent enough toys to fill a ward, a complete ward. There were hundreds and hundreds of toys, My Little Ponies, games and everything else. And what hospitals do is they try and get rid of all the kids for Christmas. So they've only got the kids in hospital at Christmas who are really so desperately ill. The last thing they'd be wanting to see would be somebody dressed up as Father Christmas, which was me. So we're going around with all these toys, and of course they're so ill, these children. So we said to the hospital, listen, they've been so generous, we'll leave it up to you to distribute them. So they had all the other hospitals going round, and they were taking the toys away to give them to needy children, which was lovely. I thought that was quite nice. If I'd known you then, Luke, I'd have made sure that you got a copy of My Little Pony and Twister or something like that, you know, because I know it's one of your favourite games. But anyway, so that was that. But what we're going to be doing for Christmas this year, got no idea. Are we going to be going and seeing relatives? Will we be, you know, decking the halls with boughs of holly? They've closed off Piccadilly, by the way, this morning. I tried to let you know. They're putting up the lights all down Piccadilly, past Fortnum and Masons and places like that. So if you're thinking of coming in, you come to the Ritz, then you'll have to do a right. Okay, and you'll go down St James, then you go left up Pall Mall. Okay, because I know London, because I'm a bit of an expert. But yeah, the one person, going back to what I was talking about some minutes ago now, who we never think about, are all the people driving cars for a living, who, because there's no business out there, they're really struggling. People are going, oh, it's all right for other people, isn't it? And you go, yeah, well, what about these people? So my driver this morning, two jobs in an 11-hour shift. 2 jobs. I mean, it's just not good enough. They need to sort something out as quick as possible. Martin says, will I get my glasses for Christmas? Yes, absolutely. Yes. And Steve, the majority of these phones are going into prisons used by drug dealers. I know, because they can hide them, because they're tiny little telephones. Oh, I'm well aware of how it goes on. I'm well aware of things like that. We are a news station, of course, and that's why. Lovely to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is Monday. This is the 9th of November. Morning, everybody. My friend Ollie says, if you're going out with ex-producer Steve, don't go for afternoon tea with Thomas. Come for a pint and a kebab with me. Well, there you go. That's the offer of the century. I'm all up for that one. My friend Ollie. LBC Ollie. Ollie Clink. On his way back now? No. He says, come for a pint and a kebab with me as opposed to afternoon tea with Thomas. Well, he's probably going into work, I should imagine. Unless, of course, he's still leaving the pub. Who knows? No, you can't go to a pub. There's no pubs open, are there? Perhaps he's had a bevy at home. It's unlikely. He hardly drinks. Hardly drinks. I remember somebody saying that to me before. They said, he hardly drinks. Well, I mean, he spills a lot, but, you know, it's okay. But a pint. Do you realise, actually, Ollie, that I've never had a pint in my life? I've reached this age, I've never had a pint in my entire life. I've worked in pubs, I've worked in bars, and I've never had a pint. Small tomato juice. I like tomato juice. And it used to be pineapple juice, but then I became diabetic, so that was another avenue of pleasure denied. We used to get a little bottle of pineapple juice, and you fill it with, oh, it's delicious. Absolutely delicious. Absolutely delicious, but not anymore. So I've never had a pint. Never liked the taste of it. I didn't start drinking till I was 18. Stone. I just didn't drink pints at all. I don't know why. It just never appealed to me in the slightest. So perhaps I can learn something from Ollie, though I suspect actually it's probably the reverse. He can actually probably learn from me, I should imagine. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. And another one here. And it says, I was going to attend one of the anti-Trump rallies the other day, but then I remembered I have a job. Oh, dear. It's about, you know, the funny thing is, having heard the Trump supporters, I said this yesterday on air, I've never heard so many angry people. I mean, seriously, I thought he was angry, but by God, I mean, some of the people were sort of really angry. You know, they're obviously not the most pleasant people in the world, are they? So as far as I'm concerned, you know, nobody likes Trump. Nobody likes him. He just sort of changed, and he obviously likes himself, doesn't he? I should imagine his favourite thing is looking in the mirror going, which way should we do the hair today? Should we have it to the right? He's a bit like Michael Fabricant, isn't he? You know, it's a case of, what are we doing with this ridiculous dead hamster stuck on my head? Poor old Michael Fabricant. I mean, honestly, if you're going to look ridiculous. But Ollie's come back. He says, genuinely stunned. He says, I'm going to be glad to be there for your first time. Well, for both of us, Ollie. For both of us, it could be a first time. No, I've never even drunk half a lager and lime. Seriously. Never drunk anything like that. Lager top, no. Never anything. I've never had a bottle of there used to be something called White Label. And I don't know if you ever drunk White Label, but White Label came with sediment in the bottle. So if anybody ever ordered one, and nobody ever told me this when I was working in a pub, you take the top off and you pour it very slowly to make sure the sediment stays in the bottom of the bottle. I didn't. I poured it as if I was doing a normal sort of, you know, sort of light and bitter or something like that. And so the bloke went, no, I can't have that. And I went, why? He said, because there's all the sediment in there, so you've got to pour it very slowly. So I then learnt that if you're doing a White Label, you pour it very, very, very slowly to watch that the sediment stays in the bottom of the bottle. But I've never drunk anything like that at all. Doesn't interest me. Henry says, I'm very surprised that Ollie Clink is still given employment. Such bitterness going on this morning, Ollie. I mean, honestly, I can't believe it. I really can't. They're using me as like two-way family favourites. I'm the link between them. You know what Henry's like? I mean, honestly. Henry, I wonder what outfit he'll be wearing this morning. I wonder what outfit he's wearing. It'll be something interesting that hasn't seen the light of day for about an hour. I love it. Steve, you poor thing. You've never had a chance to taste a lovely pint of Guinness, says Monica, my favourite Jewish cabbie. Nope, never. Never, ever, ever. Is that peculiar? Henry said, what did you make of the Aston? Whew, up the Aston. What happened to them? What did they do? Did we win? It'll be so. I was probably in bed, actually. I went to bed quite early yesterday. I was desperate to go. I mean, you know, based in Oh, didn't do very well at all, did we? Oh, we won 3-0. Hurrah! Hurrah! Watkins was very good on that one. I mean, that was a bit touch and go, wasn't it? Really, a bit touch and go. But Henry supports Arsenal. Yeah, and of course we actually beat you. So expect humble pie. Oh, it's this morning blue suit he's wearing. What's he wearing a blue suit for? Oh, it's called it's called. I knew there was something. I knew this. So you have to wear a suit for that. God, you'd be stumped, wouldn't you, Luke? What would you? You'd have to cry off the programme. I mean, Henry has only got the one suit, and what he does, his mother dyes it in between jobs, so we think he's got about 7 suits. It's the same suit. They're just dyed. 1 minute it's pink. I think he looks a bit like Michael Portillo. I think so. The hair looks like Michael Fabricant, but the body is definitely Michael Portillo. Oh, dear. Steve, never drunk a pint. What did you drink your Prosecco from? Oh, good one. Steve, Boris is going to need Fabricant's wig supply very soon. He's losing it big time on top. Yes, but do you know that Fabricant doesn't agree it's a wig? I don't know what he thinks it is. Bless his heart. To be honest with you, it is nothing short of ridiculous. It doesn't fit. It's not the right size. It's the wrong colour. Goodness sake, you can go to so many good places, as we all know, and get things which fit beautifully. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And another one here says, talking of dislike of Trump, well, I love him. The bizarreness, the razzmatazz and the fun. If only there was. If only there was fun. If only there was razzmatazz. But unfortunately, he's a nasty bully. Threatens people. If he doesn't get his own way, he's very horrible. And of course, he hasn't got his own way because the public voted in America and they decided they wanted somebody different. They didn't want Mr. Trump. And he's just got to get used to that. But I mean, it'd be funny if Melania divorces him. I wonder how much she could probably get half his money, don't you think? Which is good. Apparently, according to a recent survey, sleep-starved Brits would rather have a good night's sleep than make love. I don't know who they asked. Must have asked. I mean, they certainly didn't ask me. What would you rather have, a good night's sleep or a good night of How's Your Father? Well, I mean, you'd be going for How's Your Father, wouldn't you, every single time? Then there was a woman, she goes out into the back garden, and what is she confronted by? A 6-foot boa constrictor sunning itself, because the moment the sun comes out, snakes need to warm up, so you find them, rattlesnakes in particular, in certain parts of America, Arizona, I think, can be found sunning themselves on rocks. The rock heats up, and then the snake heats up at the same time, but this woman's in this country, which frightens the life out of me. I'm not good with snakes at the best of times. Also, E17 stay another day, another go at the charts, but this time they're going to put in Abs Bream and all sorts of strange. I don't know why. What was the other one? Oh, Sean Connery had a charity, apparently. He gave away over £2 million to help youngsters get back on the straight and narrow. What was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, yeah, I did laugh at Caprice, thinking that she's a top model and an actress. She's never been a top model. She's always been the cheaper end of the market, and I think that's about as good as it's going to get. Plus, the airlines slammed for not swapping vouchers for cash, and Shane Ritchie, who's going into I'm a Celebrity in Welsh Wales, which is very nice, but I mean, it's not the same as Australia. Given the choice, we're going out to stay in the Versace Hotel, the Travel Lodge in Penrith. It's not exactly going to be the saving grace, is it? But in fact, Shane Ritchie says that he's broke. Got no money. They're maxed out on the credit cards, and he's having to rely on this money coming in from I mean, if he hadn't had I'm a Celeb, it's like, I often wonder, on I'm a Celeb, so they've got people on it, like there's some obscure bloke from Radio 1. I didn't think it was still going, frankly. I was slightly disturbed. But, and they put him on there, and you think, but nobody knows who he is. So do they have some contra deal with the producers going, listen, put him on and you can have so-and-so or this? I mean, why would somebody that nobody's ever heard of go on the programme? And he's apparently cover for people on the station. Well, he might as well have asked the station cat. There's no point, is there, really? No point at all. And I should imagine he's probably fairly brassic as well. But I was surprised to hear that Shane Ritchie was brassic. So he's borrowed from friends to keep himself going. keep him and the family going, which is a bit worrying, isn't it, really? Also, what was the other one that I quite liked? There was a woman who says that her Amazon Alexa ordered her 3 sex toys. I mean, just like that. Apparently it's something to do with Borat. I can't remember what it is, but you can ask them to order things like that. I ask you, a sex toy. I don't even know what that is. Well, I wouldn't, would I? I mean, why would I know about things like that? Steve, so Harry wanted to be part of the royal family again, says Albert in Croydon. Is this a backdoor for crawling back into the public good books? I say no thanks. Well, they said no thanks as well. They said no thanks. And so he had to do it in America with nobody, just him and the wife, and he sort of put on his little medals, and then they issued a photograph. I thought they didn't like the press. I thought they hated the press. There you go. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company on Monday morning. I hope you had a nice weekend. Hope you did things yesterday, as indeed people did. Here we go. It's number 4 today. That's the first one. The second one is... So we just have to... It takes such a long time to do it. You know what that is? Thank you. Yeah. Okay. The third number is... Next 2 numbers, add 1 to that. And the last number is... There you go. Sorry? Did I swear at you? No, not that way. That way would be swearing at you. We have to do this. It's sort of... I don't know why, because you can't access any of these things at all. It's like doing bingo numbers. Dale used to love bingos. If he went to the fun fair, he'd love to do bingo. I used to feel deeply embarrassed sitting there. Steve says, Mike, you are worse to me than my cigarettes. He said, I do smoke. I know I've got to give them up, but I can't. It's embarrassing, isn't it, really? I think you tend to find, actually, it's not just this programme, it's quite a number of programmes on the radio which become addictive. And you find yourself listening. For me, for my day, it was Jeremy Beadle. Jeremy Beadle was a terribly addictive radio programme. But the trouble is, I never, ever wanted to wean myself off. Because I liked Jeremy Beadle a lot, because having heard him on the radio and then having worked with him, I liked him even more. Very clever. You do get people on the radio. We've got people on this station. I don't include myself in it, but they're very, very technically clever. Very technically clever, whereas I'm not. I'm not one of these sort of people. Steve, if you're getting chocolate for your vegan member of the Groovy Gang, you'll have to get dark chocolate and check it doesn't contain milk. Well, I've already told him he's not actually supposed to be having any of these things. And the other one's not having the chocolates for another reason, but that's due to obesity. Okay, that's the word of the morning. No, I'm caring. I'm caring. It would be so easy to fatten you up, the same as we've done with Luke, you know, and just sort of go, listen, eat all of these things. I mean, you saw him yesterday. Yeah, ready for Christmas. You know, on the table, he'll look great with his little arms and legs tucked underneath him. You know, an apple in his mouth. You know, and we'll be sort of going, yes. I mean, there is a chance to save him, but he's sort of vegetarian vegan, but and sort of fasting, but not at the weekend. I've discovered, which was a new one on me because we hadn't had that, you know, up until now at all. But we've had it. Ted says, the way things are going, more and more celebs are going to be hitting the cobbles. Well, he could have... Seriously, you talk about the Shane Ritchie thing. You could have knocked me sideways. I'd have thought that Shane would have earned a small fortune for EastEnders. He does pantomime every year. Last year would have been the first year he probably didn't do pantomime, and this year. And that would pay him a huge amount of money. Huge amount of money. Even if you earned £50,000 for the run... I mean, I never saw Shane as being, you know, an extravagant spender. You know, driving flash cars and that sort. I never saw that at all. I just thought that, you know, he'd always be earning money because he was working. Was he a redcoat or something like that? He was certainly doing that when he was very young. Very young. So he's always earned money. Always earned money. Somebody else talking about Harry wanting to be part of the royal family. Well, I think he's admitted that nobody's interested. You know, they keep feeding these bits of information out. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Steve, hope you're keeping well. Why does that Steph McGovern keep cropping up? She was on Have I Got News for You? Well, it might be an old one. She did actually host it. She wasn't very good on it. And this dreadful programme that's on the television, this packed lunch thing, with a whole load of deadbeats who you wouldn't want anywhere near you, is ghastly. Absolutely ghastly. Somebody says here, I've ordered Christmas lunch from Mark's to pick up Christmas Eve. Believe it or not, they've already run out of a few things. Smaller turkeys seem to be going. What for? Are they saying because there's a turkey now? Didn't they drop a story, not Marks, but somebody else, that turkeys were being bred smaller because to feed 6 people? Well, most people have. If you have a turkey, and we don't, we haven't had a turkey for years. We have turkey crown, which is fine because you don't want the rest of it. What are you going to do with the rest of it? And some people make it last over Christmas. So you have it for Christmas Day. On Boxing Day, you have it cold, maybe with some sort of bubble and squeak and things like that, and some Branston pickle. And then you sort of make it last, and eventually you get round to sort of turning it into soup. But the very idea that they're actually turning out smaller turkeys, but no, there's millions of frozen turkeys, I promise you, absolutely millions of them. And Donna says, I love it when you make me laugh out loud. Well, I think that's good, actually. Steve, I went yesterday only to make sure, but didn't expect to have any job. Sure enough, after looping through London, I went back home without anything, says Monica. But fortunately, quite a lot of people work, so it was not too bad in the weekday morning. Just finished my first trip and certainly hope the trend continues. My driver's suffering. In fact, nearly all of my drivers are suffering. There's just not enough work out there. It's very, very difficult. And yet the government don't seem to be, interested. They just sort of seem to push them to one side, which I think is a great shame. What else we got? Oh, Rashford praises the Prime Minister after a U-turn on the school meals. I wish they'd done it in the first place. Would have saved us all faffing around, wouldn't it? And what was the other one that I quite like? Oh, yes, we found a BBC weather girl who is part of a group of people who live in these posh flats. And one of the blokes put up a sign outside saying, well done, NHS. And the owners of the flats have gone, you can't have that up. It spoils the look of the flats. And apparently this BBC weather girl has said nothing, but she was one of those who the papers were saying was complaining about it. I'm going to tell you who she is this morning. I mean, you don't diss the weather, but obviously they were sort of worried it might sort of lower the value of the flats. Not very good, is it, really? I'll tell you who she is. Plus the Biden doing a trade deal with Britain. Who says that? Surprisingly, Boris Johnson. Surprisingly, Boris Johnson has said that Biden would do a trade deal. I think Obama has just been a bit rude about Boris, hasn't he? I think over something that was said a short while ago. Plus the new look, I'm a celebrity to lift the lockdown gloom. Why would it? They're the same boring, dreary people that you don't like on the television. Who seriously can lift the... If you're Victoria Derbyshire, what gloom is she going to be lifting? She can't lift it on her own programme. Really? The Queen leads the nation in silent tribute. Do you know, there's something quite remarkable about this person. Quite remarkable. I don't care what anybody says. You don't even have to be a fan of the royal family just to appreciate... Oh, look. Oh, sorry. Henry's... He's wearing his blue suit. It's very nice. It's a dark blue, so it's... He didn't have a tie on, no. I'm assuming he must have put it in his bag. I hope he's not forgotten that. Do you think he's... Oh, perhaps he's forgotten the tie. Oh, I hope not. I mean, it's not like Henry, because normally his mother stands at the door, do it with a checklist. Suit, socks, shoes, pants. Tie. Lunchbox, yes. He brings in his own packed sandwiches, which is quite sweet, actually. And Steve, I love Jeremy Beadle. He was so funny when he used to do Game for a Laugh. Oh, he was... Beadle's About was the one. People used to get annoyed at Beadle's About because it was basically playing on people's insecurities about things. But I thought it was great. Never before have so few been allowed to honour so many. And there was still a good turnout here, lest we forget the distancing at the cenotaph. William... walking behind his father Charles yesterday. Also the Queen looked on from the balcony. I mean, do you know, she's quite remarkable. Also, Kate, following the COVID rules. And the new lockdown means poppy sellers are banned from the streets, meaning less money for the British Legion's work. But there's still time to back the appeal. You can make a donation, no amount too small. They were selling poppies at Waterloo Station. They always bring out the forces, and they were selling. So you pick the table where it's got the best looking members of the armed forces, and you go and buy your poppy from them. The ugly ones don't do as well. But you can go to rbl.org.uk poppy appeal /poppy appeal. Okay. Plus Arthur Edwards, the royal photographer, only member of the public allowed to lay a wreath. He's 80, an evacuee in World War II. 80. People just don't age at all, do they? So here they are, 6 days to go before another dreary programme hits your screens. Yes, Victoria Derbyshire broadcaster. Oh, God, honestly, how dreary. Boring, boring, boring. Jordan North, Radio 1 DJ. Who? 90% of people won't have the faintest idea. Giovanna Fletcher. Go on, I'll defy anybody next door to tell me who Giovanna Fletcher is. You don't know, do you? Apparently, she's a podcaster. How does that qualify her as a celebrity? I'm a podcaster. Holly Arnold. No chance on that one, I'm afraid. She's a Paralympian. But, AJ Pritchard, you know. You know AJ? Yep. You don't know AJ? You do know AJ. Of course you do. Shane Ritchie. You know Shane Ritchie. Jessica Plummer. No. Ex-EastEnder. In other words, unemployed. But as I say, if you don't know who she is, it's not going to... And these are supposed to be celebrities. Mo Farah, you've heard of. He must be running out of money. He must be. Beverly Callard. No? You don't know Beverly Callard? Good Lord. But from Coronation Street. Oh, dear. Blonde? Well, this time round she is, yes. I suppose she probably changes it. Vernon Kay. You know Vernon Kay, don't you? Very tall man. He says, every time I talk about it, I get a fist pump from the kids. He doesn't look old enough to have children, does he? All people want to see is he's going to take his clothes off. You know Beverly Callard. Of course you know Beverly Callard. How can you not know Beverly Callard? Everybody knows her. You know, she's been around for ages. She's fabulous. She wrote a book about depression. And she's Liz McDonald, of course. And also Flo Henshaw in 2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps. Oh, she was great. She came in, she wrote a book about depression, how she would literally go on set. She'd be saying, because in Coronation Street, she might be wearing one outfit, and they might say, right, we've got 6 scenes to film, which might be spread over 6 different episodes. So she has to do them all at the same time. So they never know where the storyline is. So she might have to say, ooh, I'll have a pint and a packet of crisps. And that might run in episode 14 or something. It doesn't make any difference, does it? But she said sometimes she'd burst into tears because she didn't know what she was doing. That was how sort of depression actually got her. I thought she was great. There's something nice about the people in Corrie. You know, they're quite normal people. Yes, she's been on my programme a few times, about 3 times. Yeah, I don't want to name drop. Just dropped a name. And, yeah, they've all been on, yeah. There's loads of people from Corrie who've been on my programme. Of course they have. I've been here since God created the Garden of Gethsemane, for goodness sake. I mean, why would I not be entertaining all these people? Also, I'm a Celeb Bosses have secretly signed Chelsea Grimes. Have you ever heard of Chelsea Grimes? You've heard of Chelsea Grimes? It's a what? A wraparound football player. Oh, right. They agreed with the ex-Liverpool Evidence star to appear in the ITV show, which is being filmed in Wales. No, Chelsea, spelled C-H-E-L-C-E-E. What's that, the Chavs spelling or something? Who spells Chelsea like that? God, blimey. And apparently also footballer turned musician. Is it a woman? I've never even heard of her. You've heard of her, Luke? No, but you haven't heard of anybody, have you? You hadn't heard of me till you came here. Didn't take him long. But because AJ Pritchard has tested positive for coronavirus. So that's why she's obviously on standby. But it doesn't help when you don't know who they are. I mean, are they hoping that like Jordan North, I'm sure he's a sweetie. But I mean, 99% of people in this country won't have the faintest idea who he is. Mind you, there's probably 98% of people in this country who don't have any idea who I am either. I sometimes struggle trying to work out who I am on certain days. But this morning, I'm Steve Allen. I feel like a character in Mary Poppins. When Bert, he says, today I'm a pavement artist. You know, that'll be like me. One day I'm a pavement artist. The next day I'm flogging kites. The next day I'm jumping into a chalk picture. You know, that's how it works. But for this morning, my trees outside have 2,000 lights on. I've got a thing about Christmas lights. They used to call them fairy lights, but they're now called Christmas lights because 99% of them, I think, are LEDs. Colour-changing LEDs. They've got so sophisticated. I've got sorry? Battery-powered? No, mains. Do you not have electricity where you are? I mean, you are this is the producer. You are the ultimate person. When probably when you find deep pile shag carpet, you probably go, oh, look, deep pile carpet. You can crawl about on that on your hands and knees. Have you got hot water in your place? Do you have, you got things like that? Have you got a cooker where you can actually heat up food that they sell in the supermarkets? Have you noticed some of the supermarkets, they've brought in a new rule? Single shopping. They don't want people wandering around. Oh, should we buy this? Should we not buy that? No, you're a waste of space. Get out. They only want one person in, which actually, to be quite honest, is okay, unless you're elderly, in which case you need two people, because once you've gone in, you can't remember what you're shopping for. You need two people to help remind you. Somebody says they were quite disappointed on how few people in our road came out of their houses yesterday at 11 for the 2-minute silence. Only 2 houses. That's a shame, isn't it? That is a shame. And yet, actually, when we, most people like to observe, although I've been out before, and I've looked out the window and I've seen people driving and doing all sorts, completely ignoring the 11 o'clock, 2-minute silence. Well, how can you forget it? It's 12 o'clock. Even a lot of the shops say the tills are closed for 2 minutes while we observe the silence. And so people still carry on shopping and then I'm sorry, are you not open? Well, what's the matter with it? We did it on LBC. Well, so we should do. I think it's absolutely necessary for what I was watching some footage the other day of people in the Great War, and literally it was just carnage, bodies everywhere, people who'd gone out, people who'd young men, young people, 17, 18-year-olds who'd literally come back and they'd had an arm blown off or something like that, and it was, and you think, if you don't think you owe these people your life, you're in the wrong world. Seriously, you owe them everything. Absolutely everything. Every single family must have had people at some point in their history that went to war. People who told lies about going to war so that everybody could go. People who went up over the top and they didn't go any further. People who were involved in the D-Day landings. For what we have to give them, it's nothing. Nothing. If somebody said, I tell you what, all those years ago, you're going to have your legs blown off, but don't worry, you're not going to get any money for it. You're just going to have to exist. We can offer you maybe some help and things like that. People got nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. It's only recently, in recent years, that we've gone, to help people out. That's why when Make Some Noise, Global's charity, said we want to raise money for people who've had a really terrible year. And it is a terrible year for some people to lose their jobs, to maybe never get another job again. How are they going to survive? That's where you come in. That's where those of us who are in fortunate positions to be able to do something about it can do something about it. You can buy a pair of glasses or one glass to drink your Prosecco out of, knowing that not only have you got a nice little keepsake, which you don't have to use, you can just keep them, or you can re-gift them to somebody else, but somebody can benefit from the money that you spend on that. A family or children, people who can't afford to eat, people who can't afford to buy things. That's where you come in. That's how brilliant you were when we first did it. And we've still got some glasses left. You can go to the LBC website and you can see them on there. And you can either buy one glass or a pair of glasses, or you can buy 10 pairs of glasses. And the money all goes to help people who've had the worst year that they ever thought they were ever going to have in their entire life. Steve, I was selling poppies at my local Tesco. People are so generous. Several walked by putting 20 and £10 notes in the collection box and never wanted anything. I generally put either a tenner. It depends what I've got on me, actually, Tricia. It's either a tenner or it's 20. What a small price to pay. You've only got to do it once a year. Good Lord above. It's nothing, is it? It's absolutely nothing. I would always do that. And yet I don't give to people sitting by a cash point with a dog on their lap, half asleep, when they're sort of begging. I don't give to people like that because I want to make sure that they're genuine. Whereas by giving money to the Poppy Appeal, you know that they're supporting people who are genuine, people who've made the ultimate sacrifice. Families who, have ended up with nothing. They didn't have... there was one family, I think they lost all of the children, all of the boys they lost. Something like three or four boys. So that's what you're giving to. That's what you're giving to. You're giving to people who went out there without a care in the world to try and make the world a better place. Do you know, and I turned on the telly yesterday and they were doing that programme, I Was Monty's Double. Do you ever see it? You wouldn't have seen it, no. You really don't do anything, do you, Luke? I mean, every time I ask Luke something, I say, oh, have you done it? And I get this sort of vacant look on his face. When you go home at the end of the shift, I call it a shift, actually, for him, because he shifts from here to there. What do you do? You go straight to sleep, okay? So you don't have anything to eat. You just climb straight into bed. You're fasting, okay, so you climb into bed. You must have some water or something. Quick glass of water, okay, from the tap or from a bottle? From the tap. You see, I don't drink from the tap. And then you climb into bed and... brush your teeth, okay, and then you... straight to sleep. You're, very, very tired. Message a few friends. Okay, so you're still... Message Steve, I know. Okay, Steve, great show today. Going to sleep now. Thinking of you. That kind of thing. Okay, so then you go to sleep, and then you wake up at what time? 5:30. Oh, because so you'd be in bed by about, 8 o'clock? You would think, something like 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. So you're doing about 9 hours. About, give or take, honestly. Give or take the water, getting up to go for a wee and stuff like that. And so then you get up at the 5:30, another glass of water. Bit of a thrill in that household, it really is. And then perhaps some, get sort of tea ready or something. Listen back to Steve Allen, listen to the programme, okay, and another glass of water. And then it's a case of, well, what should we have for tea? And so you open up the cupboard, you go, okay, got a tin of tomatoes and some pasta. That'll do for today. So another glass of water to try and take away the hunger cravings. And then do you have another little doze, another little lie down? Oh, you're generally up by that time. So what are you doing? Book a few guests for Darren's show, okay, and then a little lie down? Another glass of water, yes. Back in the toilet. You might as well just stay in the toilet, actually. It makes it so much easier, doesn't it? Cut out the middleman. And so at what time would you have your tea? About 7:38. Oh, quite late. That's a lot of water under the bridge, isn't it? That is a lot of water. And so you do that. So would you be watching the television? Sometimes watch The Chase. Okay, do you like to try and enter into the spirit of it and try and answer some of the questions? Do you have a go? Sometimes. And how often are you right? And how not very often. This is what I'm working with. Anyway, so it's really great, isn't it, really? And Anthony says, when you see these idiots partying in the streets during lockdown, I wonder how many of them have got to cope being told you've got to go to war for your country. Well, if they were told, they'd be thinking of a way out of it, I tell you. They'd never manage things like that. They really wouldn't. If we brought back... conscription. That'd be very interesting. They have it in other countries, don't they? I think, I'm not even sure if Austria's still got it or not, where sort of people go in for a short space of time. They've got a judge in America. These are fairly old videos I'm looking at on YouTube, and he's very good. If he gets a veteran in front of him, he invariably lets them off. And he's known for letting vets off. He said, because you've given the ultimate sacrifice. Nearly. And he said, so I'm going to dismiss your case. Which is lovely, isn't it? I like people like that. They sort of restore my faith. Debbie says, thank you for the glasses. I used one on Friday. I did post a picture on Instagram. Unfortunately, Debbie, I don't have Instagram. Wish I did have, but I haven't. Listen, this music indicates that you're really nice to have your company. To have your company, absolutely. I think you have chosen very wisely this morning. Too many people go through at the moment, and now we're in lockdown again. And some people, of course, are self-isolating, and for them it's even more depressing, except for Martin Bashir. Yes, Martin Bashir, who people would like to talk... He's rapidly turning into one of those sort of people who say, would you like to answer some questions? No. We did try it, didn't we, with sort of Prince Andrew, and we kind of gave up on the arrogance of the man. And in the case of Martin Bashir, he's not well, but he was well enough to go and get a takeaway. So, obviously not as ill as maybe we thought, and obviously trying to sort of disappear completely. But he's front page of the Daily Mail today, as indeed he's in a lot of the papers. Harry's banned wreath makes the front of quite a lot of them. Unused after a palace ban on it being laid at the cenotaph. Why would we want him? He's nothing to do with this country. He's not a member of the royal family. He's not a member of the armed forces. We've kind of sort of... he wants to go and live in America. Go and live in America. That's fine. That's fine. Will Guyot sent me a I don't know what he calls it. It's an interplanetary thing. And he says, the Prosecco glasses arrived. I know, I saw the pictures. He said, need to order more due to very popular demand from family members on Twitter. Do you know, I haven't ordered my ones yet. I'm going to have to order some today. I think I'm probably going to order probably 12, I think. 12. Well, I'll order six doubles, I think. Yeah. So I can give some to sort of friends. Luke ordered one. I mean, honestly, I ask you, one. And then one set of two, is it? Yeah, well, Corey thought he had another extra one sitting in his pigeonhole. We've broken into it already. We've got it back. Not messing around there anymore. We have a poem for you this morning. Oh, Shane in Sydney says, can't wait until the glasses arrive. It's a long way to go, isn't it? Long way to go. My poem today has been selected by a member of the team. That's all I shall say. It's by Inarenko. Inarenko. And it's called Home Alone. My family's gone. There's no one home. It's only me who's home alone. I shouldn't hear a single squeak. There shouldn't even be a creak. So what's that thumping that I hear? It must mean one thing, death is near. You're an adult, you'll be just fine, I tell myself as I dial 9. Was that a knock upon the door? My heart beats faster than before. I know it's closed, I've checked the lock. At least my killer knows to knock. I cannot sleep, though I'm in bed. I've made amends with God instead. If he decides that it's my time, then this will be my very last rhyme. I hear a bang, and then a break. My head shoots up, there's no mistake. I turn my music volume high, so I won't hear the way I die. I run upstairs, desk lamp in hand, over my head ready to land, and right before it did just that, I remembered I have a cat. Very good, isn't it? Cat lovers everywhere going, do you know, I never saw that one coming. Never saw that one coming. Dog lovers going, well, that was rubbish, wasn't it? Only appeals to cat lovers. Did you know it was for cat lovers? No. Oh, you saw, oh, right. No, there's cat lovers. For cat lovers. I love cats and dogs. I love all animals, actually. Well, like you, so, I mean, you know, it's got to be okay. Although, to be honest with you, I'd have you put on a lead. I wouldn't let you just wander about the building by yourself. I don't think that's wise. I think you should train children the same way as you train dogs and cats. That's what a great psychologist said some time ago. He said, kids learn from a very early age. They sit there, and you've seen them, you know, and they go, eat. Not eating it. Eat it. I'm not eating it. Well, it'll sit there till you eat it. Don't care. I'll starve. And kids learn that eventually parents give in. It's like kids who cry, you know, and they do cry. They do cry a lot. And they just sit there and they can they seem to have boundless energy. They can scream the house down and you go, I can't hear you. So they bring in Super Nanny. Super Nanny sort of makes them sit on the step and all the rest of it. It's like something in the super... There was a woman on the bus about a year ago, and she had a kiddie in a pram, and she, as opposed to sort of thinking of some way of solving the issue, the kid was screaming all the way on the bus journey. And everybody on the bus is going, why don't you do something about it? Why don't you just get off the bus? Why should we all have to suffer? And so in the end, I mean, you sort of felt like saying, give it a lollipop or do something. You know, kids, you've got to keep them quiet. They might be teething. There can be all sorts of things. But whatever it is, they've got very big vocal cords. Ian the Skip says, I watched Monty's Double yesterday too. It's a great film, isn't it? Apparently based on fact. But I think it was really good. It's a war film. You wouldn't get it at all. It's not for you lot round here. They're all too young. Yeah, they're too young to understand war films. But it was apparently based on fact that they got somebody who looked like Montgomery, and he went around giving talks and all the rest of it, and so he was misleading the Germans. They thought that we were doing something else, and we weren't. The real Monty was off elsewhere. And so this one was going out there giving false things and being seen in certain places. And it won, very smart. It won us the war. Won us the war. And that's why he was Monty's double. And supposedly, as I say, based on fact. But I loved it. Steve, I remember when Jeremy Beadle ran a show called Beadlebum on LBC. People asked him questions and he always knew the answers. His knowledge was incredible. Yeah, he's got a book out, actually. I don't even know if it's still around. The book is called Today's the Day. Can you find it on Amazon for me? Today's the Day by Jeremy Beadle. And I used to use it. And what it was, it's ideal for... There you go. 1979. You can still buy it, actually. And it's ideal for radio presenters, like from BBC Radio Shropshire, where they haven't got anything to talk about. And what it is, every single day of the year, there's another anecdote. So it's what's commonly known as a filler. You know, those local BBC stations need fillers, like, you know, we need a hole in the head. And so what they do is they really go, oh, today, on this day, you know, Montgolfier blew up a balloon, you know, or so Hannibal crossed the Alps or something. It'll be something interesting. And Today's the Day. I loved it. I thought it was great. Good book. Should we start doing it? No, thank you. No, we don't need things like... My audience, they know the answers before I do. If ever I've seen something on the television, I say, I wonder what that is, you can guarantee at least 10 people will actually write in going, I can tell you, Steve, it's this, that. You know, people know the answer to everything. Why? Because LBC's audience is very select. Matthew says, talking of cat lovers, well, I love mine. Peanut and Buster, mother and daughter, 16 and 14 respectively. I don't know what that is in human years. 16 and 14. It sounds like an awful lot, actually. 16 and 14 years. And dogs as well. Monica, full tank in, fresh large coffee and sandwiches for later. Also in, now I would appreciate some passengers, please. Monica's our favourite Jewish cabbie. Oh, look, pussycats. Look, cats. Oh, that's such a cute picture, isn't it? Why is it that we used to put... So if it's a cat year, what did you say? 16 and 14. Well, 16 is 80 and 14 is 72. A little bit of a promiscuous cat, isn't it? Having, relations at that early age. That's what it is. You're trying to work out your own age now, Luke. You'll never find it, dear. You're not on there. It'll never happen. So, if your cat is a year old, that's 15 human years. You're only 1.5. You haven't got a cat, have you? If you were a cat, you'd be 1.5. How riveting. Honestly, why do they tell you these things? I can't care. I couldn't care less. But I like cats. My hamsters only live about 2 years. But they're so cute, but you've got to play with them. If you don't play with them, when eventually you go to pick a hamster up, it'll bite. They've got quite, if you have a look at their teeth. I go, I'd be 12.5. Yeah, all right. Make a big deal about it, honestly. To tell people these, they don't care. My audience don't care how old I am. They just go, at least you're there. At least you're there with the Prosecco glasses. So I'm going to buy some more today. I'm going to buy some today. I'm going to have to buy a lot. And Will Guyot's going to buy a few. Actually, Will obviously missed my programme where I mentioned him, a rarity. But because my godchildren have got these barns in the ground of where they live, they want to buy an arcade machine. And I thought immediately Will Guyot to be the person who can get you an arcade machine. I don't know how much arcade machines cost because they've got a barn which they're turning into a party barn. And they want an arcade machine in there. I don't know how much they actually cost. They obviously don't want one that's going to go wrong. That would be something a lot better. Donna says, I have my glasses, got them on Wednesday. Thank you very much indeed. We've done a few thousand of these glasses, and very pleased they are too at the charities. We've got a few more to go. Front page of the Daily Star today. I'm skint. This is the actor Shane Ritchie. He is one of many people. Who was it I saw the other day? An actress making an appeal on television saying, we did this for, might have been on a programme on the telly, saying we did it for all the people who are unemployed. And Shane Ritchie is one of those. Work has dried up this year. He's had to borrow off his chums. Nice to have chums who've got money. Because it's been tough out there. Really, really tough. Anne Kirkbride, the Corrie legend, all right, Ken, used a remote control fart machine to put the wind up her co-stars. You could buy these things. They came on a little remote control. Years ago, it was whoopee cushions. Remember whoopee cushions? You put it under a cushion, and when you'd sit on it, you'd go like that. And apparently that was hilarious. We were so easy, weren't we, when we were younger? We just thought everything was funny. Steve, put them in touch with me. 500 upwards. More that you spend, the more likely it is not to go bang. Not to go bang. I will. I shall pass that on to them. And then they can sort of, so £500 upwards. Out your price bracket, isn't it, Luke? Luke, who, of course, he doesn't do a Christmas list anymore. Do you? You don't do I think you get to a certain age where there's no point. You know, when you're younger, you do a Christmas list. Your parents go, listen, to my goddaughter, my youngest, she'd have a list as long as your arm. I mean, nowadays, it's easy because it's makeup and stuff like that, which she wants. Stick a fiver in them. You can't get away with a fiver now. Are you kidding? I wish you could. Cool, blimey. Well, I did say the other day, because I think this year is the first year we're not doing presents. We're doing little presents, like tree presents and stuff like that, or table presents, because it's so expensive. You know, when you think, I've got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... I've got about 10, 15 people to buy presents for. I mean, are you on the list? Of course you're not on the list. Don't be so ridiculous. I've just said I've got about 10, 15 people on a list to buy presents for, and none of them are cheap. It's quite... So this year will be the first year that we haven't done it. Hoping it's the way for the future. Did I buy who? No. Was that a subtle hint? I'm supposed to be doing something in the travel department. No, I do buy for people at work. People I like. And so, unfortunately, you won't be getting anything at all. What have we got? We got 5:15. Johnny Smithfield says, I watched Wolf Hall last night. Is that a period drama? I didn't like it for some reason. I don't know why. I wonder how many birds that 80-year-old cat has killed, says Mick. Oh, loads. So, Steve, cat years are the first year, 25, plus 4 years for each next year. So 14-year-old cat is 25 plus 13 times 4, 52. So the cat's 77. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. Wolf Hall, that was the one. It's the adaptation of Wolf Hall and Bring Up the Bodies. And this is a fictionalised biography documenting the rapid rise to power of Thomas Cromwell in the court of Henry VIII. That's a place you wouldn't want to be. Henry VIII fell out with him, oh dear, through to the death of Sir Thomas More, followed by Cromwell's success in freeing the king of his marriage. That's what he did. He was the one who sort of worked out he could get out of all these marriages. And it got 8 nominations. Mark Rylance is in it, Claire Foy as Anne Boleyn. You know the ending's not good. Joanne Whalley as Catherine of Aragon. Mark Gatiss as Stephen Gardner. And it's very interesting. Supporting roles from all sorts of people. I mean, literally. You know, Thomas Brodie Sangster. You know Thomas Brodie Sangster, don't you? He was the young one because he popped up in Nanny McPhee and all sorts of things. Also Saskia Reeves, Tom Holland as Gregory Do you know, on second thoughts, I used to want to live in those times. I've changed my mind. There you go, Thomas Brodie Sangster. Also known for Love Actually, he was Sam. Now he's 30. I mean, you can't believe it, can you? Kids grow up... Kids, honestly, he's 30. For goodness sake. I still refer to my team as, you know, the boys. I mean, they won't see that side of their life ever again. Gone are the days of going on the bus going, is it only sixpence because I'm under 12? You know, bus conductor looks at them with disbelief. Definitely not. Also, the paper today, Melania Trump. They're now... I mean, where this has come from, I've got no idea. They say she's counting down the minutes until she can leave the White House and divorce Donald Trump. She wants to end the 15-year marriage. It's a very strange marriage. I mean, she's going to end up, if she does, it's going to be an awful lot of money. Donald Trump has been labelled a flight risk amid fears he could flee the US to escape prosecution. He's said to owe billions of dollars and faces multiple serious investigations. And there's me just thinking it was going to be the electioneering, but obviously not. Lots of people have been out there. John Legend and his wife Chrissy hailing the election result, whilst a cheeky Biden-Harris display is displayed nearby. And a Trump... Is it called a piñata? That thing that you sort of hang up and it's got loads of sweets. I'd never even heard of it before. We never had one at our birthdays. You hit it. Have you ever done that? Done that where you sort of... The Mexican thing, yeah, where it's like a donkey. You fill it with sweets and then you're blindfolded and then you hit it. Or anybody else that gets near it. And then the sweets tumble out. But as you're blindfolded, you've got no idea. So you slip on them, then you go to hospital and then you can't eat them for ages. By the time you come out, somebody's eaten the sweets. Silence is held on doorsteps. I wonder how many doorsteps actually did it. Not that many, I suspect. I love it when you get little children, Poppy and Tommy Dominic, clutching their poppies, and they're so cute. They're obviously somebody's gorgeous kids. And Poppy, she's only tiny. She's got a little, and little Tommy Dominic Barnard Cart is holding this wreath. It's nearly as big as he is, bless his heart. Plus, they've got veterans in Chelsea, and Bill Bennett in Kidderminster, 94. Malcolm Clerk, 94, following a socially distanced remembrance service held in Cheshire, and then Royals at the Cenotaph. We do it very well. We have to do it. There's no way we'll ever stop doing it. They reckon lockdowns to prevent the spread of COVID could have a reverse effect and kill more than 500,000 people. Oh, God, honestly. You can only go as careful as you can go, can't you? You can't do anything else about it. I've always said, if it's your time, it's your time. If your number's up, then your number's up. It's as simple as that. Because you find the most amazing people who seem to contract this thing, and you think, well, how does that work out? Mentioning Monty's Double reminded me of another true life movie in which a British intelligence leave false invasion plans on a dead body. Yes, and leave it in the Med for the Germans to find. You can't remember the title. It's called The Man Who Never Was. That's another war movie. In fact, you can probably get them both together. I think the music was done by the same person. But The Man Who Never Was, where they looked for somebody that they could launch from a submarine without telling the people in the submarine what they were launching. They didn't know it was a body, so they sent it out, and they had to find somebody who had died of causes that they couldn't. It had to be drowning. It had to look like drowning. And so they found him. He just died in a hospital. They had to check with his father, and his father said, all right, you can use my son's body, but you have to give him a decent Christian burial at the end. And they said, I give you my word, we will do that. And so they invented a persona for him. They invented a girlfriend. They invented, he had all sorts of receipts on him, but he had a briefcase which was handcuffed to his wrist, which had our secret war plans, which of course weren't. It was all done to fool the Germans, who were so dumb they fell for it. And then they launched him from a submarine tube, and he got washed up on a shore, and they went, oh my goodness me, who is he? And they went, well, he's obviously got these secret plans. Interesting. Will you be watching the updated Our Yorkshire Farm tomorrow night? Do you have any farmers who listen to this show? I've got no idea. I don't think farmers have got time to listen to a radio programme. I really don't. Steve, I seem to remember there was a cat who lived in Paddington Station's Ladies' Loo, who lived until he was 30. The oldest cat I've ever had, said Jill, was 18. Yes, there was. And also there was the Downing Street cat as well. There's been lots of famous cats. Larry the cat, yes. Who calls a cat Larry? It's not even a cat's name, is it? Cats are called Tiddles and Puss and stuff like that. You don't call it Larry. But Larry, I mean, he's served there, believed to have been born, I think, in 2007, Chief Mouser to the Cabinet Office. I believe that he's still alive. Still alive. Where does he go? I mean, does he just go and sit in the garden? He's in the Cabinet Office, bless his heart. So he lives at 10 Downing Street. He's also got a blue plaque at Battersea Dogs and Cats Home as well. That's sweet. Sometimes we've had in this building, not recently, obviously, we've had sort of bring your dog to work day. Never sort of bring your hamster to work or bring your pussycat to work. But the cat's always there sitting. I mean, honestly, the stories that cat could tell you. The stories that it could tell you, it must go and meet other cats and they go, where do you live? And he goes, I live at number 10. Where else do you think I live? I'm called Larry. Okay, you must have heard of me. I'm very famous. Have you met anybody famous? Everybody. Hello, everybody. And who actually looks after you? Well, I've got my own special bowl and everything, and sometimes I just sleep. And I sleep for most of the time, actually. But he has been criticised for his job performance. Apparently he had a distinct lack of killer instinct. It was like, he'd seen mice running about and going, it's a mouse. Who can be bothered? Catch it tomorrow. The mice are going, like that, Oh, they've got a cat there. Hello. Go up and pull his whiskers. Pull the whiskers, run away. Come on, chase us. It's like Tom and Jerry. Tom never ever caught Jerry, but he sort of went through the motions. 84850, steve@ldc.co.uk. Jessie Nelson from Little Mix says cruel abuse by trolls has put her off becoming a mum. Well, take yourself off social media. How many more times? Really? There you go. Larry, the cat, spent more time sleeping than hunting for mice. They don't want to hunt for mice, but he is enjoying the company of a female cat called Maisie. Oh, well, once that comes into it, you've had it, haven't you? Yeah, catch a mouse. I don't think so. Got a bird here. Yeah. We're in love. Love. But they also had a book written in character as Larry, The Larry Diaries, Downing Street, the first 100 days. How funny. And a special picture gallery to celebrate his first 2 years was produced by the Daily Telegraph. Lovely. But he's always been pictured asleep. He spent most of his time asleep. Sometimes he just wanders in when he feels like, cats come in after a night on the tiles. Because round there, he can go and play. In fact, over in St James's Park, of course, there's all those birds over there just wandering around. All of a sudden, Larry's here. But don't worry, you're fairly safe. Larry's about as dangerous as a cotton bud. You can apparently follow, says Helinka, Larry the cat on Twitter. Oh, I think that's quite cute, actually. We used to have a cat years and years ago. We only ever had the one. And it was lovely. I think when they're kittens, they're absolutely gorgeous. In the same way that dogs, not when they're kittens, obviously they can't be, unless they're cross-dressing dogs. But when they're sort of puppies, they look just so cute. There was one the other day, there's this programme on the television looking at one of these animal shelters, and people abandon dogs and cats and everything. It's terrible, really. And, Steve, cats and dogs are better with human names rather than Tiddles or Gizmo. My two are called Edith and Edna. Oh, you can't call them Edith and Edna. That's just ridiculous. They're not human. They're pussycats. They're Tiddles. Whiskers. That's why their cat food's called Whiskers, isn't it? It's Whiskers cat food, not Edna's cat food. Doesn't sound the same. Do people call we used to have a hamster called Judy. Judy was our... What? What's the matter with that, honestly? She didn't think it was peculiar. We thought it was good. But we were playing with her from an early age, so we got her given to us at a filling station. We went into a filling station on a holiday in our caravan, and we pulled in, and the man said, "Oh, do the boys want a hamster?" So my parents said they might, and so they went, "Oh yeah, because we're sort of moving, and we can't take the hamster with us." So we walked away from the filling station with an ice cream tin. Walls used to make this big metal tin with the hamster in there, which we called Judy, and so she used to come on holiday with us. Have her own little suitcase. She was like Stuart Little, and it was a hamster. And it was quite sweet, actually, because then we bought her a cage, and our cat at the time, Candy, used to play with it through the bars. We never let them meet properly. I don't think it would have lasted 5 minutes. Our cat was constantly a thing, because the people next door to us used to have an aviary, which the cat had worked out how to get inside of. Sometimes it would bring its little offerings to the back door. My father would open the back door in the morning for breakfast. The cat would be there with, "Oh, look, what's that in your mouth?" "It's another pigeon from next door, isn't it? Oh, my God." But Judy the hamster lasted a few years and was really cute. Really, really cute. Really nice. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And let's have a short break for the news, shall we? LBC News, 5:30, the headlines. Yeah, everybody, it's Monday morning, but you know that. It's the 9th of November. It's nice to have your company. So, basically, it's Biden. Trade deal with Britain, so says Boris Johnson. Do we know this? No. Em in Dulwich says, "I was a Norman Wisdom fan as a child. My hamster was called Mr. Grimsdale." I love doing that. I hated the Norman Wisdom films. Isn't it bizarre? Isn't it bizarre? As an absolute, talent, I recognise that completely. I just found him very irritating in the films. But the best thing he ever did was when there was a strike on at, I think, ITV, and him and Brucey were doing Sunday Night at the London Palladium, and they ad-libbed the show. And it was lovely to watch too. If you can get hold of a copy, my friend Ray Reynolds, got me a copy of it. And so you can see the two masters at work, and they were no doubt, in my mind, at the top of their game. Matthew said, "In stitches about Larry the cat tales." Oh, it's ridiculous. All I'm getting from the producer is, tomorrow I should have been going to Brighton for this sort of holiday. He managed to find a hotel which has got a swimming pool in it, or as I prefer to call it, a very big leak. And he's right over the road. So you've got the hotel here on one side of the road. Over the other side of the road is the sea. And so he picks a hotel, so now he's got to stay at home, and you can't go. But it doesn't matter. It's only Brighton, for goodness sake. Why didn't you pick somewhere more in keeping with your sort of outlook on life? Blackpool would be nice. You should go to Blackpool. That's an entry. You'd like Blackpool, actually. It's very good. There's lots of your sort of people there. You wait. The next thing coming back is, what's my sort of people? You know, people like you. People that sort of, you know, want to go and swim in a hotel. 2 days in Brighton. I don't know what food he thought he was going to be eating. Steve, where do hamsters think they're running to when they're in their wheel? They're not in their wheel. They're inside their wheel. Do they think they're escaping? Well, I mean, every single hamster cage, I don't think I've ever bought a hamster cage yet that doesn't have a wheel in it. The trouble is our one squeaked. And so once I don't know where they thought they were going. I thought they just enjoyed the exercise. It is, for them, it's going to a gymnasium. And they're so cute. But we used to take Judy out, that was her name, and she'd sort of play and run around the kitchen and then run into the sitting room. You have to be sort of, pick her up and pop her on the thing. You could, as long as she'd go to nightclubs. She'd be out sort of being a Jezebel late at night, knocking on the doorbell, and the door. What do you want? I'm back. Yeah, well, stay out there. Dirty stop out. The worst thing was, though, the only time that the hamster, they love disappearing behind things, hamsters, like fridges, washing machines, anything like that, anything that's dark. It's like our cat, in our bathroom, in one of our houses we had, there was a board which was up in the airing cupboard, half a board that was up, and the cat, the moment the door was open, in, and would run straight to the front of the house. Because and our cat was white. And I only discovered the other day, I asked my brother how our cat, I thought it was put to SLEEP. It turned out not, it died of fur balls. Because cats if they lick themselves, the fur, then they make themselves sick. They used to eat grass and then they would cough up the fur balls. Our one died of the fur balls. And it would go to the front of the house and you'd have to wait for ages. But there was always a good trick to get her out. You pretend it was food time. So when you first get your first pussycat, every time you serve food on its little saucer, you bang the plate with a fork or a spoon, and then it associates that noise with food. And so it used to come out. But the hamster used to disappear behind. In our case, it was the washing machine, until one day my mother turned on the washing machine. There was a bang, a puff of smoke, and the washing machine, it died. And because the hamster had eaten through the electricity cables. They just had a thing about eating through anything like that. It's like if ever you've seen National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. The cat there eats through the wires for the Christmas lights. Then there's an awful and the cat sort of expires. Shouldn't laugh, actually. It's very sad, but funny at the time. Very funny. So when hamsters go on their wheels, they're doing it for the exercise. It's either that or they would spend all their time sleeping. Look, another picture of Rebecca Vardy. How many more dreary pictures do we need of Rebecca Vardy? So she's going off to rehearse on ice. Can you just print some pictures we had of her from years ago? That'll kind of cover it. You don't need anything else. Also, here. Aliens are unlikely to exist as most planets outside the solar system are too hazardous to be home. Oh, thank God for that. These findings have just been published in the monthly notices of the Royal Astronomical Society letters. So in other words, it's narrowed down, so there is no E.T. out there, E.T. phone home, E.T. phone home. There's none of that. No little green men, no sort of strange-looking five-headed monsters or anything else. It does not exist. And it's no good coming up with the old baloney about, it's so big out there that there's bound to be something. No, there isn't. Steve, do Prosecco glasses have the same effect as beer goggles? I don't know, because I don't know beer goggles at all, but I know Prosecco glasses. Hassan in Balham says, I had a cat called Tibby, and I would take him for a walk on a dog's leash because my parents wouldn't let us have a dog. Well, in fact, a lot of people used to have Siamese cats, and you could take Siamese cats for walks. Siamese cats used to enjoy going for walks. But not for us, I'm afraid. Not for us. And Sidcup Julie says, I had champagne in my Groovy Gang glasses because she had a birthday on Saturday. If you're celebrating your birthday today, many happy returns of the day. Hope you have a lovely, lovely day. The weather's going to be good. Apparently it's going to be as hot as Greece today. Hot as Greece. 2-page spread about dreary old Caprice. And she's got her own homeware collection at several big stores. Although, of course, the fact you can't go to big stores at the moment, so there's not much point, is it, really? And they now laughingly call her a model and an actress. Yes, of course you are, dear, as long as you believe it. As long as you believe it. Autumn Watch viewers were left blushing when Chris Packham raised... he's very rude, actually. he likes weaving in rude references on the programme. And, apparently he was lost for words for a moment, then he gave a little laugh. He was asking his co-presenter, is it important to say blah, blah, blah. I don't want to go into it because it's just cheap and tacky, but it suits Packham quite well for things like that. He's always done it, like weaving in song titles. He's done that before now. Lose weight in lockdown. I mean, not for a month. Seriously, we're not going to put on weight, are you, in a month, really? I hope not. And inside, picture of all the people who turned up. The Prime Minister and Carrie were there. The Queen and Camilla. Nobody else from the royal family. It was Camilla and the Duchess of Cambridge as well. I mean, the Queen's been visiting the cenotaph for more than 70 years. 70 years. Over and above. The Prince's cenotaph plea refused, as he's not entitled to be represented. So, of course, being the hypocritical pair that they are, Harry and Meghan in California. A source said, this is their PA, you can tell, it was important for the Duke and Duchess to be able to personally recognise remembrance in their own way. Really? What's it got to do with Meghan? Can somebody explain that to me? The answer is, it's nothing to do with Meghan. And here he is, so seriously unwell that he couldn't answer questions about his central role in the growing royal scandal. This is Martin Bashir. And here he is going out the other day. He was fully covered up. Coat, woolen hat. Supposed to be so ill he can barely move, but he went out to get a takeaway. But couldn't answer any questions on it. No, I'm not able to answer questions. It gets terrible, isn't it, really? Also, stay at home, not when the weather's nice. People want to go outside, and so they did go outside. They went out all over the place the other day. And you wonder why we've still got it. Plus, more than 170 specially trained sniffer dogs are being deployed to jails in the war on drugs and contraband. It's part of a £100 million package to bolster security. So they've got these, dogs. They've already made an immense difference. Apparently, Bovingdon in Hertfordshire is getting 8 new dogs and 4 handlers working closely with the security team. And they can sniff out heroin, cannabis and spice, plus telephones. I mean, I don't know how they do things like that. I think it's terribly clever. And here's the story of the BBC weather girl who rains on the parade for the NHS workers. Her name is Shefali Oza, and she lives in a posh block of flats. But Tony Rye, excuse me, I think that's how you pronounce his name, has every reason to be grateful to the NHS because the medics brought him back from the dead when he suffered a stroke. So, when the Thank You NHS campaign began during the first lockdown, he was keen to join in. But he's been forced to take down banners praising NHS staff for their work through the pandemic after a BBC weather girl and other neighbours complained they were lowering the tone of their upmarket apartment block. Mr. Ray, a landlord, put up two 2-by-5-foot banners saying thank you NHS on the building, one on the outside wall of his ground floor apartment, the other on an archway above the exit from the residents' car park. But about 2 months later, local BBC weather presenter Shefali Oza went on the residents' WhatsApp group to question how long they would remain on the apartments in Birmingham. Others in the block then piled in, said Mr. Ray. I was told the banner was lowering the tone and was not suitable. Oh, what a miserable weather girl. Thank God she's up in Birmingham, not down here. She declined to comment when the Mail visited the block. 2 of the 4 residents who were at home said they had no issue with the banners. A third declined to comment, as did Miss Oza. What a horrible person you are, dear. A BBC weather girl who, frankly, I hope that when next time you pop up on the television, people boo you. He was thanking the NHS workers for what they did. Is that such a shameful thing? Did we lower the value of your property, love? Oh, dear. What a shame. What a shame. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Plus, this is interesting, the mother of 3 who once stepped out with Prince Andrew, and he's a sex-crazed Spanish footballer, 18 years her junior. This is Caroline Stanbury. Good Lord, I'd almost forgotten about Caroline Stanbury. Plus, 1 in 10 children admit gambling with their own money. Which is not very good, is it? And the horse whisperer who saved somebody's... Have you ever seen horse whisperers? It's the cleverest thing you've ever seen. Apparently you blow up their nose. Or failing that, you turn your back on them and walk away and they follow. Seriously, I saw somebody doing that. We used to have a woman on the television did it, but Robert Redford played a horse whisperer in a movie. And it's the classic tale of the trainer who could tame the wildest of horses. I mean, it's very clever. If you've ever watched somebody, a horse that is totally unreasonable, all of a sudden becomes the horse that you just cannot believe because of the horse whisperers. Still to come, we celebrate a few birthdays and how 1 in 4 of us keep cash secrets from our families. Ooh. Not Shane Ritchie. He's told everybody about it. 14 minutes to 6. Let's get a check on the road. Julie says, when are you going to put up the Christmas tree? Well, this is the big question. This is the big question. They've started putting up the lights on Sandy's, the fishmonger. Stuart's already started putting up the bits and pieces. So, I don't know. I mean, do you think next Sunday is too soon to put up lights? I mean, they're putting them up here, but they've already got them in Oxford Street. There'll be Regent Street and then Piccadilly Circus. So, no, you take them down 12 days after Christmas. There isn't a ruling about when you put them up. You don't have the 12 days before Christmas. I love it. I don't know. Deborah says, I listen to you most mornings. I'm never quite sure who the Groovy Gang are. Well, the Groovy Gang, there were 3 of us, and you're honorary members of the Groovy Gang. You know, that's why the glasses we've got from the Groovy Gang. Dennis in Salisbury says, I want to know why W.H. Smith is open. Because it's a newspaper retailer. And Robert Dias. Yes, Robert Dias have been allowed to open as well. Loads of places. My dry cleaner's open. He does washing and ironing and stuff like that. And so, I mean, I think W.H. Smith, that's people go there to get their newspapers and books and stuff like that. You can't deny people that, can you? Buy food in what? W.H. Smith's? W.H. Smith's? No. What food? No, you can't. Victoria Station. Do I look as though I've ever been to Victoria Station? Of course I haven't. Is there really? You get a meal deal. What, it's like a sandwich, packet of crisps and a fizzy drink? Yeah, but that's not selling food. That's not... Well, I know it's food, but it's not sort of food as in... But they've got it because they sell newspapers. And that's why all of our local shops are open. Obviously in Salisbury, they don't have anything open at all. And also Robert Dias, because you can buy... Christmas lights, you can buy what else can you buy, Robert Dias? Knives and forks, cutlery and stuff like that. Light bulbs. So that's why light bulbs are very necessary. You can buy pots and pans, saucepans and things. You can't, no, but you have to buy these things to eat with. I mean, if you've got to heat up. So I don't have a problem with any of that. The only shops that appears to be closed would be clothing shops. That's the only ones. You don't need to buy clothes for a month. If you haven't got any clothes, we just have to go outside naked, won't you? Not going to make any difference to anybody. Our garden centres open. Of course they are. Of course they are. They weren't last time round, but they are this time. Definitely. Desperate to start buying all my Christmas stuff. Well, in fact, I've not been in a garden centre yet. Which hasn't got the Christmas stuff up. In fact, I went to 3 garden centres the other day. A couple of days ago, and they're full of Christmas stuff. All the different trees and things that light up and swirl around. Yeah, I've got loads of stuff. Loads of things. I love it. My friend Lenny down at Waterloo Station, he loves things like that. Loves things. And he was trying to desperately get hold of the aeroplane, which all the, lights up and the propeller goes around with Merry Christmas on it, which I think was very nice indeed, actually. So garden centres, yeah, and also where are you going to get Christmas trees from? I mean, you can get them, Paul Cooper does Christmas trees, but I don't think they're doing them till probably next week, I would think. Probably next week, something like that, because most people light them up, at least in advance of December, don't they? Because by the time you got the things up and you've decorated it, it makes you feel a bit more festive. I think that's a lovely idea, don't you? I think that's a nice idea. No, you don't bother with Christmas trees, do you? Luke's not about Christmas, bar humbug. If he sees any of the stores going, visit Father Christmas, he avoids them like the plague. He crosses over the road. Doesn't have anything to do with Father Christmas or anything, And yet, be the first one to go, have you bought me something for Christmas, Steve? Like, I don't think so, no. We're not celebrating the season of goodwill to all men. Donna says, I'm an honorary Groovy Gang member. This is so cool. It is, absolutely. It's very cool. We like it a lot. But you can only be an honorary Groovy Gang member if you've got some Groovy Gang glasses. You have to have glasses. So I've got glasses. and Luke, and Corey's sort of got one glass but thinks he's got two, but he hasn't. I've got a pair of glasses on now. Perhaps I should have had them etched with Groovy Gang written on them, just to make it sort of feel... It just makes people feel a bit more together, which we love. 1 in 4 of us keep cash secrets from our families. Right. Do you keep cash secrets from your family? What is it? 1 in 4 of us keep cash secrets. So that's things like savings account or a loan which you've had taken out, which you've hidden from people. So in other words, and it could be girlfriends, boyfriends, friends, anything like that. Is Jake looking a bit peaky on this one? Yeah. Oh, you got a student loan. Okay. How much is your student loan? That's probably £80,000. 80? You owe £80,000. What were you staying in? A luxury hotel or something? £80,000. That's your student loan. Oh, you did 2 more years. Oh, right. £80,000. And when are you expecting to pay this back to us? It gets wiped at 50. What does that mean? It gets wiped at what? At the age of 50? Well, I want our money back before then. I'm not going to lend any more to people like you. 80,000. What did you spend it all on? Not haircuts. That's a fact. What do you spend £80,000 on? Alcohol. That's outrageous, honestly. Extra tuition? Oh, just normal tuition. What, you have to go into lectures and pay? I've got £20. Can I have £20 worth of edu? And what did you end up with? You ended up with doing Steve Allen's podcast. Did you really need an £80,000 education for this? The first lesson was how to work on Steve Allen's show on LBC. You see, that's how happy we are here. That's how happy. People will happily... I would rather get myself into debt for £80,000 than sort of study and become, a macrobiologist or something. I don't know. I watched The Big Bang Theory and I've got no idea what they're talking about half the time, but I'm a bit like that anyway with television programmes. I love it. I absolutely love it. So you spent £80,000, whereas me, no money at all. No money at all, secondary modern, failed the 11 plus, and I'm still running my own programme. So you see, there's got to be an answer to that somewhere, hasn't there? Perhaps if you'd set your sights at being a presenter, you could have saved £80,000. £80,000, how much do you have to pay back a month? Do you have to pay back 120 quid every month? Good Lord above, honestly. I thought when you were going to say a student loan, I thought it'd be something like £8,000 or something. £80,000. That, £9,000 a year. That is amazing, isn't it? Have you still got a student loan out there, Luke? Never went to uni? Well, there's a surprise. Never went to uni. There's a big surprise. School of Hard... It's a hard knock life for us. It's a hard knock life for us. 80,000, but I'm quite shocked by that. Might have to whip round for you before we get to Christmas. That's terrible. £120 every month goes out to back to us. And thank you very much indeed for it. Thank you very much indeed. No, I was useless at school. I should have, if you read any of my school reports, it was very applicable. Stephen spends most of his time staring out the window. Because if they put a window in your classroom, you're bound to look out of it, aren't you? There is no way that you're not going to be staring out the window until all of a sudden the master goes, Stephen! And you click back into the real world. But no, I was constantly spending time, there's people running around the field there. Perhaps I could be doing that. Perhaps I could be playing in the playground. But so I was very bad at concentrating at school, very bad. But actually didn't serve me too badly. Nobody's ever said, if you want a job on radio, I mean, obviously depending on what you do, what are your qualifications? When I joined LBC, all those years ago, dark ages, and nobody ever said, what are your qualifications? Nobody ever asked, where did you go to school or anything like that. Funny, isn't it, really? Because, mind you, they don't ask that for most jobs nowadays. If you go to work in a bank, they're looking for certain things, aren't they? Or finance or something else, but not normally. And, of course, nothing for Luke and nothing for me. So there you go. What does that tell you? Amadrin Lee says, I put my trees up on Saturday. Makes me smile. And why not? As far as I'm concerned, listen, if a tree makes you happy and putting lights on it and putting some decorations on it, then that is the answer. That is the answer. It's as simple as that. So keeping your financial affairs, secret from the family. Not on this programme. Not on this programme. Already we've had one admission, £80,000 in... Did your parents know it's £80,000? Do they know that? You're not... They will be now. We're going, I'm sorry, have we just heard this? That you owe £80,000? Not going to come round, are they, and repossess the cat or something? Morning, everybody. Monday, the 9th of November. We're racing through the month. It's still freezing cold, and we're still in lockdown until we're hoping the 2nd of December. That's what they haven't promised us, but they've kind of hinted in that particular direction that we might be okay for Christmas. However, what they haven't confirmed, and what they won't confirm at the moment, is will we be able to visit family, or will we still be in some sort of semi-lockdown? We're still waiting. Boris Johnson reckons that Biden will do a trade deal with Britain. This, I think we're actually guessing at the moment. The airlines have been slammed for not swapping vouchers for cash. Loads of people. There's going to be businesses closing left, right and centre. There really is. I mean, I can't see some business surviving through this, even when... And I was right the other day, actually. I thought, and I distinctly remember reading, that among the businesses closing are vape shops. Well, I'm telling you, they're all open in Twickenham. But I don't know whose responsibility it is. Is it the responsibility of the police to go round and go, what are you open for? Because some of the vape shops sell phones. So are you allowed to have a phone shop open? I didn't think you were. So, because once one opened, and we've got about 3 or 4, they've all opened. And yet the police, nowhere to be seen. And yet they're more than happy to go close down parties and everything, which I quite agree with. It doesn't seem to make any difference to people. So have to wait and find out, won't we? But it was odd, because I distinctly remember reading that vaping shops were not supposed to be open, but they are. Whether they're doing vape or whether they're selling phones, I've got no idea. Very odd, isn't it? Very, very strange. So here they all are. On stage, the Biden clan, very jubilant, and there was granddaughters, Natalie and Naomi, grandson Robert, his daughter Ashley, wife Jill, Hunter, Mr. Biden's son from his first marriage, with his wife Melissa Cohen, as he held their boy Beau, Finnegan, Mr. Biden's granddaughter. I mean, it's a complete lineup. They seem like a nice family. That's what I mean. What else are we looking for? We're not looking for anything else, actually. But unfortunately, Donald and his supporters have made allegations of widespread election fraud in a bid to undermine the legitimacy of Joe Biden's victory. I mean, it was a victory, whichever way you look at it. Not a huge victory, but it was still a victory. And it's still, I think, one of the biggest numbers in American presidential history. And I think Trump's was the second highest number. So at least it got people out. Trump, I won this election by a lot. The facts, he's won 214 electoral college votes, while Biden has won 279. Needed 270 to win. Mr. Trump has received 71 million votes. I mean, the turnout's good in comparison to Mr. Biden's 75 million votes. I think it was Trump who was the one who advised people to vote by post, and I think more than 100 million people decided to vote by post. I mean, their turnout's better than us, I think. And, I mean, he may grant himself a pardon from a future prosecution before he leaves office. People say, that it's all looking a little bit dodgy. All he has to do is apologise and say, I'm sorry, there wasn't any fraud. We've sort of found out. I mean, I think the only one that they've come up with, and I think we did it on LBC, was that 2 people who are dead had their ballot papers there. And you think, all right, that's not going to make any difference. Andy in Purfleet says you're all going to get a shock when Joe Biden turns out not to be the new Messiah. I think he is the new Messiah. He is, as far as the Americans are concerned. The one bitter person is poor old Donald Trump and Melania. Although all the papers are now predicting, I don't know where they've got it from, there must have been something that came up, that she's going to divorce him. It's going to be worth quite a bit of money, isn't it? Just when his entire world collapses, it gets even worse. Mind you, which Melania is it? Is it the real Melania? Or is there another one? Because we were never too sure, were we, if they were using a looky-likey. People were saying, I don't think it's true either, but people love a good conspiracy. They're still doing conspiracy theories about Princess Diana, for goodness sake. Let's face it, and that's all these years later. All these years later. So, the pandemic, the doom and gloom set in, but there's a new book by Alex Brummer arguing that from our aerospace ingenuity to our creative brilliance, the future is much brighter than we think. I do hope so. I've seen no evidence of this so far. No evidence at all. Other stories in the papers today. These cynical formula milk firms targeting vulnerable new mums. I don't know anybody can afford to have children. Seriously, it costs a small fortune. And these are new mums deliberately targeted on social media by formula milk companies during the first coronavirus lockdown. Some brands cynically increased the number of social media posts they published. I mean, it's the other day, what did we have on the programme? Oh, we had somebody who's she was a nobody from Love Island, and she omitted to mention that the things that she was endorsing on her Twitter feed, she was paid for. She's a free paid advert. You get it as well from Gemma Collins. She'll start promoting something, and you start thinking, well, I mean, why are you promoting? Are you being paid by it? Because we should be told. Definitely. Steve, if Trump fails to leave the White House, says Jack, you could always get the guys from Can't Pay Will Take It Away. Well, that'd be very interesting, wouldn't it? Can you imagine? They do have programmes like that over in America. This is the Can't Pay Will Take It Away, which is lovely. I do like it. I wish they'd... hopefully there's some new ones coming out very, very shortly, but at the moment a little bit difficult because people are struggling and you can't go round to somebody's life. They've got nothing to take. There was one couple, they turned up, I think on a few series ago, and she said, well, we've got... No, look, you can see what we've got. We haven't got anything at all. You can't take it. And what had happened was their daughter had used them as guarantors. She defaulted on the loan and so dumped it all on her parents' doorstep. A rather ghastly piece of work, as you can well imagine. Steve, I can't understand why they put all the lights up in London as it entices people to visit using public transport when we're meant to be in lockdown, says Vince. Well, only up until December the 2nd. And then they expect people to nip back in and do the shopping and stuff like that. Without this money that comes in for Christmas, they're going to be in a terrible state. They rely on it. You think it's just theatres. Oh, no. Oh, no. We've got, huge department stores down here in London. Everybody's got huge department stores, but we very much rely on this money coming in for Christmas. And if there's no lights up for Christmas, and a lot of people like it, it takes them out of themselves. It makes them feel a bit better. Everything might have crashed around you. You might have lost your job and you might have got the effects of coronavirus. But, if somebody can sort of brighten up your life a little bit, dear God, you're going to go for it with both arms, aren't you? Definitely. So that's why we're putting lights up. They're all over London. We've got them all in Leicester Square. Although, to be honest with you, I can't quite work out what's going on in Leicester Square. They appear to be covering the whole of the middle up. Somebody said it's something to do with the electricity substation. Why now? I've got no idea. Couldn't they have left it till after Christmas? So they put up lights in Leicester Square. So there's no Christmas market. We don't have the fun fair in Leicester Square that we had years ago. There is no Winter Wonderland, so that's another depressing thing. We didn't have as many fireworks as people were probably expecting. There's going to be no New Year's Eve celebrations. There was no Remembrance Day, apart from a small group of people, about 150, 200 people in total, including some key members of the royal family and the Prime Minister. But there was loads of other people who didn't go to it. And it's a case of why are they now covering up Leicester Square? They're literally putting barriers all the way round it. And I can't work out what it's for. Mind you, at least they put the lights up. We've got the same lights going down the corridor here, which somebody I can't remember if Corey liked the lights the other day. I said, well, we had them last year. Steve, you should have seen Victoria Park in East London over the weekend. It was packed, says Rob. Local Takeaway said it's never been so busy. Outside pubs packed. I know, I don't understand it. Is it because people get a bit of decent weather and they go, well, we're going outside. We're going outside now, whereas in fact we shouldn't. Big Frank says my Prosecco glass arrived yesterday. So lovely. I shall be having a famous Steve Slurp on Christmas Day. Wonderful. Stuart McCracken is on the plane now. He's going out there. Stuart McCracken is from Can't Pay Will Take It Away. He's one of my favourites. I like the whole programme. He listen. No, he's writing in under another name. Yes, he listens in. Luke was terribly impressed. Can we get an autograph? No, he's right. Oh, goodness sake, honestly, you do your best, don't you? We can put Stuart on an aeroplane and send him out to repossess the White House. Have a look round, see if there's any desks. There must be a desk from Eisenhower, which could raise a little bit of cash. You know. Yeah, stop off here first. Steve, you've just announced Melania divorcing Trump. No, I didn't announce it. What I've said is the papers are saying that she can't wait to come out of the White House and divorce him. And I said, where has this come from? We don't know. There's just rumours. I mean, it might be true, it might not be true. I've got no idea. I'm not privy to. I couldn't care less. I'm still wondering how he managed to pull her in the first place. I mean, she's stunning looking, isn't she? Stunning looking, but, you know, that's the way it goes. Mind you, he is incredibly rich. Steve, in 2005, my parents took a bank loan of £120,000, so I'd become a pilot. After 12 years, found my dream airline job last December, and then COVID, and I lose my job, now driving a van, but still considering myself lucky to have a job. That's from Teshan. Well, listen, I mean, that's fantastic, but at least you've got the licence. It's going to come in useful at some point. My friend, Mr. Manning, Mr. Will, from around here, he's got a private pilot's licence, not for flying big planes like you, but he can fly little ones. He seems chuffed to little pieces. Bless his heart. He still hasn't offered me the ride up. But, you know, I'm biding my time. I'm waiting, as indeed I am always. Steve, a carpet place was open. How are carpet shops classed as essential? Well, that I can't answer. I don't know how they work this thing. All I know is vape shops were definitely not opening, but around our way, they're all open. Now, whether or not they're going to go, we're not actually doing vaping, we're just selling phone covers or something, I don't know. But, you know, but carpet shops, you're right. I mean, how is carpeting classed as essential? Might be, I don't know. We've got a good story about Rod Stewart coming up on the Little Bit Extra today, which is back, having had a couple of days break. Whoopee! So just go to the LBC website, download the app, and then you can download it's all free. It doesn't cost you a penny piece. It's like it's a free Christmas gift. LBC News, 6:50. Company, 20 minutes past 6. I don't know why I bother giving you a time check in the morning. Seriously. It's only applicable if you're running to catch a bus. And every day I see people missing buses and trains and stuff like that. You think, well, get up earlier. Get up earlier. If you get up early and listen to LBC every morning, we'll get you through that bathroom very quickly. Steve, I just wanted to say thank you for my 4 Groovy Gang glasses. I guess I'm an honorary member of the Groovy Gang too. You absolutely are. Well, with 4, good heavens above, you've almost earned a place on the board. It's like me being sort of an honorary member of the Magic Circle. It was about the most exciting thing that's ever happened to me. Very excited by stuff like that. Very excited. Knowing you like police shows, Steve, the 2-part one, 24-hour police custody, was good. People dealing misery to others, feeling sorry for themselves. I'm fascinated by police programmes. Fascinated by police programmes and the bailiffs. The ones I hate, I cannot watch. I have to turn them off. I can't watch anything to do with nasty neighbours. Because some of these people are so disgustingly revolting and they make people's lives a misery. They're just horrible people. They're just horrible. You're so glad you don't live next door to anybody who's that revolting, really. But anybody who's... It always makes me laugh. If ever the bailiffs turn up at your house, they're not turning up for a joke or for fun. They're turning up because people owe money. And then they've gone, I don't have that company anymore. And then they get the amount of people who've lied to Stuart McCracken and everybody else on there going, I sold the company. And they go, but they're still writing to you at this address. So they're obviously recognising the fact that you are still involved with this company. And they go, and they try and get round it. It's hilarious. Ryan, on the A1, somebody's got to be, says, you a real Christmas tree or a fake tree kind of guy? Well, actually, I'm both. Because every year we have 3 real Christmas trees. This year only 2, because one of the trees is fake. This was the one that I found on QVC. Lynn's bought one as well, only hers has got the snow on it. But it's much, on the branches. 20 foot? No. Let's go get you... I begged you to get your hearing sorted out, honestly. No, it's 6 feet. But it comes in two sections with... It's 116 different light patterns it does. You're not 6 feet. You're nowhere near 6 feet. You're not 6 feet tall. I love the way you live in this dream world. But no, so I can't wait to see what it looks like. So I can't wait to put it... So I've not taken it out of the box yet. It's still in the box. It's still in the... No, 3. Always have 3. Always have 3. 2. Well, I just fit them. So we have 2 outside, 1 inside. So that's it. Is that too many, do you think? That's what they grow for. They grow so that we can decorate them. You just do 1 small one. Why am I not at all surprised? Your Christmases must be about as miserable as they come, honestly. You must be like sitting there like Scrooge. You know, bar humbug. One mince pie between 4 of them. You know, you can imagine. Okay, anybody brought a present? Good. It's supposed to be a time for people who've had a miserable year to make things feel a bit better, and God knows this year we need it to be better. Lola in Barnes says, thank you for my Prosecco glasses. Do you know, these things are turning up faster than the tote bags and the tea towels put together. But definitely, wonderful present. They arrived on the 5th of November, my birthday, says Lola. Many happies. And Liz in New Cross says, listening to you is not helping me not to miss the bus. I've been awake half an hour and I'm still in bed listening. You get out of bed. You've got to get out of bed. The whole idea is, I have to force myself. You know, I'll get up, and I've got this thing. I can always guarantee when I'm going to go to sleep if I sit on the settee and then I lie on the settee, then I put my feet up. The moment my feet leave the floor and I wrap them round each other, you know, because you do, don't you? Because otherwise you might sort of fall over. And you put them on the settee. I'm out within seconds. I can't help it. I just sort of, it's. In fact, I'm dreaming of it now. Not just dreaming of a white Christmas. I know, miserable for driving. Steve, if you were a tree, you'd be a giant redwood, a sequoia. Standing tall above the rest, you make so many people happy, says Colin. Not half as many as I'd like to. I'd like to make a lot more people happy at Christmas, you know, because it's a time of goodwill. Because for many people, it's going to be miserable. I appreciate that, and that's why I think, but I'm not sure. I'm still waiting for the confirmation. I might be here Christmas morning. Might be here Christmas. I'll either be here Christmas morning doing the early breakfast show or doing the big boys breakfast show, as they say, for Christmas morning. We've done it for a few years now, and it's worked out quite well. We always say, actually, we're going to open up the phone lines. It's turned into a bit of an April Fool. We never actually managed to get round to it. I don't know I've ever done it. I don't think so. I used to do the overnight programme on New Year's Eve, so when it came to midnight, we would have a flurry of people who wanted to be the first on air on LBC for the new year, and that was quite good. And I quite like working because I hate New Year's Eve. Not hate it as sort of something to look forward to. I just don't like the going out, getting drunk kind of bit. Well, I don't drink at the moment, obviously, being a good boy, sanctimonious, little angel, you know, Jesus wants me for a sunbeam. And it's a case of the amount of people round here, you don't see anything like it. But of course, this year's going to be interesting. There won't be any bars open because they're not going to open them till midnight, are they? You think they're going to do that? I think it's unlikely. I think that's unlikely. I think we're still going to have bars closed, and they're going to make sure. So there won't be any clubs open. I mean, nightclubs are under the lockdown thing, aren't they? Anyway, so you can't go to a nightclub. You can't go to a. Yeah, but does then it all go back to normal? What people go to nightclubs, they'll have to disinfect everything. Crikey. Jake, our favourite Methodist pastor, he's from Minnesota. In America, he said, my Sunday didn't go quite according to plan. On the way to my churches, an 8-point buck, which is a very large male deer, ran in front of the car and I hit it. Now, some friends of mine live down in Epping Forest, and occasionally you get deer that cross the road. If you hit one of these things, it can write your car off. Anyway, this one here, because he hit it, an 8-point buck. Now, that doesn't mean anything to us, an 8-point buck. I'm assuming that must be the size of it, you would think. Anyway, it's a very large male deer, ran in front of the car and hit it. Needless to say, there was no worship at my churches. My car was destroyed. These things are big. He's a bit bruised and very sore, but otherwise okay. I'm very lucky. Unfortunately, the deer didn't die right away, and some local hunters dispatched it quickly. I've heard of people's cars being write-offs after, even with small deer, because it frightens you. Every time I'm going down this road near Epping Forest, I'm so worried that something's just going to. You hope that they're going to be frightened by the noise of a car. But very, very sad. So I'm glad that you're well, but then again, you have the Lord on your side, so you're fine. And thank goodness for that. The family have you for Christmas, which is any good. Steve, I left, says Stephen Stanmore, school without any qualifications, spent 5 years collecting trolleys in the car park at Aldi, decided to go up in the world by going to uni and obtaining a degree, which 3 years later I managed to get, which paid dividends, and I'm now collecting trolleys in the car park at Waitrose. See? You've moved up already. Moved up already. We used to have people in the clubs I used to work in who would come in to collect glasses. They'd be the glass collectors, and they'd wipe the tables down, empty the ashtrays in those halcyon days when you could smoke in clubs and pubs and stuff like that. You can't do that now, can you? You really can't do it. But that's why this year it's more important than ever before that we really try and enter into the spirit of Christmas. Wales has completed its 17-day firebreak lockdown to tackle coronavirus and brought in a series of new measures to keep the virus under control. They're still fining people for holding gatherings of sort of more than 10 people, 30 people. And you think, are you mad? They're going to be, these people are fined £10,000 and people will be paying it. They will be paying it. They're not letting you get away with it at all. That's why the government have brought this in. Points are the number on the antlers. Is it number of antlers? 8, I don't know. Amazing. And another one here. Your producer, says Monica, on very high salaries if they pay £120 student loan. That is a month, and only one of them. The other one never had a student loan, and it's only one of my boys has got a student loan. £120 a month. Don't care, do you, really? Luke doesn't care, honestly. Can't wait to see what he's going to buy for Christmas. It's going to be lovely, isn't it? It'll be something deep and meaningful to hang on your tree. You. You buy me? No, you don't have to buy the presenters anything. No, I don't think it's necessary that people buy the presenters something. I mean, Thomas and Corey and Chris always used to buy me something, and they're my favourites. And, I don't want to make a big deal about it, but, put it this way, I'll give you a clue now. Tiffany's, and, nice place to go to. Harrods, anything like that. I'm not particularly bothered, as long as the bag looks good. It's no good buying me something and it's got the word Aldi written on it, okay? I don't want to make out that it's bad in any way, shape or form. So if I was a tree, I'm going to be a sequoia. Happy birthday to Gareth Malone. He's the man from the choir, and he first went to choir practice to meet girls. I think he's lovely. He's been a guest on In Conversation. You'll find him on the archive. He's 45 today, so many happy returns to him. And if you're celebrating your birthday, many happy returns of the day. LBC News Time. Nice heavy company. Steve, if an 8-point deer can cause damage, try a Canadian moose. 3 times larger. Well, it sounds horrendous. Sounds absolutely horrendous. An 8-point buck means 8 points to its antlers, Steve. I don't know what that means. 8 points to its antlers. Well, is that 8 different... I mean, I really don't understand that. 8 points on it. Do you think that's what it means? On each antler, like reindeer. Reindeer are quite small, though. Reindeer are not big. Moose are big. But reindeer are not. Definitely not. Steve... I think I'm losing my marbles. The M4 closure diverted all the traffic since last night to our road. House shaking from the hundreds of HGVs. I felt like I'm in a washing machine, says Hader. Well, I mean, not at all surprised you would feel as though you were in a washing machine. Don't forget the... there you go. Reindeer. They're really not very big. I know, because you're counting... right, you're counting the branches. Right. Reindeer, do you know, Lapland is ever so pretty. It's inside the Arctic Circle. I mean, it really is ever so pretty. It's just as blooming freezing. And they've got the reindeer, the secrets of Father Christmas. We went on a sledge pulled by reindeer because most of them are left wild and then they corral them. You can see the man standing in the middle of all the reindeer. See how small they are. Still pretty though, isn't it? When you see pictures of... It's like when we see robins in this country. You always imagine it's snow, but they're there all year round. It's just that you don't see them. Look at this. I've been there. I've met Father Christmas. Absolutely. And we've been... Have a look at... where did we go to? We flew into Kittila Airport. And so if you have a look at Kittila Airport and... Kittila, Lapland. What was the place that we stayed in? I mean, it really is not very big at all. I stayed inside this log cabin hotel inside the Arctic Circle, which was at a place called, I've now forgotten it. Typical, isn't it, really? Type in Big Log Cabin Hotel Arctic Circle. See if we can find it that way. I'm normally good at remembering these things. In fact, we laughed about it the other day. Big Log Cabin Hotel Arctic Circle. And it should be... Here we go. No... What is the name of this blooming place? It's so annoying because I was the only one in the hotel. There were other people in there. They didn't have many rooms. People stayed in the log cabins, which were down in the woods. So they had to get dressed in the morning to trek up the road. So we flew into Kittila, and then we went to... Can't remember. Type in... Here we go. There's another one now. Canterbury Travel. Because all of these, I'm assuming, will be cancelled this year. That's what I'm thinking. Canterbury Travel, Lapland, and where did we go to? Where did we go? Because it was really lovely. It was really lovely. So Lapland short break. We did 4 days, and I'm wondering whether or not they're actually doing anything this year. But where majestic Lapland. I mean, Lapland. It's cold. I promise you, it is as cold as you can ever imagine. It was about... Where did we go to? Wait a minute, you're whizzing through this way too fast for me. I'm getting a headache now. And you get to meet Santa. So they've got log cabins available, but I stayed in the hotel, which was a log cabin hotel. It'll come to me, don't worry. Somebody will write in and go, did you stay at... And I'll go, yep. But it's the prettiest place you've ever been. Yeah, we went on a husky thing with the sleds. We met the Lappish people. It's really lovely, and Father Christmas out there. I mean, really, it's very well done. Santa, a nice guy. Of course he is. He's very generous. He's very much a giving person, and because he gives presents. He is not a listener, sadly. He's too busy making toys. Apparently 8... Here we go. Derek in Aberdeen says 8 points, Steve, is the total of tips on the antler branches. That would usually be 4 on each side. Whatever it is, it's written off his car, which is not good. Steve, my student loan was £165 a month, and I can assure you my salary is nothing to write home about and goes nowhere, and I live up north. Your producer must live in a small bedsit. People forget how expensive living is, says Harry. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know what he lives in. I think he shares. Well, I know where he lives. It's not small, but you're right. I mean, it costs a fortune. London especially is very, very expensive. Where was this place? It's annoying me now that I can't remember where we stayed. It was all these years ago. I went with my godchildren, and we had a nice time. Pete and his lovely wife Dawn, and Poppy as well, and the parents of my godchildren and my godchildren. So we flew into Kittila. Where did we go to from Kittila? God, honestly. Hopeless, isn't it? Honestly, the disadvantages of getting a bit older and you can't remember these things. But it was lovely. Steve, in Devon, we have deer which cross the road from one part of the forest to the other. Drivers are to blame. They drive far too fast and are oblivious, knowing deer are in the woods and so unpredictable. They're normally in herds, so when there's normally one, they're up to 6. Slow down. Yes, the trouble. Although, actually, when they're going across the road, they only seem to be doing it in ones. So there you go. The Monarch, as in Glen, has 16 in total. 16 in total. We're still back to the antlers on the deer, so we can work things out. Otherwise, we'll never manage to do it. Also, born on this day, apart from Gareth Malone, Baroness Harding, the Tory peer who's in charge of the NHS Test and Trace. Also on this day, born in 1979, Caroline Flack, who sadly is not with us. She took her own life whilst awaiting trial for assaulting her partner. She was Roxy Hart in Chicago, but once said, people see the celebrity lifestyle and assume everything is perfect. But everyone is battling something emotional. Fame doesn't make you happy. How many times have I told people that? How many times have I told people fame does not make you happy? But people see it. Oh, why do you want to go on the television? You want to be famous. So you go on Love Island. People want to go on to Love Island. They go on to, dinner dates, find me a partner, all that kind of stuff. Why? Because they want to be famous. They don't realise. They don't realise how bad it can be for a lot of people. They've had a lot of lot of very, very distressed people. Loads of hotels, aren't there, over there? No, none of these. No, ours was a log cabin hotel. These aren't log cabins, are they? Type in log... It's near Kittler. You've got a... Oh, the drive was probably about 40 minutes from Kittler to this place. Well, I can't remember what it was called. It's driving me mad, actually. Was it Sarselska? No. Also, was it in Levi you stayed, says Jackie? No. Oh, it's so annoying, isn't it? It's very upsetting. We flew into Kittler. That's all I remember. We fly into Kittler, we get on a coach, and then we go off to this place, which had a log cabin hotel. And as far as I remember, there didn't appear to be other things around. If I did, I didn't see anything else around us, apart from this log cabin hotel. Canterbury Travel, yeah. I don't... Do some research. It's so annoying, isn't it? Because if I don't know by the end of the programme, it's going to drive me mad all day until I remember that I'm going to have to tweet it. But for those people who missed the programme today, it's going to be a case of... What's that mean? Matthew says, do you know the nearest pie and mash shop to us in Hampton or Twickenham? No, there aren't any, although Paul Cooper goes to... Where did he go to? I think he went to somewhere in the East End, I'm pretty certain. The first issue of Rolling Stone magazine was first published in 1967, and in 1968, on this day, November the 9th, Eric Morecambe had a heart attack at the age of 41. And, he was very, very young. No, that's not it either. Swomer log cabins? No. Wait a minute, you're moving this too quickly. I can't read where they are. Scanner Arctic Circle Hotel? No. I could take you to this place now if I could drive in the snow, but I can't drive in the snow. But it's near Kittler. I know what it's called. It's called Luosto. Luosto. Luosta. Try Luosta. Luosta, okay? Oh, God, I have to repeat it 3 or 4 times. So it's Luosta. That's where it is. It's all of a sudden finally come back to me at the ripe old age of 47 3/4. Wait a minute. So just type in Luosto and you'll see the hotel. That was not my hotel room. No. Lapland. So there you go. Lapland Hotels Luosto. You keep missing it. No. Well, it didn't look like that actually. It's in the heart of Lapland. You can't miss it. There's only about three rooms in the hotel, but it's got a big dining room. There you go. Lapland Hotels Luosto. And it looks like that one there on the top left-hand side. Could be that one. But the trouble is, it's covered in snow. They all look the same. Every hotel looks the same. They're all covered in snow. Apart from Keir Starmer appearing this morning with Nick Ferrari at breakfast, Boris Johnson, they'll be talking about the U-turns on the free school meals. Only a short while ago, no, we're not going to do a U-turn now. Woo, U-turn. Interesting. Melania wades in as Trump won't budge. I wonder if they're right. I don't know where they've got this thing from that she's going to divorce him. Royal aides and others smeared by Martin Bashir to get his Princess Diana scoop may sue for serious damages. It's an odd one, isn't it? Although, strangely enough, Martin Bashir is not well enough to answer any questions, but he was well enough to go outside and go and get a takeaway. Interesting that the press appear to be waiting for him. Too ill to answer questions, but not to fetch a takeaway. But a spokesman said the BBC have made it clear it will investigate the issues raised and it will be independent. I hope so too. Amazing all these years later how it's come back, isn't it, really? Just when you weren't expecting it at all. And the other shocking news is that Shane Ritchie says I'm a Celeb has saved him from financial ruin because the money he's getting from it is going to pay his debts off. He's got no money. Work dried up this year and he's had to borrow off his chums. Is he still in EastEnders? I don't even know if he's in EastEnders anymore. I never know these things. Nobody tells me anything because I'm not watching it. It doesn't really help. Luosto, by the way. Luosto was the place where we stayed. And it's nice, and it's lovely. It was lovely, but cold, so cold. I can't begin to tell you. So Shane Ritchie, he's borrowed off friends. He's able to pay them back. But what happens after this? What happens after the I'm a Celeb? Say there's no more work coming in. Next year's going to be even worse. How are people so... And it isn't just him. He's one of the lucky ones that he's going on to I'm a Celeb, so it will pay him money, which means that he can pay his debts off. What about all the people who are relying on pantomime this year, which is not going to be happening? What about the people who've got restaurants who might not be opening them again? What about the people who drive licensed taxis who might, see a downturn in their business? We've had absolutely a downturn. The one thing you don't see driving through London at the moment is black cabs with their yellow lights on. You do see other taxi firms out there, but work is thin on the ground. I told you, my driver this morning, 2 jobs in an 11-hour shift. 2 jobs. One was from Heathrow to central London, and the other was me. And that was it. It's terrible, really. And he's got to pay commission to the company that owned the taxi. Dreadful. Queen leading the nation in the silent tributes. I mean, she is quite remarkable. And Joe Biden and his family, he's not wearing a mask, but everybody else in the family is wearing a mask. And this is watching fireworks after the President-elect's address to the nation in Wilmington, which is in Delaware. All places you've only heard about in the song title. What did Delaware boys? Shane is not in EastEnders at the moment, says Dean. Thank you. See, I can't remember these things, so I've got no idea. So where does the money come from? He would have been relying on the money from pantomime, of which he is brilliant. But if there's no money coming in for that, he was lucky to have got this gig, because otherwise what would he be doing? He's had to borrow from friends. I should imagine, though, they're very, very understanding friends, because that's very difficult to have your income taken away from you. GCHQ in cyber war on anti-vax propaganda. Spies tackle disinformation linked to Russia. Nobody's ever mentioned what the COVID-19 effect is in Russia. I've read about everywhere else around the world, but I haven't read anything on Russia. I don't know whether or not they've got loads and loads of cases, or whether they're just doing a block on any news that's coming out of the country. I mean, if I actually look at the change in Russia at the moment, I mean, from 20,000 new cases yesterday in Russia. The graph has gone... It's almost like looking at the 4 a.m. spike for this programme. 20,000 new cases yesterday. And in fact, 280 deaths yesterday. That was just yesterday, was it? Good Lord above. And yet, why is that? Nobody's talked about that, have they? So Russia, total cases, 1.77 million. Recovered, 1.32 million. Deaths, 30,537. Wow. Worldwide, total cases of COVID virus, 50.4 million. Recovered, 33 million. Deaths, 1.26 million. Amazing, isn't it? Why has nobody mentioned Russia up until now? I can't be the only person thinking about Russia and thinking, why have we not heard of anything? Steve, I stayed at the Ice Hotel in Sweden. You stay 2 nights in a log cabin, 1 night in the Ice Hotel. It's too cold to stay more than 1 night. Temperature's -14, says Jackie. Well, we went on the Skidoos and we had nearly -30 wind chill factor. That is like, oh my goodness, it's really, really cold. All the hair in your nose freezes. It's the most awful effect. It's so cold. I mean, you just cannot imagine how people survive in temperatures like that. So, somebody else is saying that Shane's not in EastEnders at the moment. So, could he go back to EastEnders? Because believe you me, there's a lot of people who are in soaps who then come out at... Well, in fact, one of the other people who's going into I'm a Celebrity is an ex-EastEnders person. So where people go afterwards, I mean, it would have normally, the natural route would be come out of EastEnders for the festive season, and then you do pantomime, which gives you a chance to sort of stockpile cash you might have lost during the year. So that's why. But he's having to pay people back. So already, I mean, it might get to that stage where sort of people will need to sell property, which means once you get a glut of property on the market, prices drop. Prices plummet because they can get things much, much cheaper. Much, much cheaper. So do you think today we might get some word from Mr. Trump? Which would be quite nice, wouldn't it? If we can sort of find him to say, OK, I'm going to concede, or are we still waving all the lawyers cards all over the place. The Daily Telegraph are doing a piece today on how we're getting through lockdown too. Well, you wouldn't have believed it in London over the weekend. Even Twickenham was fairly lively. But what shops are open and what shops aren't open? Our local mobile phone shop is open, says Paula in Brentwood. But the government website says they're to close. My husband's had to close his shop. I can't understand how they're getting away with it. Oh, the glasses arrived. Thank goodness for that. Yes, we've got vaping shops open, but I think because they sell mobile phones, I think they're allowed to remain open, provided they don't sell vaping. Oh, that's going to work. I've got no idea. There's a note on one of their doors, but they're definitely open. Because I went through and I looked the other day and I remember thinking, oh, they're open. So whether they're in and you can buy a phone, but you can't buy it, I've got no idea. But you're right, it does seem to be. It's a bit fudged, isn't it? It's a little bit fudged. Nobody's too sure exactly what the situation is. NHS workers are exhausted. They could quit in droves unless they get a pay boost now, the unions warn. I don't think it comes down to unions. It comes down to the fact they need more people. They need a lot more people. And how many people went out on the doorsteps the other day? Not everybody, because the Beckhams did, as you can well imagine. They all had to dress up and go out there because it's a photo opportunity. Although we didn't see Brooklyn. Probably still in the bath, I should imagine, with the fiancé. That's it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed for your company. So we found out it's Luosto. That's okay. I do have a free little bit extra podcast today. We have one every day, except where we don't have one. But today we have it. Paris Hilton says she didn't inherit much from her family. I don't know why they give you anything to begin with. Because this is after Jamie Lang says he's not heir to the United Biscuits fortune at all. It's nothing to do with him. Towie's Chloe B is apparently flirting with her friend's ex-boyfriend, whoever Chloe B is. And the cast of I'm a Celebrity has been announced. I mean, to be honest with you, they've all got to go to Wales. It's not like we're going to Australia. Plus the so-called castles in this country haunted by ghosts. Another load of old toffee, isn't it, really? But that's how they get the publicity in. In fact, the more publicity you get in, the better it is. And if you can tell people that you've got ghosts, or I watched one the other day with Michaela Strachan, I think it was, and she was going there and some bloke's scared, there's horses that go up and down. No, there's not. Load of old toffee, it really is. Why do people tell lies? It's quite ghastly. Alan Turing's OBE will be returned to his old Dorset school 36 years after a woman stole it and took it all the way back to America again. Plus, the Coca-Cola Christmas truck will not be touring this Christmas. We haven't had it in London for a little while, actually. The Yorkshire Ripper, according to the papers, is said to be at death's door. He won't have any help for his coronavirus. So he's just sort of waiting for the inevitable to happen. And multivitamins. There must be thousands of you that take multivitamins. And one of the papers has done a big thing about they're not really much cop. They don't really do anything for you. And yet there's loads of people who take multivitamins. Presumably multivitamins because, you think multi and vitamin, so it's a good combination. And you take them and they make you feel better. But apparently, according to one of the newspapers today, one of the proper papers, they're not particularly useful. So you might as well take one of those sort of little sugar things, I suppose. I do like the story of Nina Ambrose. Nina Ambrose's father is in a care home, and she couldn't go and see him, so she found a way round it. She got a job there. She actually applied to the care home. They gave her a job, and now she's with her father all the time. Now, that's what I call clever. You watch, everybody else is be going, that's a good thing to do. Plus, Jan Moyer, writing in the Daily Mail, said the Sussexes have made a grave mistake. Here lie, she writes, the ruins of their reputation. Yes, I mean, absolutely ridiculous. He was told that they weren't interested. It's a case of he apparently wanted to come over here and do the cenotaph, but because of the self-isolating, he couldn't. Well, that's a load of old cock and bull, I'm afraid. More bull than anything else. The simple reason being they have it at the same time every year. They've known about this for ages. Since they went to America, they've known when Remembrance Sunday was going to be. He actually could have come over here and done it, but of course they choose to milk it for their own publicity. Plus. How can Donald still insist that he's won? It is really the arrogance that beggars belief, doesn't it? Also, the Church of England have announced moves that could lead to the approval of same-sex marriages. Bit of a turnaround for the books, isn't it, really? And what was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, it would have been Matt Munro's 90th birthday. He was known as the Singer's Singer. You know, people used to go to Matt Munro. Lovely man, lovely man. There's a DVD out of him performing in Australia. Last performances, I think, that he actually gave. It's fantastic. It's got all the hits on there and everything else. Plus, McDonald's, during the festive period, will be selling double Big Macs. So, in other words, you get the 2 all-beef patties. Now, in the double Big Mac, you get 4. Who on earth's going to manage to get that in there? Gob, I've got... Oh, welcome Gemma Collins, who also features in a lot of the papers today. The reason being, she's sort of... It's just basically... It's now being proved that she is the fake that we all thought she was in the first place. And to watch her grovelling around poor Raj, who doesn't want anything to do with her, but she said, why can't we go out together? Because I love you. She's so desperate. She's prepared to go out with a man who called her a hippopotamus. It's that desperate. And he said, no, I don't want to lead you on. I thought, well, you have done up until now, but that was, of course, because you had slight little problems, didn't you, really? Arj in and out of rehab. No money. No money. It's all gone on the rehab. And he's finally seen the light of day. He doesn't want to go anywhere near her. But she's so desperate to go out with somebody, she went to a donkey sanctuary this week. And was sort of talking about donkeys. Anyway, she gave them €1,000. So I suppose cheap, really, when you consider it sort of salvages what little reputation she's got left. Russia refusing to acknowledge Joe Biden as the president-elect. And a church treasurer who nicked £33,000 so he could spend it on adult material. Anyway, he then got caught out because one of the adults, he thought it was a woman he was writing to. It turned out that it was a male rip-off merchant who ripped off the money. So he didn't get the expected happy endings that he was looking for, and he didn't end up with the money. It all went, which is a shame. Sue Ann in Brixton said, we went to see the Christmas lights, love Bond Street, Piccadilly Try Harder. They're still putting them up, aren't they? Are they actually on? I'm not too sure, actually. Shift work messes with my head. Putting up Christmas trees, says Alison in Hornchurch overnight. They're all going up now, actually. Some of London's lights are up, some are not up yet. Matthew says, feeling very Christmassy today. It's getting ever nearer. Well, I don't think it's getting that near. It is only the 10th. Got another month to go, but most people can have them up now. So most towns have got the light. No big switching on of anything at all. They haven't bothered with doing the big switching on because you can't have groups of people. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. At least you can enjoy the Christmas lights. Down the Strand, they've been there for a week. And they're very nice indeed. Very, very nice. But I think they're the same as last year's. The ones that we've got in Leicester Square, because that's looking like a dog's dinner at the moment. They put up lights in the middle of the square on the trees, same ones that they put on last year. And yet they're now boarding off the whole of Leicester Square. For what reason, I've got no idea. Perhaps they're digging for gold or something. But there's no logical reason why they're doing it. It must be something to do with the electricity substation. Can't be anything else. It's in the middle of the square. It's the electricity substation for London. Have you not seen the electricity substation? It goes down... Well, it's certainly huge. Have you not seen the stairs that go down to it? They're directly opposite our front door. There are stairs that you lift up this bit of the pavement, and there's a set of stairs that go down. It goes down three levels. No. It's an electricity substation. What would the public be doing in an electricity substation? Haven't opened it. But yeah, there's 2 ways into it. And it goes down deep, deep underground. Never seen it before. Yeah, huge. So you lift up, just as you go through into the middle of the square, where they're boarding up the fountains as well, you lift up a piece of the pavement, and there's stairs that go down. Like a bit of a secret tunnel, but it's an electricity substation. No, I've seen the stairs. Stairs have been out there for ages and ages. No, there's stairs to go to the electricity substation. You can't get into them unless you can't go there if you just want to go to toilet. For that, you have to go around the side of the hotel and wee in the corner. That's what people do at the moment. Well, you can't get down there at the moment. Steve, £6 million. Is that all? Oh, I thought that was quite good when you consider they haven't toured for ages and ages. This is the Gallagher brothers. So much they raked in, which is not bad, is it? Shane in Sydney says, you got me singing Born Free since you mentioned Matt Munro. Amazing, isn't it? Australia, a huge place for people to tour. And Matt toured in Australia. Matt says, if McDonald's are doing double Big Macs now, I'm off to Richmond later. I'm not sure if they're on sale yet, but they're definitely doing them over the festive season. It depends when you think the festive season is. I mean, I think possibly you could sort of do it now. Steve, Trump is trying to instill in his supporters he didn't really lose. He was robbed. That way they'll be totally against Biden for the whole term, and the Republicans are rolling with it. I mean, to be honest with you, it's just that the fact is Trump's life is collapsing. Because the moment he is out of the White House, which will occur in January, I think Deutsche Bank and a load of other companies are all after him for serious money. He owes millions, like hundreds of millions of pounds. Looks like Melania could walk out as well. It's not looking good, is it, really? I mean, for the poor soul. And, of course, he lost the election. Steve, how come people are going to see the lights? I thought we were in lockdown. Did you see that thing the other day in the paper? Was I the only one who noticed it? That if you go out in your car, and you're not supposed to be going out in your car because you're supposed to be self-isolating, it could apparently invalidate your car insurance. I mean, how likely is that? How likely is that? I mean, I suppose if the police fine you, and it's 200 quid, isn't it, if they catch you, reduced to 100 if you pay within a certain amount of time, and then if presumably that goes on a record, but I didn't think it did. I thought you just sort of coughed up the money and then that was the end of the story. But they could invalidate your insurance. It's a bit worrying, isn't it, really? It costs enough to do your insurance without having to worry about whether or not the blooming thing could be invalidated. So things are looking up. Pfizer and our government, we're going to buy 40 million doses from Pfizer, 10 million available before Christmas. And that will go, and you're going to need, I think you're going to need 2 injections for this, because Pfizer are the company behind Viagra. But to make sure you get the right stuff, you don't want to get the wrong stuff, do you? Otherwise, you'll be walking around with a stiff neck all day. And so if you actually do that, it's a 90% success rate. 90% is better than nothing, it's better than 60, better than 40, 90% success rate. And the first people they'll be doing will be the elderly, the very elderly, and NHS workers. And that'll be 10 million doses. And then I think early part of next year, there'll be 40 million doses, which will be available. They're producing them like there's no tomorrow at the moment. So they're obviously holding, I mean, it's a phenomenal breakthrough. So the NHS is on standby. Within 3 weeks, they're going to start doing people, which is good, isn't it? I've got a doctor's appointment today. I also fit into the category of getting it, but I think, as I'm not yet over 85, I'm not going to qualify until probably next year. Jacqueline Josser is to make her West End stage debut. She's got no experience of doing this at all, but they think she's going to star in A Christmas Carol at the Dominion Theatre. I saw the things up the other day. She's going to play the ghost of Christmas Future. Emily. Didn't know there was a ghost of Christmas Future in A Christmas Carol, but, busted musician Matt Willis, also one I'm a Celeb, will star in the play as Bob Cratchit, and Brian Connolly will take the lead role of Ebenezer Scrooge. COVID safety and social distancing measures will operate in the theatre, but it is a huge theatre. I mean, it's enormous. The Dominion is a barn of a place. So something festive to keep people going. Why is it the needles are so big? I'm looking at somebody being inoculated here. The needle's about 4 inches long. Makes me feel quite ill, actually. But so the people who are going to qualify for this will be, first of all, older adults in a care home and care home workers, all those 80 years of age and over, and health and social care workers, all those 75 years of age and over, all those 70 years of age and over, all those 65 years of age and over, thank God, high-risk adults under 65 years of age, moderate-risk adults under 65, all those 60 years of age and over, 55 years of age and over, and all those 50 years of age and over, plus the rest of the population, priority to be determined. So it's actually not bad, is it? I mean, it actually looks quite promising that we should all get it at some point, provided you want it. Also, the moderate risk category includes pregnant women and the very obese. So should be okay, shouldn't it? Should be. Well, I'm hoping so, because the government have now ordered, it turns out, 40 million of the Pfizer jab, but 350 million doses of COVID-19 vaccines. Others are at different stages of testing, but it's hoped that UK's entire 66.7 million population will eventually receive them. Now, whether or not you get them for free, I don't know. I mean, I've really got no idea. I mean, you have to pay for the flu jab unless you fit into a certain category. But there are 4 stages how this vaccine works. Stage 2, it's the injection. Stage 3, the vaccine enters the body's cells and tells them to produce the coronavirus spike protein. And that promotes and prompts the immune system to produce antibodies and activate the T cells to destroy the infected cells. I mean, it's phenomenally technical, but it's absolutely brilliant. Stage 4, if the patient encounters coronavirus, the antibodies and the T cells are triggered to fight it. I mean, 90% good. 90% good. So, might be even better than we thought. But in the meanwhile, they're still finding people. Ex-soldier Paul Boys was handed a penalty, and he's a personal trainer to people like Catherine Tilsley. She's been dragged into it. She'll be dropping him like a ton of hot bricks. He was handed a penalty of £10,000. He organised an anti-lockdown protest. He said he will appeal as it started as Remembrance Sunday Parade given the legal go-ahead. It's £10,000, so I shouldn't imagine he's got it. But, that's the kind of thing. Also, a lot of people asking about the lights, actually, and how people are actually going up to see the lights. Well, I suppose if you stay in the car and you don't get out, that's the whole thing about lights, isn't it? You can actually sort of see them. You don't need to physically get out of the car to go and look at them. You just look at them, and if you're very clever, you film it. Film it on your telephone, which is good news. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Still to come, Dominic West's marriage is as good as over. Well, we thought it was a bit odd after he was pictured out with little Lily James, and they kissed and all the rest of it. To be honest with you, I don't think it's got anything to do with us. If he wants to finish with his marriage, it's been 10 years and he wants to go out with somebody else, well, that's his business. It's got nothing to do with us, doesn't make any difference. I don't know them, you don't know them. And if he finds, solace in Lily, who he's making a film with, well, that's fine. Let's face it, it goes right to the top, doesn't it? Charles fell out of love with Diana and took up with Camilla. And he's now married her. So I'm assuming the same could happen to Dominic West. Wife doesn't look very good on it because they had to obviously tell fibs and go, no, it's all fine, it's all fine. Whereas lots of people in the business were going, are you sure? Are you really sure? It's Heavy Company. Welcome to Tuesday, 10th of November. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Lee says, do you think driving to see Christmas lights is essential travel? I don't know. I mean, I suppose so. It depends what your feelings are, isn't it? And Carol says, isn't the ghost of Christmas future also called the ghost of Christmas yet to come? He's the ghost that Scrooge feared the most. Well, it's being played by a woman this time round. I mean, they're changing it a little bit. He was the one who showed Scrooge his own grave, and also the one that said Tiny Tim had passed. No mention of who's actually playing Tiny Tim. Steve, you talk. I'm a celebrity. I checked the odds yesterday. I'm reckoning Shane Ritchie 5-2. A lovable rogue, as they say. Yes, I mean, what I can't work out with, if I'm a Celebrity as an ITV programme, how come so many of them are BBC staff? Do they have some deal? Is there some sort of money changing hands where they go, oh, go on, put on Shane Ritchie, he's good. And then some girl who's just been kicked out, a radio DJ that nobody's heard of, unless you happen to listen to that particular station, and various other people. I mean, some of them, I've never even heard of some of these people, and they're supposed to be celebrities. So who knows? Craig says, Steve, 6 more Tuesdays after this until Christmas. All the Christmas shopping done on night shifts and on patrols on the Isle of Skye. How lovely. And Monica, my favourite Jewish cabbie, says how people will see them. For example, you may drive around being a cabbie and telling yourself it's for Hanukkah. Where is Hanukkah in Trafalgar Square? It's only a month. Well, there's nothing in Trafalgar Square at the moment. The Strand has got lights up, and we've got a few lights coming into Leicester Square, but they're busy sort of digging up the middle of it, which is ridiculous. So, I mean, if you want to go out and use your car, you can use it for food or medicine. I suppose you could actually class lights as medicine, couldn't you? Travelling to an outdoor public location in order to take one form of daily exercise, either alone, is okay. Attending medical appointments is okay. Assisting an elderly or vulnerable person is okay. Travelling to and from work, only if unable to work from home, is okay. Travelling to a very limited selection of non-essential retailers like garden centres and other appointments, or getting a takeaway meal is okay. Or property viewings. You can do property viewings as well. That's good, isn't it? Quite fancy that idea. So that's the limited set of reasons. Well, it's essential, isn't it? I'm just going to buy some stuff from Fortnum and Masons. I needed to take the car with me. Depending on where you are in the country, you'll have your own lights, won't you? Your own set of lights, and then you can go and see them. Or failing that, you come up on the train, or you get a bus, or you get a taxi. I mean, how else? What's the point of putting the lights up otherwise? There's nobody working in the shops, is there? Not as far as we know at the moment. I love all the... Michael Parkinson said the other day, I don't know if you remember, he's 85, is Parky, and he says that women aren't funny. That's what he said. I mean, I don't know whether or not he said that because he's a bit old, but they sort of went round and they asked various women what was particularly funny, you know, something that sort of reminded them of being funny. Joe Brand says, I was not a particularly small child. I was the one who always got picked to play Bethlehem in the school play. She said, I asked my GP, is it too late for me as a fat, middle-aged woman? He said, no, it's never too late. Just do something a couple of times a week that gets you slightly out of breath. So I started smoking again, she said. Also, Sarah Pascoe says, you can't lose a homing pigeon. If it doesn't come back, then what you've lost is a pigeon. If Adam and Eve can't make it work in paradise, how am I going to make it work in Lewisham? I went to Paris. Nothing funny happening there, but Sarah, why are you telling us this? Otherwise that trip is not tax deductible. Sarah Milliken says, I stopped buying women's mags. I only ever see someone who looks like me under the word before. I read about a couple in their 80s where she died and he died soon after. The papers said a broken heart. That's not a medical condition. If he died a fortnight later, it's probably because he didn't know how to cook. You see? And Michael Parkinson, although I've never heard Michael Parkinson tell any jokes. I don't think so. Well, I mean, he might have done. Amy Schumer, she says, you know that show Teen Mum, or if you're from the South, Mum. In every group of girlfriends, there's one who is the... Oh, I can't use that word, it's a bit rude. I was dating an infectious disease doctor because... Two birds. Catherine Ryan said, would you trade your life with a teenage girl's life? Do you remember what it was like when we had no power, no money, and when we did our own eyebrows? No, thank you. So there you go. See, women can be funny. Carolina Hearn says to George Best, when you were a little boy knocking a football around in Belfast, did you ever think one day you'd be famous in every pub in Britain? And to Jermaine, I can't read that one either. To Carol Thatcher, everybody always wants to talk about your mother. Not going to be like that tonight, Carol. What's your father like? Do you remember that? Well, hello, Debbie McGee, she says. What was it that first attracted you to the millionaire Paul Daniels? David in Sunderland says some good news, actually, about the vaccine. At least it's a sign we could get to some normality. Yeah, don't sort of celebrate just yet. It might be a little bit too soon. And remember, it's only 90%. Only 90%. I mean, I'd be happier with 100%, but 90% seems to be the way that we're headed. But it's better than nothing, isn't it? Two jabs could be good for you. Whether or not, if you're in the high-risk category, it's going to be as good, I've got no idea. And another one here. Prince Charles did not fall out of love with Diana. He was never in love with her. She was there to produce an heir and a spare. Charles was seeing Camilla throughout his marriage to Diana. Yeah, but of course, the problem was Camilla was married. Camilla was married. And so, I mean, I don't believe anybody in the royal family falls in love, do they? It's a case of, going out with somebody and you have to suffer with, all the riches in the world and everything and lovely houses and stuff like that. Or if you're sort of Harry and Meghan, you just go and disappear to America and don't do anything at all. Technically, viewing comes as viewing property. Does it say you must view it to buy or rent it, says Monica? No, just viewing a property. So in other words, if you were thinking of renting a property, you can go and look at them. Otherwise, how are you going to know? You've got to go and see somewhere. Will Guyot's got an early start today, so thank goodness for the Steve Allen Show. Yes, I think the same, actually. A bit random, but I've decided, said Matthew, I like Monica and Shane, the most consistent texters alongside of me. Ha, 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 ha. And somebody else was talking about Shane Richard. They were showing the odds the other day. Do people bet on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here? The new Xbox is out today. Have you ever been into gaming? No, not in the slightest. No, I have no knowledge of Xboxes or anything like that. I never did gaming. I think the nearest I did was Tetris and Pac-Man. If that's called gaming, then that's about as far as I went, but it didn't bother me in the slightest. I used to have a little machine that did Tetris, which was the building blocks, which was lovely. But it just, I don't know, I can't get into stuff like that. I don't know why. I think you've got to be a certain... It's like, watching kids on their phones playing games. They're so fast. I can't. I've obviously got the wrong size fingers and thumbs, because I seem to sort of, double up on everything, which is a pain. Good news is, I bought a winning ticket on the National Lottery. That'll be £2.60's worth, which isn't going to go very far. Can you imagine how rich Pfizer, the pharmaceutical company, must be? If we've ordered nearly 400 million doses and we're just one little piddly country, imagine around the rest of the world. Small wonder their shares have gone through the roof. So how will it work if this sort of antidote kind of works? 90%. By December, you could be offered it. Okay, provided you're a care home resident, and staff, then followed by the over 80s and then pre-existing health conditions. And then it drops down 5 years each and every time. Will it be compulsory? No. You won't have that. There will be, of course, people, who never believed that it ever existed in the first place. The people who sort of march up and down the streets, the buffoons, as we call them, the people who go, there is no such thing as COVID-19. So, about a quarter of the population would be very reluctant to get it. Good. Well, that's their business. Their business. How quickly will it work? Well, it won't until you've had, I think, you get the second dose, and then you could develop full immunity. So you won't get it first time round, 21 to 28 days apart. So you get the first injection, and then you go back about 28 days later and you get the second one, and only then will, you start seeing some sort of benefit. They've tested it on 43,500 people, which is a fair size. The results, if very few people in the group that were given the vaccine get COVID-19, then it indicates that the jab works. The analysis was carried out after 94 cases of COVID-19 were found, which indicated an efficiency rate above 90%, suggesting no more than 8 people on the vaccine caught the virus compared to 86%, or 86 of the placebo group. It's known as a messenger. That's what the jab is known as. Full safety data will be considered because they've got to approve all of this even before you get it. It's got to be tested. Like, you can go and buy stuff in America over the counter that's never been tested here. But the American testing system is completely different for ours. So, interestingly enough, is when you ask the question, is Britain ready for this rollout? Pfizer and BioNTech reached supply agreements with the UK to save time. Manufacturing of the vaccine began before they knew whether it would be effective. So it's got to be stored at minus 70 degrees. Most health centres don't have such facilities available. So it's like sort of, I suppose, looking after your insulin. I keep my insulin in the fridge, then I take it out and then I can start using it. Interesting. Steve, we've ordered 40 million doses of the vaccine, says Paul, but they're going to be delivered by Hermes, so we may never get them. They could be going round and round and round, couldn't they, really? You get a note through your door. I love it. I love it. Steve, I think Harry must love Meghan. Oh, infatuated, I would have thought. He really has given up too much if she's just one like many of the others he went through. Well, there was one who we thought he was going to marry the last one, didn't we? And then she went, no, I can't bear the press intrusion. But obviously Meghan saw a little bit through that bit and so decided that if you can take him away from the family, which she's successfully done, and taken him to America, which she's successfully done, then we're all quids in. What they do, I've got no idea. And to be honest with you, I'm a little bit bored with them. I really couldn't care less, actually. It's of no interest to me. I didn't vote for them. Nobody else did either. John says, W.C. Field says, I always keep a drink handy in case I see a snake, which I also keep handy. Thank you. And Craig says, if a vaccine's 100%, then is that not a cure? I don't think the winter flu vaccine is even 100%. No, mind you, still some people don't want it, do they? They don't want the flu jab, whereas I did. I wanted the flu jab. I'm sort of in one of those categories. Also, fur farm massacre and clearing out one Danish mink farm. To be honest with you, I'm assuming they must have gassed them, but there are literally millions of them. Keir Starmer saying on LBC yesterday, he said, axe the curfew after the lockdown too. Well, that would be nice to think that would be the thing that we could do, wouldn't it? That would be great. I mean, that means that life could, in inverted commas, return to some sort of normality. And God knows, we all want normality, don't we? We don't want people working from home. We want people to actually come into the offices. We want people to fill up the trains and the buses. We want people sort of not to have separate buses with school children only. And mind you, even so, I've been on buses that are sort of technically adults, but they let school children on. And then I've also been on those buses where the bus driver won't let the school kids on at all. He sort of waves to a bus behind, which they have to go and get. You know, we want to see Canary Wharf in London filled up with people working in the banks and everything else. And the reason being because all the cab drivers, the taxis out there who are working for all the different companies, the Addison Lees and things like that, and Uber, I suppose, they want business. They want to try and make some money. At the moment, they're not making money at all. You hardly ever see a black cab with a light on now. In fact, you hardly ever see a black cab. So it'd be nice to see all of that back again. Palace courtiers are relieved at the BBC and this Diana interview. They wanted the royal furore to go away, but Martin Bashir has not painted himself in any sort of great light. I mean, it's a bizarre situation, isn't it? He was cleared of improper behaviour following a 96 probe headed by Tony Hall, but Diana's brother Earl Spencer has accused the BBC of sheer dishonesty and labelled the probe a whitewash. I mean, if it's true, somebody somewhere was telling porky pies. Matthew says the one that Harry was with was Chelsea Davy. Was she the one who didn't want, because she didn't like the media intrusion? Because you've got the media around you all the time. I mean, Harry, when he's had a few bevies, he likes kicking out at the media, doesn't he? Although he's not done it in America, which is good news. Good news. The Law of the Jungle, okay, it's a Welsh castle. It shows what lies there are. When they first announced they were going to do it in a Welsh castle, they said, and ITV are paying £1 million to the castle. Turns out it's nowhere near that. £300,000, I'm told today. £300,000. But they've asked various people to offer survival hints. And so they've asked Jenny McAlpine, David Emmanuel, who was second in Series 13. He says, I'm very pleased to hear they're getting a new kit, as rainfall in North Wales is pretty heavy and it will be cold. I want to see them in PVC capes. He says, Lucy Pargood and I created two characters, Gwen, who lives in South Wales and runs a fish and chip shop, and her sister Cordelia, who lives in Cheltenham. People thought we were crackers. Joe Pasquale was first in Series 4. He says, within 6 months of getting home, I got my private pilot's licence. He's brilliant. Absolutely wonderful. Also a handgun used by Sean Connery in the first James Bond film, Going Under the Hammer. It could sell for about 150,000 quid. £150,000. It's amazing. Anna Ryder Richardson was 6th in Series 7, so basically that was called losing. Christine Hamilton was 3rd in Series 1. She says, viewers see you as you really are. You can't pretend for 3 weeks. No, that's the trouble. That's why it should be so interesting this time round, although, to be honest with you, I couldn't give a toss either way. Gino De Campo, he says, I think everybody assumes that it may not be as bad as it seems on television. But the lack of food and drink is very, very real. What you see is what you get. It's uncomfortable. You're hungry all the time. It's not a luxury camp. Bit like being in prison, Gino, isn't it? Oh, sorry, I thought you'd know about that one. The advice I always give to anyone going into the jungle is to try and be yourself. Well, who's asked him? How many people does he know who's been into the jungle? Carol Thatcher was first in Series 5, and she had Jimmy Osmond trying to teach her the lyrics of Long-Haired Lover from Liverpool. Sean Ryder was second in Series 10. John Fashanu was second in Series 2, and Andy Wymant was second. Andy, of course, he's Coronation Street, isn't he, I believe. Plus Jenny McAlpine came 4th. And she says, missing family is, of course, tricky, but has this advice for contestants. Everyone at home watching really needs this show this year more than ever. I don't think they do. I don't think they do. I think what they do is tell you that you do, and then you start believing that you probably do. What else we got? Mink. I was right, actually. They gas Mink. And do you remember I said we didn't know who Giovanna Fletcher is? Well, it turns out that this is McFly's, Tom Fletcher's wife. She's a blogger. So that's who she... What quality she's got? Apparently she's got 1.3 million followers online on Instagram. Whether they'll be watching, of course, is neither here nor there. She said of going on to I'm a Celebrity, what have I let myself in for? Money, darling. I'm assuming you're doing it for money. Can't think of any other reason. I mean, although, you can't need money. Tom, the husband, has made a small fortune. The hardest thing, she says, is going to be missing the kids. Bit depressing, isn't it, really? She doesn't even know their names. Be better if she actually said the names of the children that she's got, but no, missing the kids. But there's nothing to worry about in this castle. There are no ghosts, there are no strange noises, apart from the camera crew. But it's not a castle, says David in Liverpool. It's a folly. Well, if Google says it's a folly, it's a folly. It's a big folly, though. Very big folly. Steve, if we get the vaccine, do you think we'll be able to travel abroad, says Craig, without having to quarantine in every direction? Possibly. Possibly. I mean, I don't know. I suppose that some people... It's like I saw some people at Waterloo Station the other day, and they were young. They both were carrying skateboards, and neither of them had a mask on. And there's big signs everywhere, which says, if you're not wearing a mask, you get fined up to 6,200 quid. Unless you're exempt. I'm assuming they actually were sort of very keen to tell people that they were exempt, but they didn't look very exempt to me. If you're on a skateboard, you can't be an exempt person, can you? It takes some sort of effort and energy to do something like that. Nick Hewer says he'll not be seen hosting episodes of Countdown recorded during lockdown as he's shielding at home. He's 76, so they brought in Colin Murray. God knows why. He says, good luck to Colin. Popular Dictionary Corner guest. I've hardly ever seen him on there. It's only because I saw him in the last week or so. He says, between you and me, I'd have confidently carried on, but the family has handcuffed me to a radiator saying, you're not going anywhere, which is good news. To have your company, Giovanna apparently is Mario Falcone's sister. Oh, dear. I'll keep that one very quiet. Keep that quiet. Also, 1 in 12 badgers found dead on roads. I hardly see anyone. I see squirrels who've ended their lives under the wheels of cars, but badgers, apparently, just 1 in 12 have bovine tuberculosis, sparking calls to scrap the controversial annual mass cull. They just went out culling. They're going, they carry the virus. Well, apparently these ones didn't carry the virus. 2 arrogant... you always get them. You always get them. And if I tell you that they're drug dealers as well, you will know that they're obviously a bit thick. And this is Kane Watkins and Adam O'Reilly. One's 19 and one's 18. They posed with... I know, you can't believe it yourself. They posed with... for selfies with their drug fortunes. Piles of £20 notes and drugs. Clueless O'Reilly, thick as a brick at 18, even made Snapchat videos offering cocaine, ketamine and ecstasy for sale. They both come from Caerphilly in South Wales, admitted dealing various illegal drugs. And so here they are, the thick pair, O'Reilly and Watkins. I mean, 18 and 19, but really dumb as planks, I'm afraid. Anyway, they got caught because they posted selfies with their drugs fortunes. Look, here's this money we've made, and here's all these £50 notes and all the rest of it. Unfortunately, both of them could have gone in a different direction and sort of found themselves gainful occupation. But they decided to do drug dealing, so now they're going to be spending the next 3 years in prison, which is good news, isn't it? One was at Cardiff Crown Court, one was at Newport. And they say here, they were jailed for 3 years each. Watkins was supplying Class A and B drugs throughout the Caerphilly borough, which would have ultimately contributed to the misery of drug use of others. He could have chosen any other path to follow, but decided to engage in drug supply. And so here they are. I mean, they're both as thick as anything. Look at them, silly little nobodies, bragging about it. We've seen other people before, yeah, wicked, got all this money, waving it. And the next thing, they find themselves in prison. They seem surprised. Steve, I hope we can ensure that when the BBC have sorted out the Bashir thing, it doesn't come out of licence payers' money. Well, it will. Of course it will come out of licence payers' money. It depends what the situation is. It really does. It might not be as strenuous as you think. Jim says, so Nick Hewer needs a break from what must be one of the sweetest jobs on television. 5 days work a month. You're joking, they're doing 5 shows a day. I think they would do. Well, they certainly were doing 5 shows a day. I don't know what they're doing at the moment. It's very tiring. It's very tiring. So, I mean, they used to do that years ago. They used to record, I think it was 5 shows a day for Winner Takes All with Jimmy Tarbuck. And so in a week you could do the whole series. But it's really, I think that's quite a lot. So it's not 5 days work a month. It's 5 days' work where he's doing about 5 shows a day, so that's 25 shows, so it's quite a lot. He's over 70. Goodness sake. Steve, I'm laid up, says Ken, with COVID. And the show is a great distraction. Oh, I do hope so. Jackie says they breed the mink for false eyelashes then. Well, they're not. They're using these for fur coats. Let's face it, the amount of fur that's on a mink, that's a lot of false eyelashes. And these ones are being bred for fur. Millions of them. I had no idea that they were still making fur coats. Steve, another one here. I saw the police on my way to work last night, pulling many cars over in the Putney area, checking where the drivers were going to. Yeah, I'm longing to be stopped. Longing to be stopped. From somebody go, where are you going? I go, essential service. Essential service, because I'm an essential service. Got a piece of paper. Technically, they found themselves a gainful occupation, just one which is illegal and high risk, says Monica. This is the drug dealing pair. But it's the bragging of it afterwards. I mean, how thick do you have to be? I mean, they must be the simplest simpletons of all time. You know, they go out there and they start selling drugs, and then they take a picture of all this money, bragging, without realising that, you know, the police, and loads of other people can see this stuff, and then go, well, you know, I think we have to put you in court. You're a bit stupid. You can only imagine what the rest of the family's like, can't you? Steve, Harry and Meghan are not going to criticise any US media because they only want to milk any US cash cows they can get their grubby mitts on. Oh, absolutely. And the staging of them yesterday, doing their own sort of thing, it was just the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my entire life. It's because he was turned down. Nothing to do with her. Nothing to do with her. But he was turned down because he's not in the forces and he's not a member of the royal family. And so he sort of decided, you know, to sort of, you know, as typical arrogant Harry, typical arrogance that comes from him, well, I'll do my own and we'll take photographs of it and release it to the media. You know, that's what they call by being hypocrites. Hypocrites. They're not going to criticise... Well, actually, they have criticised the US media, haven't they? Didn't they take some to court, or was that was in Canada? Because they sent a drone in to take pictures of them. I mean, to be honest with you, the most boring couple in the entire world. Dear me. Steve, I'm in trouble, says Shane. I listened to you on my phone. Mum just rang. I said to her, could you ring back? I'm listening to Steve in the UK. She laughed. Everything's okay. Which is good news, actually. Which is very good news. Yeah, but perhaps you need to get 2 phones. If you get 2 phones, that's cool, isn't it? Get 2 phones. Plus, I found a World War II poppy up for sale after 78 years. It's made from cardboard and red fabric, which saved on resources during the war. Wow. But be aware, though, if you buy a poppy on Amazon, many of them are giving no money to charity. OK, it doesn't go to the Royal British Legion at all. And in fact, if it doesn't say that they give money to charity, they ain't giving it. All right, so don't buy poppies from them, please. Whole idea of to buy a poppy is to buy a poppy and support the Royal British Legion, not to support some sort of, you know, fly-by-night person who's just determined to make a lot of money, which is not good. Not good at all. What was I going to read, actually? I was reading one of the TV critics, who's not a fan of Gemma Collins. Unfortunately, nobody is a fan of Gemma Collins. The only people who seem to be fans of Gemma Collins are the sycophants the poor old soul surrounds herself with, where they sort of go, oh, you're great, Gems. Unfortunately, she can't find a boyfriend. Arj, and he's never been that fussy, he's not bothered about going out with her at all, which is very worrying. If you read Ali Ross on television, he talks here about great TV lies and delusions, diva forever and ever, Gemma Collins, I need to sample as much chocolate as possible. I told you it was a fake, all this injection. It's just an appetite suppressant. The weight will pile on again very shortly. And ITVB's channel's Diva Forever and Ever series packed lumbering Essex megafauna Gemma Collins off to a donkey sanctuary in Crete. And about time too, writes Ali Ross, if you ask me. She had it coming. Unfortunately, though, it turned out to be just a goodwill visit, a process which involved the GC putting the animals in a fairly meaty headlock and bellowing, there's something wrong with this one's neck, it's drooping. Gemma, said the very patient owner, that's fat roll. An observation that wasn't necessarily aimed at the donkey, but certainly struck a chord with the GC, who immediately handed over €1,000 to keep them in straw and carrots for the foreseeable future. It's a bit of a shame, really. Poor old Gemma Collins. Honestly, the delusional one who was caught this week on Tower, it must be an old one actually, practically begging on bended knees for Arj to go out with her, and of course he wasn't interested. I mean, why would you? Why would you? I mean, she's tried everything. You know, you're going to miss this, she goes, slapping her very ample rump. Steve, I will dig out my old Christmas lights, Stephen, next week and switch them all on. I've had them 30 plus years and they still work. I was thinking of upgrading to LED, but if the old light bulbs still work, should I upgrade? No. And you can still get... There are companies. Go on to Google. If you're looking for a particular bulb, put it in on Google. I guarantee you'll find somebody who will sell those bulbs. And so you can always replace. You don't need to sort of sit there just sort of watching your lights collapsing day by day by day, or Christmas by Christmas by Christmas. I saw my Christmas tree on the television the other day. It looked very good. Very good. They've obviously got them back in at QVC. Girl Power, well and truly back. As, yes, the rock-solid pals, Little Mix, have got to number one again. To be honest with you, I mean, it's little Jessie Nelson has disappeared from the group now. She's had enough, and whether she comes back, I've got no idea. So it's Girl Power. Not really. I think it's a bloke who runs the group, so hardly World Power. Also, the Yorkshire Ripper Peter Sutcliffe last night clinging to life, they say, after refusing all treatments for COVID. He was taken to hospital yesterday when his symptoms worsened. So he's high risk due to his age, ill health and being overweight. But he's refused to allow doctors in North Durham to treat him. A source said the doctors have warned him they can do nothing for him unless he agrees. If he refuses, he's really dancing with death. He was taken to hospital, I think, about 2 weeks ago, wasn't he, when he was sort of suffering and he couldn't breathe. Jailed for 13 murders and 7 attempted murders. So we'll wait to see what happens with that one, I think. But isn't it odd that you and I can't go to the gym? Not that I fancied going to the gym, but killers and rapists can still go because they're in prison. They can pump iron in prison, which is good. Prison officers are currently banned from using the facilities, but if you're a prisoner, all their gyms are open legally. Interesting, isn't it? Steve, why do people give Gemma airtime? I've got no idea. It's because what ITV2 have done is they've actually tried to pretend to her that she's of importance, whereas in fact she's not. In fact, every time you see the programme, she just looks so sad and lonely. She's got a few people who sort of wander about going, oh, you're great, Gems, you're this and that. Bobby Cole Norris, who's the biggest drip of the century. It's very embarrassing. So she's not a diva. That's not the diva behaviour. That's called sad and tragic. Sad and tragic. Steve, the BBC has slashed their wages so much, it's no wonder these poor celebs, loose term, are flocking to I'm a Celeb for the cash. Well, they've got to hand some of it over to 10th of November. Somebody says if you apply to see a countdown show, you get a list of dates and they certainly don't work many days per month. Well, they've got no audience for it, Jim, so I don't know what you're applying for. There are no audiences for any TV shows at the moment, so you can't apply to go and see something. They're doing it with no audience. And they seem to work. Like most shows, everything is done. Very rare you get a show where they just do one show in the day. You know, if it's something like Countdown, there would be a few of them. It's like Supermarket Sweep. I would imagine there's probably 4 shows a day recorded on that one, I would think, because they don't... If it's a show that stands alone, then you would have to do it. In the case of them, they follow on, don't they, I think? So they can say, oh, so-and-so's done this and so-and-so's done, unless you're sort of booking them out. But I think when Dale did the show for the lottery, it was a case of they weren't in any particular order. So when he did In It to Win It, sometimes the show that went out first in the series was a show that was 5th down the line, because he'd got used to doing the show. On the first one, you can put it down the line and people forget about it. It doesn't make any difference. Very odd, Steve, that I can't go to my local gym, but my local Sainsbury's is so packed I feel genuinely scared. Have you noticed in a lot of the supermarkets now, single people only? They don't want families going in there. I mean, family, you stand outside. Don't clutter the place up a little bit. But I've had no problem with anything at all. I've had no problem with sort of getting... toilet paper or getting kitchen roll. In fact, I did actually buy the other week 2 rolls of kitchen roll. I mean, I suppose I could have bought it anywhere else, but I just happened to buy it because it was in Waitrose. I've had no trouble buying anything. No trouble at all. Although today, actually, I've got a doctor's appointment and we're doing it by telephone, which is good. I've got an appeal for you, a little appeal for you, which is quite good, because this Thursday is Happy Hour Day. Happy Hour Day. So The Make Some Noise team want to see you posing with your Steve Allen Prosecco glasses. And if you tweet a picture to @MakeNoise or email them to me, steve@lbc.co.uk. By sending the photos, you give us permission to make a collage of the pictures to share on Thursday. How cool is that? Would you like to be part of a picture? Like to be part of history? Because Thursday's happy hour day. Now, I know that hardly any of you drink. Right. So, us and the Make Some Noise team want to see you posing with your Steve Allen Prosecco glasses. Tweet us a picture to @MakeNoise or email them to me, steve@lbc.co.uk. By sending the photos, you give us permission to make a nice collage of the pictures to share on Thursday. And Hawaiian shirts not compulsory, but apparently are advised. So you fancy doing that? I know I've already got a few from different people. Mr. Neil and Will Guyot as well, and a few other people. So if you fancy doing those, please do. And if you said, easier to send them to @MakeNoise. Okay. Of course, it'd be interesting if every single person decides to send in the pictures. But we definitely like them. And then we can make a collage of the happy hour day, because we've sold quite a few thousand of them. And we'd love to see you included in it. So make it a special day, Thursday. And if you post your photos to me, it's steve@lbc.co.uk or MakeNoise @MakeNoise. Okay, and by sending the pictures, that gives us permission to make a collage of them to share on Thursday. So that'd be nice. Keep them busy. I'd keep them busy. So good luck for that one. Okay. Would you like to go on supermarket sweep, says Martin? No, thank you. No, thank you very much at all. If you could host a popular quiz show, what would it be? I wouldn't. No, there's people out there who are very good at hosting quiz shows. It's quite an art form. Quite an art form. Admin's Dave's Karen had her birthday yesterday, so I gifted her 2 Groovy Gang Prosecco glasses, and she was over the moon, says Ian the Skip. Over the moon, which is lovely. Actually, I've got things to do today. Actually, I ordered something from a shop the other day, but because of social distancing, I paid for it over the telephone, and then today I should go and collect it. And I shall just phone them when I'm standing outside. They will sort of open the door, shove it on the ground, and then close the door again, which is fine. I don't mind that at all. We waited 10 hours, Steve, to see the late TV show with David Letterman in New York. During that time, we were taught to clap and cheer. Yes, you know why? They record it. They do it in every single TV programme, clapping and cheering, and then they say the same things. If you're sitting next to somebody you maybe shouldn't be sitting next to, move, because, they might show the audience. They don't. But they always, they do the clapping and cheering. OK, can we just have a cheer? 1, 2, 3, 4, and everybody claps like mad. And then if there's a bit of the show that needs a bit more boost, they play in your extra. But at the moment, as far as I know, there are no TV shows that are running audiences. I think Graham Norton did a socially distancing audience, but the audience for Countdown is very small. Very, very tiny. Very tiny. Mind you, I wouldn't wait 10 hours to see the late TV show with David Letterman. However good he might be, I wouldn't sit there 2 hours for anybody. Ridiculous. Steve, I've gone into isolation. So finally got to see the Steph show yesterday, says Lucy. And it is as dire as you described. P.S. Loving my Prosecco glasses. Get those photos in, Lucy. Get those in. But no, the Steph show lurches from one disaster to another. They had some comedian on there who's so unfunny, it was almost embarrassing. And so many people on there, it must cost a fortune to bring you that pile of rubbish. Listen, she was stretching her talents appearing on the television in the morning on breakfast. Obviously somebody somewhere's gone, oh, I like you, you're going to be good. Not on this, she's not. It's dire. You'd never know it was her show. They had this comedian, I can't tell you who half the people are on there, but they're obviously all on a fee. Poem today is from T.S. Eliot. Not very long. It's an excerpt about drinking tea from the love song of J. Alfred Prufrock. Okay, it is very short, I'll tell you now. So an excerpt about drinking tea by T.S. Eliot. Time for you and time for me, and time yet for 100 indecisions, and for 100 visions and revisions before the taking of toast and tea. That's it. That was as much as T.S. Eliot could actually come up with. And so it's after he wrote Cats, he was a bit knackered, and he thought, I'll do something about an excerpt about drinking tea. I had a slurp today. End of. you know. I mean, to be honest with you, do you think people that... It's marvellous, isn't it? He's so talented. He's so talented, honestly. Time for you and time for me, and time yet for 100 indecisions, and for 100 visions and revisions before the taking of toast and tea. Seriously. It's a talent like that you can't make up, can you? You can't... I mean, it's so... I mean, it's sometimes I'm in awe of these people from other generations who went through a lot of effort to write something like that. Small wonder Cats was the only thing he was famous for, you know. I'd like to write about cats. Of course you can, dear. Cats taking tea? Yes, the cats took tea, if you remember. They did take tea. Mind you, I like cats, don't get me wrong. It's just that, you know, when they write stuff like that, do you think it becomes like the Emperor's new clothes? Is it a case of, you know, the king is in the altogether, you know, and some people go, oh, right. You know, imagine they actually managed to convince the king that, you know, to wear these invisible clothes. Mind you, you can convince people nowadays that, and there'll be some buffoon on I'm a Celebrity in Welsh Wales going, did you hear the horses last night? No, dear, we didn't hear the horses last night. Yeah. There'll be somebody who's been primed, I think. In It to Win It was a must-watch in our house, it seems, and I should know, as a student who watches a lot of quiz shows, that the calibre of the presenters has gone down. Apart from Brad at the Chase, says Jack in Hull. Yes, I mean, the trouble is, I mean, anybody will tell you that to be a good quiz show host is very difficult. You think that anybody can do it. They can't. We've only had a certain number of people in this country who can actually present quiz shows. Bruce Forsyth was one of them. Leslie Crowther was another. Joe Pasquale can do it. Bradley Walsh can do it. Bob Monkhouse could do it. But apart from that, you're a bit thin on the ground. They're all very nice, these other people, but they're not quiz show hosts. They're not quiz show hosts, and that's the art to it. You know, you have to hold the card at a certain level. You have to engage with the audience. You have to make it look as if it's effortless. And you can only discover just how bloody awful they are when you watch them doing it. You know, you watch Susan Calman and you think, really? Are they just employing her because she's so big? You know, or she knows people. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. And when you sort of watch programmes on the television, you sort of wonder, was there nobody else available? And the answer is, I didn't. Donna says, I'll have to wear my husband's loud shirt. I don't have one yet. This is for the pictures. Please send them in, you with your Prosecco glasses. I want to see a nice big collage. Nice big collage. Matt says, what's your opinion on Danny Dyer? I've been watching EastEnders lots and he's improved. Yeah, you can't have him for an interview. He swears. Every other word is swearing. Very difficult. Donnie says, what's your favourite type of croissant? One that's sitting in the shop. I'm not a big croissant eater, actually. Would you, unless you class pain au chocolat as a croissant, but I don't do pain au chocolat. So, by the way, the photos must contain the glasses as well, not just you. It would look a bit silly. Somebody sent in a picture of themselves. You've got to be holding the glass. You know, I mean, I don't want to lay out the patently obvious, but I mean, come on, wake up. Goodness sake. So we're doing a thing about, you know, glasses, and you sent in a picture of yourself. It's very nice and very sweet, but we're looking for the picture of the glasses as well as you, okay? Shouldn't have to explain that to you. You know, I just try and explain it as best I can. So it's a picture of you with the glasses. If Will Guy and Mr. Neil let me down, there's going to be... And little Julie, I want to see all these pictures. Listen, we've sold over 4,000 sets of glasses, so I'm expecting a few. I also got some masks, which actually came in from Susanna and family. They've been listening for many years. What would we do without your constant chatter? And so they sent me a picture of a pussycat called Simba. See, when I first saw the name, I thought it was a lion. Martin Lacey trains lions. He doesn't take them from the wild. They breed lions and cubs and everything else like that. And him and both his sons have lion and tiger acts. You wouldn't get me doing... What? Yes. It's not for you. No, it's not for you. Masks are not for you. Give me a £5. OK, you can have one for a £5. Cash. I'm not taking a cheque. I know what you're like. You'll give me the cheque and then cancel. It says, please, it says all the all the Christmas talk, we enclose 3 Christmas masks, unique for you and your lovely team. Okay, £10 secures the mask. Okay, they look like that. Okay. And I owe you. Sod off. No chance. No, look, it's got pictures. It's got picture. Oh, it's a tenner. Is that a real tenner? I was going to say, where did you get a tenner from? Blimey. Been standing on the street corner. Penny for the guy. Penny. Pound for the guy. Tenner for the guy. Yeah, look, it's got pictures of Christmas balls, socks, candy canes. I don't know what that other thing is. It's got a picture of looks like a poppy, but it could be a glove, socks and everything else. Look at that. That's a bit posh for you, isn't it? You want it? 20 quid. I've got to make some money. I've got to do it for make some noise. You know, it's not. I got one as well, which is nice, isn't it? And sealed in plastic, so they're hermetically friendly. It's good, isn't it? Do you need it? You need it for the way home. You'll be the only one on your bus with a Christmas mask. These are very stylish. Very, very stylish. There'll be nobody in the office here who will have a stylish mask. But look what else I've got. Look what else I've got. And this one is from Maggie and Martin. They say, a small gift we thought you might enjoy. We know you love Christmas as much as we do. They live in Fulham, not too far from me, and they're at the age of grey hair, let's say past our youth, but still very young at heart. And they say, keep making us smile. So that's nice. So Maggie and Martin, and look. Oh, sorry. Look at that. Wow, look at that. That is cool, isn't it? Nobody knows what it is. They're all good. What is it? It's a suit meister, and this is a Christmas suit, jacket and trousers. Yeah, I could wear it on Christmas Day. It's polyester, so you're all right with polyester, aren't you? You had a bit of trouble some years ago, I realise. But and this is in XL. This is lovely. But it says, to avoid suffocation, keep the bag away. So I know what you like. But look at that. Isn't that cool? They saw it and thought of me. How thoughtful people are. How thoughtful. Is that lovely? So there you go. Somebody says on the news, it said people have regressed in the work-at-home era. People have reverted to wearing nappies and dispensing with knives and forks and eating with their fingers. Yes, well, I couldn't work from home. Some people can't work from home. They absolutely cannot. You know why? Because it's... sorry, I'm banging into everything this morning. What a noise. But, yeah, I mean, it just doesn't work for some people working from home. That's why we're here. Because we are an essential service, and we're here every day for you. And why not? Let's have a check on the road and the rail, shall we? It's gone 5/5. Packaging now, Maggie and Martin. It's very nice. And it's lined and everything. Very lovely. Thank you. How thoughtful. How very thoughtful. That's very nice. I don't know where you get stuff like that. Where do you get that from? Goodness sake, we have no idea, but we think it's lovely. And the mask, the boys have all got their masks now, which is lovely, which are very posh. How festive we are, honestly. All we need is the vaccine, which, of course, I'm going to get before they do. Quite right, I think. Steve, have you heard of anything more weird than Marmite hummus? No, I haven't. Steve Waj, locked into the spike, as always, no delay. Steve, you always know who the BBC are priming for a game show host when they appear on Celebrity Strictly What's It. Yes, I know. But, I mean, it's amazing how many BBC people have appeared on the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. I mean, seriously. Who can forget the disaster that was Max Bygrave, Steve, who took over from Bob Monkhouse on Family Fortunes? I know. I can tell you how much he earned a show. I can tell you how much Max Bygraves earned a show for doing that Family Fortunes. £70,000 a show. 70,000, and that was back in the days when £70,000 was £70,000. But of course, you know who he was a big favourite with? Queen Mother. The Queen Mother loved Max Bygraves, and when he did Royal Variety Performances, I mean, he was in command of a stage. He might not have been brilliant at being a game show host, but on a stage, couldn't touch him. And Ted says, I'm not a great lover of American films. Too many close-ups and overacting. Oh, I saw something the other day. It was a ghastly Christmas film. And there were some people and I was shouting at the television, you can't act. But I suddenly realised I'm mad as a fruitcake. Why am I shouting at the television? Carl says we should be able to love or marry whoever we want. It's nobody else's damn business. Well, that's what the papers make out, isn't it? They're still 20 plus years after her death. They're still talking about Diana. Still talking about Diana. It's amazing, isn't it? Would you list Hughie Green and Nicholas Parsons on game show host? Says Paul. Yes. Hughie Green, no, not really game show host. Definitely not game show. But Nicholas Parsons, yes. Definitely. Although he ended up making his career on the Rocky Horror Show, wearing basque and suspenders. Steve, is a Nice biscuit pronounced nice or nice? These are the biscuits with sugar on the top. Or you could eat a whole packet, couldn't you? And we used to call them Nice, after the place. I know it says nice on the top, but it also says Nice on the top. So we used to call them Nice biscuits. That was the way it came up in our house. Wayne the Trolley Dollies off to Washington D.C. later. Looking forward to heading down to the White House with a bottle of Prosecco. Listen, you've got to bring me up to date, because I've got a number of friends of mine who work for British Airways, and when they announced that they were doing 12,000 people who are losing their jobs, do you have a job? Have you had to take a pay cut? How's it working? Because I've got quite a number of friends who work for BA, and then it all went quiet. They were talking about 12,000 people were going to be losing their jobs, and then I've heard of friends of mine who are still working. So is the job back on again? Have you had to take a pay cut? What's the latest state of play? Do let me know, please, because I'm very curious. Donnie says, any updates on Tony Beak? No. Monica says, I found a unicorn. Passengers to Heathrow. Good grief. Passengers to what are they doing? Not flying on an aeroplane. We were coming in this morning, actually, my driver. Very quiet for a lot of the drivers. Seriously, I don't know how people are surviving. I really don't know how people are surviving. It's terrible. But do not forget, please, to send me in the picture of you and your glasses. If you've got a piece of tinsel you can put round your neck, that's nice. Make it festive, because this Thursday is Happy Hour Day. So we and the Make Some Noise team want to see you posing with your Steve Allen Prosecco glasses, or glass, I don't mind. Tweet us a picture to @MakeNoise, or email them to me at steve@lbc.co.uk. And by sending the picture in, that gives us permission to make a nice collage to share on Thursday. So can you do that? You can find yourself splattered all over the internet, but I know what a good-looking lot you are. I'm not sure. Have we got the emails open this morning? Have we got them open? Sorry? You've been putting some through. You didn't need the code this morning? It's already logged on to the code. Honestly, we've got no secrets around here, have we? I'm logged on to the code, which I had to give out yesterday. But was it yesterday or something else? Actually, there was a piece in the paper the other day. The Guardian did a piece on UBN, United Biscuits Network. And it was very interesting, because somebody who was here said, did you read it? I said, read it. I lived it. I was one of those last presenters there when UBN closed down. 12th of December 1979, and I went straight from there to here. I'd already been working here doing overnights, but I was one of the last people. I feature on the last hour of LBC. Steve, a Cherry Bakewell chocolate digestive, says Darryl. Well, that sounds quite a nice one. Cherry Bakewell chocolate digestive. How does that happen? Oh, Steve, I'm dating, says Simon. She's a tightrope walker. I met her online. Right, you're barred. That's it. You're never going to come back on the programme. Tony says, did you like Michael Barrymore as a game show host? He was very good as a game show host. He was very good. It just all went a bit pear-shaped for Michael Barrymore. I mean, it really did go major pear-shaped. He sort of became, I don't know what it was down to, but I remember seeing him on a show. In fact, I was sitting in the Hammersmith Apollo, as was at the time, and sitting right in front of me was Michael Caine. He didn't know that I was sitting right behind him. He didn't know. I just kept saying to people, I'm behind Michael Caine, which I thought was very exciting. Did you know that Lynx do a men's Marmite body spray? It's disgusting. Who wants to smell, says Lisa, like a jar of Marmite? What are you on about? I've got Marmite shower gel. Zora Suleiman bought me two. Apparently there's a Marmite cheese available. Steve, a Marmite cheese. There's Marmite butter, isn't there? And there's Marmite and various other things. They've got some in Marks and Spencer's. And I like a bit of I don't want it on everything. But I had some... What did I have the other day? I had peanut butter on toast. It was delicious. Seriously. It was actually better than all that rumpy-bumpy stuff that people go on about. Yeah, crumpets are okay, but, I mean, they're not... I like the Warburton's Pockets. You ever had those? They're very good. You literally... It's like... Because pita bread, or pita bread... And it's sort of, you put it in the thing. Well, I don't know how these people get a kebab in it, because I've nearly burnt my fingers on numerous occasions. Seriously. And then yesterday I had chicken and broccoli pie with added Brussels sprouts. That was very nice. And it came with some mashed potato as well. So I just shove it all in a saucepan. I don't bother doing anything. I take off some of the mashed potato, so I haven't got too much of it. You did potato croquettes. You can buy the bloody things. What are you doing making them? How stupid to make potato croquettes. They sell them in a shop. You can go to probably Iceland, the shop, and buy a whole bag of them for £1. Jalapenos. Oh, God, how disgusting. Honestly, no sense of the occasion. But that's what the best-dressed vegans are wearing at the moment and eating. But making potato... I quite like potato croquettes. I like them with cheese in. They're quite nice ones. Proper cheese, not your vegan cheese. I want something that looks like cheese. And they're actually quite nice. Or failing that, I bought a little box of those little tiny cocktail sausages. They're nice. Nacho chili bites. Sounds disgusting, honestly. You've got no sense of the occasion, have you? The rubbish you're putting in your mouth, it's ridiculous. Hey, Steve, down under, make a cheesy Vegemite, which is yum on toast. Do you know, Denise, I love things on toast. My mother used to do a lovely Welsh rarebit, which is just basically cheese on toast. But I loved it. You could eat a whole loaf of Welsh rarebit. You'd put it under the grill. Can't do it any other way. It can only go under the grill, and then it would start bubbling, and you take it out, and you go, oh, that looks delicious. It really was lovely, actually. What about a Steve Allen cookery show? No, I have to leave it to the experts. I've got to leave it to the Phil Vickeries of this world. I can't do stuff like that. I seriously can't. I mean, there's no point in muscling in on somebody else's career. In the same way, I don't really expect people to muscle in on my career, thank you very much indeed. Although people have tried. Happy birthday to Hugh Bonneville. He's going to be listening to this programme today. And why? Because he listens to this programme. So Hugh Bonneville, star of Paddington, well, next to Paddington, and of course Downton Abbey as well. Did you get the pie from M&S, says John? I did. Actually, if we still had our farm shop in Twickenham, we haven't, it's now turned into a coffee shop. Everything turns into a coffee shop round our way. And they used to do a chicken curry pie. I'm telling you, it was to die for. It wasn't one of these pies that, you know, you cut it in half and there's not very much in it. This was chock-a-block. They used to do a beef, steak and ale pie, but the chicken curry pie was full of chicken. And it was from Laverstock Farms. And they said, oh, you know, you can order the mail order. I've never actually done it. I used to go to the shop and then get it. I could eat the whole pie. It was fantastic. Steve, did the producers have to do an apprenticeship at LBC? I shouldn't think so. Before joining the show. And what treats do they get on their yearly anniversary? Nothing. Okay, they don't get treats. We don't need to force them to work. I mean, it helps, you know, crack the whip open, you know. Sorry, not crack the whip, their bodies open. I mean, you know, to be honest with you, if we'd been in Roman times, they would have been galley slaves. It's as simple as that, you know. I'd be sitting there with the drum. Boom, 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 boom. And they'd be rowing backwards and forwards, the sweat pouring off their emaciated little bodies, you know. Yeah, I'd be the drummer. I wouldn't be Julius Caesar. No. Phil Vickery could be Julius Caesar. I'd just be doing the drumming. Bang, 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 bang. And they go, right, we're going into battle, so we're speeding up. Bang, 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 bang. By this time, you know, Luke would be going, Steve, I can't go any faster. I've just lost all this weight. Just on this trip. No, they don't have to do an apprenticeship. Well, I don't think, no, they don't do an apprenticeship. No, we don't call it an apprenticeship. We call it sort of learning the business. You know, they have to learn. They have to sort of work their way up, so they have to learn how to pick up a telephone. Hello? Somebody at the end of it. I can't believe it. Hello. That was the first thing. And then the second day is learning to talk to somebody on the telephone. Hello. You know, and then it sort of moves on. Then they have to learn how to do the podcasting. I can't do any of this. I can't do it. Seriously. I mean, if somebody said to me, would you know how to produce your own podcast? I remember having a discussion with Nick Abbott, and he said, I do my own podcast. I said, well, bully for you. You know, no good trying to impress me. I don't do my own podcast. I said, I have staff that do it. So they have to learn how to do the podcast. I mean, sometimes they're a bit slow, but no, I mean, they sort of learnt it in a short space of time, so they have to take out that, because it's all digital. I mean, to be honest with you, between you, me and the gatepost, you'd be befuddled by the whole thing. I hope you're getting these photos in. I'd quite like to see a raft of photos in already. So you, looking gorgeous, holding your Steve Allen Groovy Gang Prosecco glass. Okay, that's what we want. And you can send it to two places. Either you send it to the steve@lbc.co.uk or at Make Noise. Okay, so you posing with your Prosecco glass, and then Thursday they'll put it all together to make a nice collage of all the people with their glasses. I mean, I don't mind if you don't have anything in the glass, but if you sort of would like to put some orange juice in there, something like that, that could be okay. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? And so, go on, do it. Do it today, please. Steve, is there an LBC pantomime this year? Well, I'll be here. Oh, look, there you go. Phil, look at that. What the dickens is that he's got? Yes, he hasn't even got a Prosecco glass, poor old Phil. I mean, honestly. Photo for collage. Is he holding something in the other hand, do we think? Do you think he might be sort of sitting on the glass? I'm trying to work it out, actually. But so a picture of preferably you with the glasses, which would be nice, or glass. Funny, says Matthew, how you mention Iceland. I bought a spaghetti bolognese there yesterday for £1, better than the Charlie Bingham's range in Waitrose. Well, certainly a lot cheaper, I should imagine. I thought the Charlie Bingham stuff was really expensive. And somebody says, do you get a Christmas bonus like a chocolate orange at LBC? No. We've had wine, and so we've had wine. I think one year we got tins of Quality Street. But when you think there's a lot of us, so if you were buying things for this whole company, I mean, in this building alone, there's 1,000 people. So that's 1,000 bottles of wine. I mean, it's terribly expensive. We're supposed to be cutting back. So there is no pantomime this year. Was there a pantomime last year? I'm not too sure. Have you been to Disneyland Paris? I'm well known there, says Donny. I haven't. No, a friend of mine, Darren, he used to go to Disney. He loved Disneyland Paris. He loved it. I'm not that sort of person. I'm not a sort of a theme park person. I don't mind going on a few rides. I've been on a few rides, actually. But no, I mean, Disneyland's okay. I quite liked it. I did a documentary on it for LBC years and years ago, which was very nice. There's a local lady in Twickenham, Steve, who makes amazing pies. AJ's. She's got a website, says Bex. It's nice, isn't it? Nice. Steve, on the dark side and cynically, old people in nursing homes and over 80s have top priority to the anti-COVID-19 vaccine because they're expendable if things go wrong. Same for all of us. But they're at top of the list. Over 80s and people in care homes and people who work in care homes. But listen, what would you rather do? I mean, every time I see somebody walking across the concourse at Waterloo Station without a mask on, I always feel like going up to them going, live, not live. Live, not live. You know? And then I'm just waiting for somebody to be, you know, sort of gobby, going, I've got underlying health symptoms. What? Because all these people look young and healthy. They don't look as though they've got underlying health symptoms at all. I love fig rolls, says Sid, with a cup of tea. Oh, me too. Figs I love, full stop. Have you ever... And also, I tell you what I do like, apple strudel. Apple strudel. I love apple strudel. A friend of mine, Tony, his mum made me some apple strudel. She's Greek. And you go round and she goes, I'll just do you something to eat, Steve. And you go, no, I'm fine. Next thing, there's like a complete meal laid out, but she did apple strudel, and it's delicious. But you have to melt the butter used to separate the layers of pastries. It makes a great flaky crust. And don't try making flaky pastry. It's not worth it. Buy it. It's cheaper to buy it, and it saves you an awful lot of time and trouble. I promise you. And then you just sort of wrap it all up and everything else. And I've got a lovely recipe for a puff pastry apple pie. That's delicious as well. That's particularly good. And that's got everything, including Bramley. Apples are very good at this time of year. Get apples in, they're very good. Lemon juice, an unwaxed lemon. You've got to find unwaxed lemons. They're quite difficult to find. You've got to check. Also raisins, cinnamon, breadcrumbs, phyllo pastry, icing sugar. But no, definitely doing an apple strudel. And then you pour something over the top of it, like booze. Booze would be quite nice, wouldn't it? Or failing that, some ice cream or squirty cream all over the place. That's very nice, isn't it? And luckily not a calorie inside. Why? Because it's Christmas. And we don't count calories in Christmas. What happened to the massive Quality Street metal tins I remember in the 80s? You can get them. I got a tin of Quality Street. Do you remember they sent them to me from... was it Selfridges or John Lewis? I can't remember. How embarrassing. Which had my name on the tin. And you can put in all the ones that you like. See, unfortunately for me, I'm a soft person. I'm not big into top. I've had toffees, but I like soft. Dave in Liverpool says, try peanut butter on toast with Branston pickle. Oh, that sounds nice. That sounds a bit nice. Is it big Branston pickle, little Branston pickle? When I was a vegetarian, peanut butter on toast with honey on. Oh, peanut butter on toast with honey. Luke will try that. He's willing to try anything. I mean, he's run out of recipes ever since he sort of got bored with pasta and stuff like that and creme brulee. He's decided to go for sort of different things actually now. But vegetarian peanut butter on toast with honey. I don't know. Who cares if they go together? You just put them on toast. I mean, I'm sure you can put honey with anything, can't you? I haven't had honey for ages. I had a Werther's Original the other week. I'm tempting fate, aren't I? I don't care. I went out and said, I'm having a Werther's Original. And people went, you're not. I went, I am. Can't stop me doing anything like that. Listen, I'm not drinking Prosecco. And then after I'd eaten that, because it's not possible to actually eat a Werther's Original without cracking it with your teeth. It just, you have to, you sort of suck it, don't you? And then all of a sudden, you bite it. And you get, I've got to have another Werther's Original. It's like Pringles. Can't eat, I mean, I defy anybody to eat less than 20 Pringles. Steve, I was cleaning out the recycling cupboard and found 2 cardboard boxes from the post office in there. They were our Prosecco glasses. Good job, say Ian and Wendy in Somerset. It wasn't recycling day, otherwise we'd have lost them. Oh, my God. Steve, did you hear about the UFO that's landed in Manchester? And the aliens are rounding up all the men who have a high IQ. I'm just texting you to say goodbye. See ya. Steve, apple strudel. I bet Luke and the boys are as well. What? Apple strudel? No, they're still boys. Still boys. I don't think they've ever had apple strudel. It's a middle class thing, and they don't do middle class things. Still trying to get over a face mask that's got Christmas on it, which is nice. I like stuff like that. Morning. Apparently eating curry helps you live longer. That's a good start to the day, isn't it, really? Steve, toasted peanut butter and Marmite sandwich. Absolutely stunning, says Martin in West Wickham. And Dave in Liverpool says big Branston pickle. He says, try it, Luke. I know it's peanut butter, but you'll love it. Oh, I think he said peanut butter before. He seems to have had most things before that he's not supposed to be eating. Are these virus deniers going to get the vaccine, Steve? I think they should be named and shamed if they join the queue. Well, if they don't believe that there is such a thing as coronavirus, then why would they take a vaccine? The answer is that they probably shouldn't. The answer is that they probably shouldn't, but I bet you they will. Of course they will. I mean, given the choice, living, not living, I want to go for living, thank you very much indeed. Church of England seem to be... turning themselves around. They've announced moves that could lead to the approval of same-sex marriages. Well, I mean, they're so slow at these things. I nearly said backward, because it just seems like ages ago, doesn't it? We've talked about it. Even the Catholic Church is bringing itself in line. The Pope has made pronouncements. Also, do you take a multivitamin? Lots of people do multivitamins. Well, they've said in one of the papers today, they think they're a load of rubbish. They don't think they make any difference at all. You might as well take... the sugar tablet or something. Also, is Boris heading for a Brexit collision course with Biden? Who knows? But I still like Nina Ambrose. My story of the morning. Nina Ambrose, who went to see her father in a care home, because that's where he is, and she couldn't. So she got a job there. She went there, and she said, can I have a job? And they went, yes, of course you can. So she now goes there all the time, and she sees her father every single day, which is good. Would have been Matt Monro's 90th birthday. He was the singer's singer. Don Black used to use him all the time. He'd write a song and then he'd call in Matt Monro, and Matt Monro would sort of would sing the songs for him. Lovely singer. Smoked, drank, everything. Occupational hazard, I suppose. Steve, says Dave, 2 tins of Quality Street for £8 in Iceland. Well, actually, you can get them cheaper. You can get them for £7 in some of the big supermarkets. I know, because I bought them the other day. I bought Roses and I bought Quality Street, and it was £7 for 2. So it's undercutting other places. Christine says, asking us wrinklies for selfies at 5 a.m. I don't think so. Well, that's it. Listen, believe you me, there are lots of unattractive people probably listening to this programme. I don't need to mention you. You know exactly who you are, but it doesn't make any difference. You know, I mean, you could always send it later in the day when your face has settled. Dale used to say that. He used to say, I'm waiting for my face to settle. So, because Thursday, so I mean, it's only Tuesday, you're all right. I'll mention this tomorrow. We'll actually sort of save this and we'll put it up tomorrow as well. So Thursday, happy hour day. So we and the Make Some Noise team want to see you posing with your Steve Allen Prosecco glasses. So tweet a picture of you holding your glass or in front of you or anything like that to @MakeNoise, or you can email them to me, steve@lbc.co.uk. And by sending the picture, you give us permission to make a nice collage of them to share on Thursday with everybody. You could go viral. Because we know how many glasses we've sold, so we're looking, actually, for lots of nice pictures to come in. So you could do it later in the day, it doesn't matter, steve@lbc.co.uk, or Make Noise. And then what we'll do, we get the boys to sort of drag them off tomorrow, and then they can send them on. Is the COVID-19 vaccine vegan, says Nicholas? God knows, you're asking the wrong person. I'm assuming so. Steve, Lou can't eat honey since it's an animal product, so no peanut butter and honey. Well, he's flexitarian. I should have pointed that out at the beginning of the programme. He's flexitarian. We have to say it in hushed tones because there might be proper vegans listening who go, I'm sorry, you can't be flexitarian if you're a vegan, but he is. So, in other words, he eats things that he's not supposed to. So he has probably eaten honey, and he has eaten peanut butter as well, because he's flexitarian, and only at the weekends. And so we like to cut him some slack because you know, he's living in a sad world at the moment, the world only inhabited by himself and other people who are flexitarian as well. So that's the key word of the day, and you have to say it in such a way that it makes it sound as though it's important. He's flexitarian. You know, and people go, oh, what does that mean, Steve? It means he'll eat anything, okay? But if we paste it under the signage of flexitarian, then all of a sudden you go, that's very important, is it? Well, it is for him. So he eats honey, he eats peanut butter, he eats everything. There ain't nothing that don't go down Luke's flexitarian throat. You know, creme brulee is a very popular thing, isn't it? You like a good old... And he doesn't just eat one, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you. He's been known to eat probably 3 at one sitting. It doesn't take... also, I mean, the little thing is they're sort of, you know, they're tiny, aren't they? But if you're flexitarian, then, you know, you can enjoy it as much as the next person. Why should he? Listen, at least he's making an effort. Matthew says, you mentioned curries. I've got a blinding takeaway down the road from me in Hampton. You can't beat the Good Earth in Richmond for Chinese. Love China. I haven't had a Chinese meal for ages. Ages and ages and ages. But, you know, eventually I'll get round to it. Steve, did you ever get Dale on In Conversation? Nope. Didn't. I think we actually got him on Five's Company. You might find him on YouTube. Dale on Five's Company. Dale Winton on Five's Company. I think, because most of the stuff was done, I can tell you almost immediately, if not sooner. Wait a minute, we'll have no thanks on that one. And, wait a minute, Dale on Five's Company, thank you. And there he is. And look, there's, so cute. That's Paul Roseby. Paul Roseby. I think he looks after the National Youth Theatre. I think, or something like that. Certainly very high up. And there's Dale and Steve. Look, there's me with hair. So funny. There's Nick Knowles and Esther McVeigh. God, what a lineup that could be for your Christmas card this year. Dale there's Amanda. Look at that. I'm so cute.
Stop you there, Steve. You also had hair down to here. You had
You notice that? Hair down to here because he's flexitarian. And that's what happens. If you're flexitarian, you grow hair. Somebody says, poor Luke. Oh, I know. We always say that. It's good, isn't it? Look at us all say that is a great line. Look, there's John Barrowman as well. There's no end of it. He was terrible to me, honestly. Seriously. But at least I get a mention in the biography. Steve, I'm laughing at what you're saying about flexitarians. Well, it's my new word of the day. It's the Steve Allen Show, and it's appealing to flexitarians everywhere. You know, come join the band. Come join the band. Matt Munro had a fantastic voice, says Sharon in Benfleet. Best ever, warm tones, lovely voice. Speak for yourself, says Sarah. I'm totally gorgeous at 5 a.m. Well, actually, I'm actually seriously gorgeous before 5 a.m. In fact, from 2 a.m. It's difficult to live with, but I do try. I've never taken, says Roger, a multivit in my life. Am I weird? Yes. But you're probably flexitarian, because flexitarians don't need to do things like that. What else we got? Tom Parker, remember he was in The Wanted, and he's got this inoperable cancer. He's in OK Magazine. He's showing his newborn son to the world. Bless his heart. And Alan Turing's OBE returned to the Dorset school. Some woman took it. She claimed to be his daughter. Because remember Alan Turing. There's a school in Teddington that's named after Alan Turing. It's very famous. But I thought, perhaps I've got it wrong, because if you remember, Alan Turing was gay. And, they didn't like gay people at the time. So they basically made life hell for him, and then had to apologise afterwards. And he was, it was just, you can't believe the things that they used to do to people. You really can't. Steve says, Paul, I love the YouTube clip of you in the shell suit breakdancing. Yeah, all right, don't talk about it to everybody. I'm flexitarian. My body is more flexitarian than you can ever imagine. Look at me, fluid and flexitarian. Morning, nice to have your company. It's Tuesday morning, you know that, but I'm telling you just in case there's people listening in other countries who maybe haven't reached Tuesday morning yet. So we thought we'd sort of tell you it's Tuesday morning, it's the 10th of November. Happy birthday to Hugh Bonneville. The small jab for man, life could return to normal by the spring. I don't want to raise your hopes too much, but to be quite honest with you, I think it's one of the best breakthroughs that we've ever heard about. I mean, if it's going ahead, and we seem to have ordered God knows how many millions of these things, we could start doing these in about 3 weeks' time. So beginning of December, we could literally start knocking out these things. There's a pecking order. You'll find it in the papers. It depends on how old you are. It depends where you are. It depends what your health is. And you'll need 2 of these injections. And only then will things get a little bit better. They're saying it's 90%. 90%'s good. 90% is good. Made by Pfizer, so it's made by a reputable company. They brought you Viagra, and who can forget that? So let's wait and see, shall we? But I've got high hopes for this one. We might be back to normal. Well, as normal as we can be. God knows we need it. We need it for people and their jobs. We need it for people, who are relying on people going back into work. We need it to get the theatres open again. Can you imagine? Oh, what a blessed day that would be. The theatres open, the restaurants open. It'd be like having Christmas every day of the week. That would be fantastic. So let's keep it like that. Steve Dale didn't look right on Florida Fly Drive. We sat down as a family and watched every episode. We're worried, thinking, yes, he had dreadful pains in his shoulder. He didn't know what it was either, to be honest with you. And when he actually died, whether that contributed to it, I've got no idea. No idea. Paul says the football tradition is that you get a transfer fee when one of your team transfers. How much is Thomas worth? Says Paul. Oh, I see. Ah, right. Nothing. Nothing at all. He bought me a present. I gave him a present, actually. So I thought that was quite right. Quite right. And, yes, the book that I talked about that gave interesting facts on what happened on each day in history, it's called Jeremy Beadle's Today's the Day. And it's got different things in there. It used to be a Bible for speech presenters, or, most radio presenters, because you could use it as a little bit of a filler. And we think we found a copy for £2.40 in paperback. I used to have a hardback. And so they've got 2 left in stock. Comes from World of Books Limited, which sounds like it's coming from abroad. When they say arrives November the 14th to the 18th. Is it one of my inspiration? No, it was a very good book to have in, because if you ran out of things to talk about, highly unlikely on this programme, then you could actually sort of pick it up, flip open to the day that it was. That's why it's Today's the Day. And it would be Today's the Day they invented pickled onions or something like that. So I used it all the time. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, in the early days of LBC, of course. Yes. Because it was very useful, and you could talk around some of the items. So that's why it's called Today's the Day. Today's the day that we put a man on the moon. Today's the day that we invented fireworks. And it was today's the day the teddy bears had their picnic. Absolutely, picnic time for teddy bears. The little teddy bears are having a wonderful time today. See them gaily, and that's where we lost it. And because we were never too sure about teddy bears, were we? They were all. I like teddy bears. Don't get me wrong. I don't have anything against them. Talking to Matt Munro, Steve, I worked with him in the 80s at London Weekend. Tarby and Friends with Shirley Bassey, Michael Barrymore, and I'm David Copperfield from Three of a Kind. Are you? Good Lord above. Well, there you go. There you go. How old are you now, David? I don't like to. I feel as I've been terribly rude. David Copperfield. I remember Three of a Kind very well indeed. Oh dear, honestly, we get all sorts of people listening to the radio. That's the interesting thing, isn't it, about radio, that it can be totally anonymous. We get all sorts of famous people who listen. Everybody from fashion designers to, people who regularly appear on the television. Sometimes I'll interview somebody when we were doing In Conversation, and somebody will come in and they'll go, I've got a secret. And I go, what's the secret? And they go, I listen to you every day. You're my guilty pleasure. And I go, that's fine. But David Copperfield, woo, look at you. And there was that famous magician in America who nobody had ever heard of, who named himself after you as well. So good morning there. So in the 80s, Matt Munro, he was great. I loved him. You know that his son brought out an album where he sang with his late father? And I got a letter, actually, from Matt Munro's widow, saying about how nice it was to sort of to mention him, because I think these people deserve to be mentioned all the time. Seriously, I remember I've met quite a number of famous comics widows after they've died, and they said it's so nice to hear them mentioned. I said, but that's what they were in the business of, and I like doing things like that. Steve, do Squires have Christmas decorations out, and are you allowed to buy them? My friend thinks you can't. Oh God, they've been out for ages. About the last 2 weeks, yeah, all they're out, all their lights are out, all their trees are out, everything's out. The only thing they don't have at the moment is the real trees, but everything inside, absolutely fine. Dan in Essex says the Pfizer vaccine helping the world rise again. Do you know, if it turns out to be our saving grace, that there is a God? There is a God. I mean, absolutely fantastic. And I'd be more than happy, to have my 2 injections. I was seeing the size of the needles. I'm not going for these things at all. Nige says, as we have to pay for flu jabs, will there be a charge for COVID? That I can't tell you about. David Copperfield is 73. Well, I tell you, in my mind, you're not. In my mind, you're not. In my mind, you're still there in the 35, 40s. That's the thing now. I sometimes open up the newspapers and they say so-and-so, so-and-so, and they put their age down, and I go, really? Because show business, people don't age. Well, technically speaking, somebody just said to me, they said, you sound very good for 47. I must be sounding brilliant for 66 then. It's an age thing. It's an age thing. Somebody said you're as old as you feel. Rather not go down that route if it's all the same with everybody else, but it's true though, isn't it? I mean, I've seen some people... some people seem to age quite quickly, and other people seem to be eternally young. John Nettles never seems to age at all. Every time I see pictures of people like that, and I've seen loads of people in the business, you go to the Lady Ratlings or the Water Rats, and these people, they're ageless, totally ageless. It's a bit like radio. As long as you sound okay, it's fine. See, my aunt was a regular extra on Me and My Girl with Richard O'Sullivan in the 80s. Really? I used to have a friend of mine, his name was Al Woodrow. Al Woodrow used to work at Davenport's The Magic Shop, and he joined an agency quite late in life, and they started popping him up on every television programme because he was fairly old, and he seemed to fit in quite well. It's amazing, really. I mean, he died a few years back, but I used to see him all the time at Davenport's, and he introduced me to the Magic Circle and took me down there, and he was a very clever man. He used to do demonstrating in Davenport's. Everybody's got stories of Al Woodrow, but it was then that he started working on television programmes. He popped up, I think he popped up on Ab Fab on one of them. I went, "That's Al Woodrow." I phoned a friend of mine and went, "Al Woodrow's just been on the television." You see people like that. You know, Peter Dean from EastEnders, used to write to me, for a long time. Steve Munro was a magnificent mind. Not Matt Munro. I think, are you talking about Alan Turing? Alan Turing, and treated badly because he was gay. We saw his original Enigma deciphering machine in Manchester a few weeks ago in a museum there. Yes. You should go to, where's that place where Turing worked? Bletchley Park. You should go Bletchley Park. You should really go there. They've got his office. It's not changed. A place like that didn't change. But you're right, because he was gay, he was treated very badly. And then the government had to issue an apology. Really. Just terrible. Terrible. So, if you just joined us, hello. Hope you're well this morning. Everybody feeling good? Good weekend? Listen, this vaccine might be the best news I've brought you all year. Seriously, it seriously might be. Things are looking up. The jab beats the virus. 90% success doses by Christmas. Fingers crossed. This might get us back on course. Please God. Apparently, Matt Munro was Frank Sinatra's favourite singer. There's a new pub in Milton Keynes called the Turning Key, named after Alan Turing, with an image of him on the front of the pub, says Terry in Leighton Buzzard, which is now home of the earthquake. Do you remember we talked about the earthquake? But Bletchley Park is fantastic, and it's temporarily closed. But you should wait till it opens again. All these places will be opening again. And I went there. We had a nice drive down in the motor vehicle, and we went all the way round there. It was fantastic. There is a railway station, but check when it opens. It's in Bletchley, Milton Keynes. So that was the principal centre of Allied code breaking during the Second World War, and a fantastic bunch of people. I was watching something the other day. It was a Royal Variety performance, and they brought on members of the armed forces. Quite amazing. Quite amazing. Kingsley says, Steve, will the new COVID vaccine give you chilblains? It's got to be delivered at -80. Yes, that was the only thing that worried me. It's got to be stored at minus... Is it minus... I thought it was -70. -70. Julie says, Matt Munro singing Portrait of My Love. Yeah, I like that. I still like Born Free. I know it's old-fashioned and stuff like that, but perhaps I'm an old-fashioned person, and I like that. Paul says, you don't look a day over 66. Thank God for that. Thank God for that. If the vaccine works, thank the science, not God. Oh, I thank everybody. Believe you me, I'm hedging my bets. So the Pfizer vaccine could be very good indeed. Actually, talking of Squires and their Christmas decorations, I don't think there's a garden centre which does not have their Christmas decorations up and running. You can go and buy them, please do. In the same way that most of you should have got your Prosecco glasses now. And the Make Some Noise team would love to use a picture of you with your Prosecco glass. All you have to do, take a picture on your telephone, or get somebody to take a picture and then send it to @MakeNoise or steve@lbc.co.uk. Either of those will sort of arrive in the building. By sending us the photo, it gives us permission to use them, and we want to make a collage of the pictures to share on Thursday, which is Happy Hour Day. Happy Hour Day, as in happy hour. Cheers. So please send in the pictures. I'll remind you tomorrow, because you've got till Thursday. So do them later on today. Make yourself look smart. Put on nice outfit. Just remember, you're on display. Just remember, you're nearly in showbiz. Words. Morning, Chris says Sheila Hancock is 87. Well, I've just looked at a picture of David Copperfield. Still good looking. Seriously. Still good looking. I don't know how old this picture is. Smart jacket. Very smart jacket. Nick says actors live to a ripe old age because they do a lot of resting. Well, I remember talking to a very famous actor who came in to be interviewed, Roger Moore, and he said actors get paid, he said, for sitting on their bottoms a lot of the time, and then when the director goes now, then you have to sort of summon it up. And so that was that. But it's one of the worst professions in the entire world. You know, people don't work a lot of the year. People are waiting. You spend most of your... He's right. You do spend a lot of your time resting, hoping that something's going to be around the corner. And it can happen at any age. Steve, if we send in Prosecco glass pictures, do we become eligible to go on a reality show? Yes, mine, Mary. Mine. My reality show. And, Steve, I'm reading Don Black's autobiography at the moment. He tells some wonderful and warm tales about his time spent with Matt Monro, says Kev the Milkman. Morning, Kev. Yes, he does. He would write a song, and Matt Monro would come round and sing it for him so he could hear what it sounded like. What was that one? Was it Come With Us, Run With Us, We're Gonna Change the World, You're Full of Praise, So Full of Faith, When We Rearrange Your World, You're gonna change my world. Born Free makes me cry every time, says Donna, as soon as I hear it, as did the film when I saw it at the pictures when I was little. I loved Born Free. I thought it was great, actually. I thought it was great. Steve, what the government of the day did to Alan Turing was unforgivable. He saved many millions of lives. We wouldn't have had a victory in 45 had it not been for his incredible mind. His reward, chemical castration and endless harassment. Yes, because in those days it was illegal to be gay. It was as simple as that. That's what and then, of course, it changed, didn't it? It all changed. And they went sort of, OK, we're going to make it 21. Then they brought it down to 18. And then I think it went to 16. I mean, it always amazed me. I think, you know, the government seemed to expect that people, if you were gay, were going to hang around till they were 21, you know, before you could actually do anything. And in Alan Turing's case, I mean, there's a very good film which was on the television a short while ago called Victim with Dirk Bogarde, and you should watch it. It was because it summed up what the mood of the time. Somebody says, can you believe Steve Allen is only 4 years off his 70th birthday? It's outrageous. Who said that? How is that? I don't think it's 4 years off it. Wait a minute. Oh, yes, it might be, actually. That sounds even more frightening. Don't tell the management, for God's sake. They have a policy here, everybody under 60. So I'm keeping well quiet about it. Steve, my dad was a trolley bus driver and worked out the same depot as Matt Monro. He said he would sing to his passengers. Yes, he would. He would sing to his passengers. Yeah, the singing bus driver. Amazing, isn't it? Steve, do you think, says Yvonne, I was just wondering, do you think the Queen will be first in line for the coronavirus vaccine as she's in that age group? Well, I don't know. I mean, I would think so. I mean, she appears to be in that group, but she might not want to take the vaccine, mightn't she? And another one here. Somebody else saying that they love Matt Monro. Shane says, I went shopping today for Christmas lights. I've got home. I bought 3 boxes of Christmas lights. Can't beat Christmas lights. Cannot beat them. And somebody says, my cousin worked at Bletchley Park and is gutted it's had to shut down due to COVID. He said it's such an interesting job. He's an expert on Alan Turing. Yes, I can well believe that. It's a fascinating place to go to. We only went there. A friend of mine used to say every Sunday, let's do something different. Let's go and visit somewhere different. So we went to Bletchley Park as one of those days out, and don't regret it. My best day out, though, was, of course, the Mary Rose down in Portsmouth. I mean, that stays with me to this day, just going down there and seeing it. Richard and his friend, the actor Jeremy Bullock, were good friends of my flatmate, and back in the mid-60s, Richard was a good pianist and found a baby grand piano, says Wendy, and to buy from a friend of his in Chiswick. This is Richard O'Sullivan. But he's well looked after at the home for retired showbiz people. He's in Twickenham. He's at Brinsworth House. You see him occasionally be sitting outside, cigarette in one hand. And it's amazing to think that he was so big on British television. So big. I bought a load of DVDs of his to take round there so that he could watch them. They do a fantastic job at Brinsworth. Really fantastic job. But he's very famous. He's very, very famous. You and me both, Steve. Born Free, best sounding song ever, says Tony in South Ealing. Yes, and I don't think I could use that one. I saw a film with Liam Neeson in an action film called Honest Thief last Friday. Couldn't believe he's 68. He looked 48. Film and television are very forgiving, are they not? And somebody says, if I remember rightly, the Enigma machine was captured from a U-boat before it was sunk. There were loads, David, of Enigma machines. Loads of them. There wasn't just one or two. There were loads. But they sort of condensed it down, didn't they? They condensed it down, which I think is brilliant. Tom Jones, Steve, has got a very strong voice, despite his age. Yep, Shirley Bassey the same. She's got an album out at the moment, and she doesn't sound any different. Cliff's got an album out too, Cliff Richard. He's another one. Baker's Belief, I mean, it's 80. Just absolutely blows my socks off when you sort of see these people and you think, whoa, dear me, absolutely brilliant. Steve says, Mark in Reading, I am no way against vaccines. However, happy not to be the first online. I want a few million ahead of me to try it out. Well, there will be. There's going to be, seeing they've ordered so many millions of it. Love the Mary Rose, says Sue Ann. Massive. And the film Victim, brilliant. Yes, it is absolutely a brilliant film. It's so clever. It's so clever because it just showed you what it was like at the time. We took our dog Tia and an almost 13-year-old Shih Tzu to the vet. Needed an ultrasound to check a suspicious mass on her abdomen. It turns out she's got some ovariohysterectomy due to cystic ovaries. Next step, an operation, says Stephen in Birkenhead. Never met a nicer or more helpful vet. I'm always amazed by that super vet on the television, what he can do. He gave a cat 2 artificial legs the other day. The thing that was bouncing around at, it's good. It's good. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. How old is Auntie Enid, says Claire. We try not to mention age. She's not keen on people reminding her that she's quite old now. Quite old. But no, she seems fairly happy. She's happy in this home. She sort of amuses them with endless tales of, this is what my sort of dear Steve has done, and this is who he's interviewed and stuff like that. She's quite nice. 84850 Steve at LBC. Apparently the Spikers group have been sharing photos of themselves. Thank you, Angie. With glasses, but they need to send them to us. Need to send them to us. Yeah, don't hide them, please. Not each other. Send them to us, and then we can put you in. I know you want to do this because Thursday is happy hour day. So us, and the Make Some Noise team want to see you posing with your Steve Allen Prosecco glasses. We know we've sold over 4,300, I think, at the moment. So tweet us a picture. Or if you don't know, get somebody to do it for you. Take a picture. Well, the Spikers group know how to do this. And you tweet the picture to @MakeNoise, or you can email them to me, steve at lbc.co.uk. By sending the photos, we can then make a nice collage of the pictures to share on Thursday. So go on, do it. Do it, please. Do you remember Richard O'Sullivan in Carry On Teacher as a young naughty child? Says, of course I do. Of course I do. Another one here, which says, do you know how Barbara's doing? I don't actually. I don't like to ask. I like to think she's fine. And another one here. Serious question. Oh, yes, if they've got this thing for COVID, do you think they can do things for other things as well? Oh, listen, nothing is beyond us. I mean, the only problem is, I always thought, why can there not be a vaccine for cancer? But the trouble is, there are so many different cancers. That's the problem. There isn't just the one cancer. There's all sorts of different cancers. You've got to see the Swan Lake video of the prima ballerina. And my friend's greyhound Dennis has a fig roll every night at 9 p.m. I love that. And Nick Abbott has said there isn't going to be a vaccine. It's years away. Well, I mean, it still might be. We don't know. We got to. They have to test it. Steve, the only song for me from Matt Munro on Days Like This. The opening score from The Italian Job. I thought he was wonderful. Born Free, Champion, The Wonder Horse, and The Amazing Mr. Blunden. You can't beat them, says Jim. All my favourites. Good. News time. And Steve, do you know that you are my 6 o'clock alarm in the morning? I love listening to the gossip. Thank you very much indeed. Are you smiling? So we're just having a picture. We're doing our picture. Okay, there you go. Bill Roach is 88 from Corrie, and on December the 9th, just under a month away, he'll celebrate 60 years in Corrie. He's been off-screen lately due to COVID delaying the older cast members, but I believe he'll be back very soon. 88. See, the trouble is when you see people all the time on the television, you don't think about age, do you? I don't. I'm dreadful. Also, fantastic news about the flu vaccine. Is it a British company? No. Pfizer. It's Pfizer. And although the Germans suspected that the Enigma code had been broken, no one would dare tell Hitler about it, with him believing it was unbreakable. I know. Unbelievable, isn't it? Which is fantastic. Also, I was a set builder on the Harry Potter film, says Paul, in Walton-on-Thames, and at Leviston Studios, and Daniel Radcliffe has aged very well. Yes, I mean, the trouble is he started young, didn't he? Of course, I always found the odd thing was that he doesn't wear glasses. But then Deirdre in Coronation Street, she didn't wear glasses in real life. Hope you're well, Steve. I'm currently furloughed, says little Julie, but keeping busy with jobs around the house. Good luck to Thomas. He's had quite a few messages on the original Spikers Facebook group, yes. And he'll be fair. Well, he's promised us afternoon tea. He's not getting away with that one, I'm telling you. Definitely not. Definitely not. Which is lovely. So. And Steve, is today the day, says Mark, the teddy bears have pickled onions at their picnic. Love pickled onions. Love pickled onions, which is good. We go through the papers. So the Bieber probing over these lies, which apparently they're saying were told to Diana. It's not going to go away, is it? Isn't it funny? When we first did the story, I remember thinking, this has got the makings of a story that can really go. The London stock market rallied yesterday on Pfizer's vaccine breakthrough. The FTSE 100 blue chip index rose by 70 billion in afternoon trading. Amazing, isn't it? NHS staff to get checks twice a week. Test of the best. Also, shoppers queuing outside of Primark as it reopens in Wales. Lines formed. It's amazing how people queue for clothes, isn't it? Also, an international rows broken out over the probe into the Madeleine McCann prime suspect. Portuguese police hit out at Germany's handling of Christian Bruckner's, saying they had no evidence the convicted rapist and paedophile was identified as prime suspect. German prosecutors also said they had concrete evidence the girl was dead. Officers from the judiciary secretly met German and British police in Lisbon. A Portuguese officer later said their German counterparts acted only on speculation and did it to nail him for 2 other sex attacks. Yes, I mean, it's I don't know. How much more money do we keep putting into this thing? I suppose the answer is if you're the parents of Madeleine McCann, then you'd want it to go for ever and ever. But I don't think it's very likely they're going to find anything at all. Dominic West's marriage is as good as over, thanks to his relationship with Lily James, according to friends of his wife. And Army celebrity bosses have launched their own TikTok account in a bid to attract a younger audience. Well, okay, is that going to work? The flagship production has enlisted former Britain's Got Talent and YouTube stars Paul Wood and Paul Klein to create the content ahead of the upcoming series. The boss of I'm a Celeb's Welsh venue says it's been saved by the series. They were only turning over 150,000 a year before. Now they've got 300,000, and loads of people will probably end up going to it. But it's a folly, isn't it? Tim Davie has caved into pressure for a probe into the Princess Diana panorama scandal. She's been dead for more than 20 years, and it's still front-page headlines. It's amazing, isn't it? 22/7. Kate and Rio Ferdinand dressing up for his 42nd birthday. She loves the publicity, doesn't she? I was watching her the other day on Towie. She didn't really contribute very much to Towie, really, but there you go. That's as good as it's going to get. Also, random TV irritations, according to Ali Ross on television. The dreadful propaganda drama Roadkill seriously angling for a second series. Jimmy Carr mocking Donald Trump's appearance while sporting heavily dyed new hair transplant on the last leg. And Russell Kane's inability to sit still, don't rock the boat. Yes, he's the one who is on the Steph McGovern programme. Dire. And ITVB's Olivia Atwood describing a potential wedding venue as heinous on account of the fact she's cretinous. She can't spell, of course. I mean, nobody knew who she was. I was quite surprised, actually. But, you know, ITVB like to sort of run with these sort of deadbeats. Unexpected morons in the bagging area, tipping point. Ben Shepherd, how many days are there in 2 fortnights? Maxine, 56. That's how bad the programme is. Ben Shepherd, in June 2019, a horse called Anthony Van Dyke won which classic horse race held at Epsom? Ellie, Royal Ascot? And Ben Shepherd, what's the most common spoken language in the Middle East region? Sioux? Japanese? I mean, seriously, where do they get... Is there an agency for terminally stupid people? It's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Here we go. So, great TV lies and delusions. Freddie Flintoff, coming up, we crown the first ever winners of Don't Rock the Boat, last ever. Little Mix, The Search, Jade Thirlwell. I imagine when you enter the gates of heaven, you're met by nostalgia singing 4-part harmonies. No. I love these sort of things. And Michaela Strachan, the sheer puddle-splashing delight. Autumn watches Michaela, displaying on learning that a 507-year-old clam had been discovered off the Fife coast. I love it. Rob Rinder's beautiful and moving tribute to his lost family beside a mass grave in Belarus. There's another programme that he does. I can't remember what it is now, but I found it quite riveting. Shopping with Keith Lemon. What advice would you give fellas who approach Gemma Collins? Position yourself downwind, run in a zigzag pattern if she charges, and hide up a tree if necessary. Poor Roger. She gets about 4 mention in Ali Ross's column today because they've stretched her talent. It's now gone beyond anything. And Sue says, I lived in a cottage opposite Bletchley Park for many years, which is quite nice, called Free Folk Cottage. Thank you. Also, Sue and hubby, warm wishes to you from the original Spikers group. Let them know we're thinking of them, which is good news. And Jackie says, looking through Asda's Christmas food magazine, fantastic, and saw mince pies, gin liqueur. Wow. Little Julie says, the original Spikers are merrily, and I mean merrily, using their glasses. The Prosecco is overflowing. Angie says, how's Auntie Enid feeling about the vaccine? She has no thoughts on it at all, I'm afraid. Definitely not. And Steve, upstairs neighbours have kept me up all night a few times recently. Spoken to her a couple of times, but it seems she's ignored it. Retaliate at 5 in the morning or no? Oh, you don't want to fall out with neighbours. It's not the best, isn't it? Same as Eric Sykes didn't wear glasses. He had hearing aids in the arms. Yes, I've seen them. Seen them as well, which is good. More of your texts and emails in a moment. And a picture here of Adam Woodyatt. He's lost an awful lot of weight. And there's big questions being asked in the papers. What for Trump now? Will he stand for president again? He can do in, I think, 2024. And now, of course, now he's not president, he'll have to pay all this money he owes. I mean, he seriously owes money. I think he was hoping if he got to be president, he could stave it off for another few years, like another 4 years. But, of course, it's not to be. But he owes an awful lot of money. You know, I mean, could it be prison? Would he go to prison? I don't know, but I've never heard of that before. But, I mean, there is a chance that it actually could be. Ed Sheeran's proved himself an artist with a paintbrush. He sold his painting called Dab 2 for a whopping £40,000 in a charity auction. Good for him. I like him. People go, oh, I don't like him, he does that. No, I think he's great fun. Great fun, he really is. Steve, there's been a lot of money on the betting exchanges last 24 hours for Donald Trump to still win the election. No chance. No chance at all. It's gone out the window. Fly. Goodbye. There it goes. Of course, the next thing is, will he be going to prison for all this money he owes? Because when you're president, that all gets pushed to one side. Will Melania Trump be divorcing him? Will there be any money left at the end of the day? I mean, he owes. It's tantamount to nearly $1 billion. He's got, I think, Deutsche Bank are one of the first people waiting to get it. There's no chance that he's ever going to be president. It's finished. It's completely finished. And anybody who thinks otherwise, in the wind, as they say. There's some bloke got a bit confused here. He's been left baffled. He's received dozens of Amazon parcels, which he didn't order. Majid was sent... Not our Majid. Was sent all these items worth £670, including a tap, hemorrhoid gel, noodles, a muscle trainer for women and tattoo spray gun. He fears he may be the victim of a brushing scam. Have you ever heard of this? I've never heard of it before. Sellers use fake profiles to buy low-cost items for real people to boost sales data and get verified reviews. Majid says it's worrying, especially if some of these products are really rubbish and reviews are making people buy them. Shoppers being warned about bogus reviews ahead of Black Friday, which is on November the 27th. Consumer Group Which found blatant evidence of sellers insensitising shoppers to write only positive reviews. Very naughty. And the other thing is the Poppies Online Remembrance Day brooches and badges available from sellers on Amazon and eBay. Many admit they pass nothing on to the Royal British Legion or other good causes for veterans. One Amazon vendor flogging poppy brooches for 12 quid told a customer no charity support. An Amazon choice seller of £3.99 poppy badges admitted no money went to charity. Poppy-themed items on eBay include wristbands, key rings, toys and posters, but no seller mentioned charity donations. Royal British Legion said we will crack down on fraudsters who try to benefit from illegal counterfeit items. Well, it's quite simply, the advice I would give to you is don't buy this stuff. Don't buy it. eBay says it takes action against sellers of fake RBL merchandise. The site and Amazon said people should buy only via the RBL official store. Yeah, I mean, I would absolutely concur with that. Dreadful. Chris says, how many Trump hotels are there? Might be none at the end of this thing. The amount of money he owes, it's a serious amount of money. But he's just a bit backwards at coming forward. He has no idea. All he needs to do is just sort of, pack his little bags, him and Melania, wait outside for the Uber, and then just get in and toddle off. Will he go trying to be president again? He might, but he can't do it till 2024, so might not happen at all. And the subject of how many hotels, I've got no idea. No idea. I mean, he's got gambling and stuff like that, but because he owes so much money, and I didn't realise that the moment you become president, you can push that to one side. It's only when you finish being president that then it all comes in again. So they've got all sorts of things. Retail operations, books, home furnishing, lighting products, accessory, fragrance, and all the rest of it. But apparently, since the financial statements of the Trump Organization holdings and Donald's personal tax returns are private, the true value is not known, but it will be very shortly. It will be very shortly, the moment he sort of comes out. And but how many hotels? I've got no idea. No idea. It could be 4, could be 6. We do not know. We do not know, but you'll probably find out. Mary says, I'm walking 5 kilometres every day since the first lockdown. I'm still walking, and I've lost 0 weight. Where am I going wrong? Try upping the pace a little bit. When you go for a walk now, it's a bit difficult, isn't it? They say you're supposed to do it, not just sort of, I'm just sort of ambling, but you're supposed to do what they call, not power walking, but something not unsimilar. Steve, same thing happened to me with Amazon. I received 3 items I'd not ordered, and when I checked my account, money had been taken from the account too from Amazon, says Nina. Well, be careful. Be careful with these things. I mean, there have been all sorts of scams, which people are well aware of. And little Julie says, Auntie Enid's been knitting you a scarf. It's getting quite long. She's very talented. Well, there's no doubt in my mind she's very talented. Mad as a broomstick, but she's very talented. I mean, she's made tote bags. She's made tea towels. Don't know. The only thing we couldn't trust her with was the Prosecco glasses. Bless her heart. Johnny Vegas loves a bit of late-night comedy, but not when he misses his ride home. He stole a telephone system from the BBC after filming there, overran for a new panel show, Mel Giedroyc, Unforgivable. And it sees celeb guests spilling their darkest secrets. I always hate programmes like that, actually. Don't like that. And Piers Morgan isn't afraid to bear all on the telly, but he didn't plan on doing the same in a hotel corridor. He recalled finding himself locked out of his room naked. On yesterday's show, he says, I remember once thinking that room service had come to my door in a hotel. I went, opened the door, poked my head out, couldn't see anything, and thought they maybe left it on the floor, popped out, door shuts behind me. Wouldn't have mattered if I hadn't been completely stark naked. Luckily, no pictures exist of this. Susanna Reid said there's an image the other hotel residents can never unsee. Piers told the tale to Comfort reporter Nick Dixon, who caught his shirt in a hotel door and had to change before appearing on the TV show. there's no end to the excitement that goes on with sort of people on television shows. But the idea that Piers Morgan was naked in in a hotel corridor, can you imagine? Because they've got all these electronic doors in hotels now. It's very worrying, very, very worrying. So it's the front pages. You'll be hearing this throughout the day today. It's the vaccine, this BNT162b2, and Pfizer and BioNTech, and so it's a 2-dose jab. We've ordered 10 million. For 5 million people, which will be available this year, if it's approved by the regulators. It's got to be approved yet. We haven't got it approved. Sometimes stuff that's proven in America, but I mean, Pfizer will be turning this stuff out. The BioNTech founders, Özlem and Uğur, a German-Turkish couple, may see their fortune reach £3 billion. That's how much this is worth. You know, if you're a private company and this comes out, what they're going to do about the storing it at ultra-cold temperatures of -7 till the day it's used, when it can be stored in a normal fridge. Experts have warned that it's the cold chain logistics which will be challenging. But it's looking promising, but it could make them very rich. Who cares? Who cares? My goodness me. Steve, I think Melania Trump might have her own Uber waiting, says Simon, and a divorce lawyer. Well, I hope she gets the money. Chris says, I drive past the Alan Turing blue plaque every day. It's nice, you can read it. Most I see are mounted to, I spent ages doing that. Ages and ages, driving past places, and I go, oh, look, blue plaque. Yeah, well, missed it. Roger says, Trump has a history of not paying tradesmen and business partners. He always settles out of court at the last possible minute. Well, in this particular case, all he's got to do in the last minute is just pack his little bags and toodle off. I do have a free podcast today. I do. And in this one, I'll show you around the former home of Ellen DeGeneres, sold for millions. Certainly not my cup of tea, far too wooden. And the house isn't great either. Paul Burrell tries to grab some more headlines. Paul, we're not listening, we don't care. And a tribute to Ken Spears, the creator of Scooby-Doo, who's died at the age of 82. You can download from the LBC app, the Global Player, or wherever else you get your podcasts. As well as listening live to LBC, you can listen back to this and other LBC programmes on the LBC app, as well as listening to a range of podcasts. And so you just go, it's very simple, you just go to